We're here at Hurstville for the WNCL clash between Queensland and New South Wales. It's a grand final rematch for last season, and we're now going to do the toss with the two captains. All right, you've just won the toss. Why did you decide to bowl?
Hoping to make the most, I guess, of the overhead conditions. Looks like a reasonable surface that should be okay throughout the day. Obviously, they have some pretty quality batters up top, so we'll do our best to take an early wicket or two.
Now, you had a great game against the ACT on Tuesday, one with flying colours. Are you hoping you can bring on success again today?
Oh, definitely. Obviously, there's a really quality lineup here in New South Wales, strengths with ACT as well, but we were sort of able to do the job with the bat in the back end. Probably going to be a different makeup and a different context of the game today. So obviously a good contest and always up for a New South Wales-Queensland game.
Any changes to Tuesday's clash?
No, our team's the same.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
And Elisa, you're going to bat first now. Happy with that decision?
Yeah, look, we probably would have had a bowl as well, trying to utilise the conditions, but not too unhappy with having a bat. It's obviously a really good wicket here. If we can put a decent total on the board and try and restrict this long Queensland batting lineup, hopefully we can do the job.
This will be the first time you'll captain the New South Wales Breakers this summer. You're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am. It's obviously a really special honour that I get to come back and captain. It's such a great side with a lot of history, and to be able to captain a side like this. We got a lot of young talent here today. Stella Campbell making her debut, so I'm excited to be able to hopefully help teach these young kids about WNCL cricket.
You've mentioned Stella, but I know there's also some injuries to your side at the moment.
Yep. Yeah, there are. Obviously, it's sad to miss out on some experience in Sarah Ailey and Erin Burns, but that's the nature of the competition and how much cricket we're playing at the moment. We can't have everyone for every game, so it's exciting to see some of the youngsters get an opportunity today, and they're so passionate about New South Wales cricket, and I can't wait to see them have long careers for us.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to Hurstville Oval, where the New South Wales Breakers are playing the Queensland Fire. It's a grand final rematch for last season, and it's currently 21 degrees, expected to reach 25 degrees as the day goes on, 10% chance of rain and 78% humidity at the moment. I'm Brittany Carter, and alongside me for some commentary on this WNCL stream is Emma Newman from Cricket New South Wales. She's an accounts officer and also a big player at Bankstown. So you've got one of your teammates lining, or a couple of your teammates lining up today, Emma.
Today it'll only be Ashley Gardner, as Erin Burns and Sarah Ellie are both out, but played with a number of girls and played against a number of them as well, so it should be a good contest today.
All right, well, Stella Campbell is going to make her debut for Cricket New South Wales, so we're just going to see her cap presentation now on screen. You can see Elisa Healy giving her some heartfelt words. How do you think she'd be feeling in this moment?
Well, she did play a number of games in the WBBL this season.
Yeah.
So she has played a lot of cricket compared to last season. So I think 18 years old now, she'll be enjoying the experience out there today.
Now, there are some changes for the New South Wales Breakers. We haven't seen them play since last September. Of course, the game on Tuesday this week, or Monday rather, was cancelled because the Canberra team, the ACT team, couldn't get out of the capital state with all the smoke and fires happening at the moment, and of course we think of everyone that's involved in that. So that game has been postponed to next Tuesday, and this will be the Breakers' first hit out for 2020. Elisa Healy's back as captain, and we've also got Rachel Haynes and Ash Gardner making their way back to New South Wales after playing for Australia in the first round last September. Busy in a series against Sri Lanka. And there's some outs today too, with Sarah Ailey, as Emma mentioned, out with a calf injury. Lauren Cheadle's out with a shoulder injury, and Erin Burns is going to have some surgery that might make her available for Australian selection with the World Cup coming up, which we're so excited about. Queensland remain the same as they were on Tuesday when they played the ACT and pulled off a comprehensive win.
Yeah, Queensland currently sit on the top of the ladder. They've had a couple of bonus point wins against Tassie and ACT, so they'll be looking forward to doing that again today.
We're just waiting for Sammy Jo Johnson. The umpire looks like he's just waiting to be signalled to start play. So here we go, a grand final rematch for last season. Jo Johnson over the wicket. Off the mark straight away is Elisa Healy. It's racing out towards the rope. Grace Harris manages to get to the ball. So it'll be a 2 to start the New South Wales Breakers innings. It's a good, comfortable start.
Yeah, it's quite slow actually. Grace Harris didn't take off straight away to field that ball, but it's quite slow, the outfield, so could be a little bit of dew, or maybe there was a bit of rain 2 nights ago, so it could be a little bit damp underfoot.
So Healy waits on Jo Johnson again, this time defends. A dot ball, and Queensland are happy about it. I have to say, Emma, I was really surprised heading out there to do the toss today, how green the ground is here today, because we know that currently in a form of drought, and there's not a lot of rain been around. So the fact that the groundsmen here have been able to keep it so green in such good condition is really a tribute to how great they are at their job. Healy waits on Jo Johnson. Racing out on the other side this time. Kirby Short's after it, keeps it in. New South Wales make 2, so none for 4. Elisa Healy's currently sitting on 4. Haynes at the other end, waiting to get off the mark.
Georges River Council look after their grounds very well. This is a high-class ground here at Hurstville Oval. They've just upgraded Harold Fraser as well, so there's new amenities there as well. So they do a lot for cricket and the ovals around.
Jo Johnson in from the Raylin Woollands. They're very chirpy, the Queensland cricketers, aren't they?
You can see they've got 3 keepers in the team. You've got Josie Dooley at slip and also Georgia Redmayne at gully in there. So no doubt they'll be doing all the talking like they would be doing behind the stumps.
Yeah. They've got triple the chirp, haven't they? Healy again. Out on the leg side this time, could have probably been a wide. Either way, Healy makes a single. The Breakers are none for 5 with Rach Haynes, the left-handed batter, now eager to get off the mark. First time she faces today. Here we go, there's the replay. Oh, just inside. Jo Johnson forcing Healy to work out on the leg side. So Haynes, first ball of the day, defends. Plays it smart. We know Jo Johnson's taken a lot of wickets in the Women's Big Bash League and has really come into form the last two to 3 years, I'd say. So it's probably smart to defend her for your first ball, Em.
Yeah, and her results have proven, and seen the selectors for in the couple of Australia A tours as well. So, you know, she was a New South Wales junior, did play a lot of cricket with her, so I know just how talented she is with both bat and ball. She didn't get the runs she did in the WBBL this year until the final, which was amazing to see that quick fire 27, I think it was. But yeah, her bowling has always been a strength.
Kirby Short just having a little chat with Georgia Prestwich, who I must say has also really come into form this Women's Big Bash season just gone.
Yeah, I would say that her opportunity came with the injury to Hayley Burkett. As we know, Hayley was the one that took that catch in the semi-final.
Incredible catch.
Yeah, and unfortunately she didn't play any WBBL this year, which meant that Georgia was able to come in to the Brisbane Heat side.
So Healy waits on Prestwich, working out through the offside. Again, racing out towards the boundary, but you're right, Em, it is slow just in front of the rope, and it allows Queensland to reel it in. New South Wales get 2, they move to none for 7. So Georgia Prestwich took 11 wickets across 15 games, and her best figures were 3 for 29 in the Women's Big Bash, and she's already taken 5 wickets just in 3 games already this WNCL. Coming in over the wicket to Healy. Oh, chance of a catch is dropped by the skipper.
I think just falling short there. That was a great stop by Kirby Short there. Uppish by Healy.
Fielders get a little bit excited when they yell out catch, don't they? Anything uppish. Healy lets it be known that she's not eager to be caught and wants to make a big total here at Hurstville Oval. We've seen her put on some great batting performances here at Hurstville before. She's made a ton here. I know even in this Women's Big Bash just gone, she put on a brilliant batting performance here. And there are some shorter boundaries at this ground with the velodrome around the edge of it.
Although I got to say, it is much slower than I've seen at Hurstville over here. Normally it flies, so it's a lot slower. As we see, that last ball was a no ball, so we do have a free hit here. It's a good second ball to get for Rachel Haynes. Free hit.
Not able to utilise it though. Good work by Prestwich, you must say, for such a young player to not lose her cool when, you know, that sort of thing comes up.
She comes from a very cricketing family with her brother playing for the Brisbane Heat as well. And I think her dad could be on the coaching staff at Queensland Cricket as well. So just like Gemma Glasby, they've got cricketing in their blood. So it's good to see she's getting her opportunity here again this year. Good change in the field. Georgia Redmayne is going down to a third man rather than a gully.
Works out to point. Sammy Jo Johnson straight on it. Still eager to get off the mark is Rachel Haynes. The Breakers none for 9 and Healy sitting on 8. Defensive shot from Rachel Haynes, played again.
Some good lines here earlier from Georgia Prestwich. Not a lot of swing by the look of it, but very tight areas she's bowling here.
Did you manage to get a look at the wicket before play?
It looks like a good batting wicket. Could be a little bit keeping low.
Whipped off the pads by Haynes, and she's off the mark with a single, but retains the strike. The strike has moved to none for 10, and that's the end of Georgia Prestwich is over. A really good start from her.
Apart from that full toss no ball, but
yes.
every other ball was right on the money.
So both opening bowlers going for 5 runs off their opening over the wicket now. Haynes faces up to Johnson. I think your prediction with the wicket is right. It looks like it's keeping quite low.
Looks quite slow as well, so low and slow. the openers out there will need to be a bit watchful. In the game against ACT, Queensland were able to get the 2 openers out early, so they'll be looking to do the same again here today.
Johnson to Haynes. Fielded at mid-off by Grace Harris. Always a bit of a character. Over the wicket, Haynes. Lofted shot this time. Looks like New South Wales are really going to have to bring some power into the way they hit the bat, because I don't think they're going to get much from the wicket today.
No, definitely. You can see that Haynes is hitting the ball quite well and timing it, just straight to the fielder at the moment. I think they'll be watchful the first 10 and hitting the loose ball.
She waits on Jo Johnson over the wicket.
Seemed to be a bit of movement there.
Yeah.
There's quite a wide ball that seemed to come back in.
Just waiting for the umpire to give it a wide actually, but it must have been just inside those lines. So maybe the dewiness and the humidity is playing into the conditions out there already. Queensland might be able to use some swing against these New South Wales openers. Queensland is certainly happy with her start.
It's good areas. You know, Haynes is very watchful with it, as you want to be early in the innings, and just pushing it out there to see if she can create a wicket. Sammy Jo there.
You can understand why, because she's already taken 7 wickets across 3 games already. A real all-rounder and a key part of the Queensland squad. On the leg side this time, it is a wide, so she was flirting with the lines on the pitch. Here's the replay.
Little late shape there, but just started too straight, that ball.
So an extra delivery here. And Haynes stuck on strike.
She loses a towel as well.
That's the end of the over. The Breakers are none for 11. Healy on 8 and Haynes on 1. What do you think they're chatting about out there in the middle, Em?
Not too sure. And it's early days. They're probably just talking, I reckon. I don't know if there'll be too many plans
Just
right at this
keeping
stage.
each other relaxed.
Yeah. There's 50 overs. First time in blue this season, so I think it will just be a general chat right now.
So New South Wales have won 1 out of the 2 games they've played. But it seems like that's irrelevant given they were played last September. Feels like there's been so much time since then, and this side has changed so much with the Australian players coming back. Queensland have won their last 2 games out of the 3 they've played. We mentioned already that they really did a job on the ACT on Tuesday. They were able to run down the 152-run target that ACT set with about 5 overs to spare. And some great work done by Jess Jonathan and Sammy Jo Johnson with the bat, 45 and 40 not out respectively. But here's Georgia Presswidge again, and Healy just watches it go through to the keeper.
That was a nice lead there. It's quite tight. Good line by Georgia Presswidge there. She started quite well here. I noticed on Instagram that Holly Furlin had put a post up about every wicket that the Queenslanders take going towards the bushfires as well. So I think $100 per wicket for the whole cartel.
That's fantastic. So Healy runs a single. Breakers move to none for 12. We've seen so many sports stars come out in the wake of the bushfires and the horrific damage that's been done all around the country and really make such great pledges. And it's great that our female stars are also getting involved, because we know sometimes they earn a little bit less than the men. Obviously, they've been professionalised across the country now.
Extra motivation as well for them to get those 10 wickets.
Absolutely. So Haynes waits on Prestwidge. Beats the fielder. It's heading out towards the rope. Will it have enough in it? No, it slows up just before that rope again. Some nice work done by Laura Harris, I believe it is out there. And they run 3.
That is the longer part of the ground, as we are on closer to the stand here. So that was great fielding by Laura Harris to dive and get that and collect it as well.
Good running between the wickets too. I mean, maybe these Breakers openers have realised they're not going to be able to hit the boundaries they'd hoped they'd like to do at the start of the day. So maybe they're going to have to run a lot more than they were expecting to.
Definitely.
Healy taps a bat. Prestwidge running over the wicket. Just work through the covers. It's enough for New South Wales to take a single and move to none for 16. Healy now on 10 with double digits. Haynes on 4.
That was a nice single there, just to rotate the strike just to the side of Kirby Shaw there. Looks like they've taken the slip out for Rachel Haynes here, an extra cover coming in.
Haynes, bat lofted in the air, and it's a wide from Prestwidge. I was just going to ask you, why do you think they've made that change in the field?
I feel like because it is a little bit slower this wicket, that there's a chance of Haynes going in the air through the covers there, so they do have quite a packed offside here. The 2 covers mid off point as well.
Haynes tries to work it off her pads, but it's another wide. So Queensland just gifting New South Wales a couple of runs here. Prestwidge into Haynes. There's a shout. The umpire wants none of it. And so Haynes is safe, stays put at the crease. What did you make of that call?
I think there was 2 noises there. It sounded a bit woody, potentially an inside edge, but that was a much better line. It's a replay.
Oh, not a bad shout. Another one, back to back. Again, the umpire says, nope, not interested.
That was a lot closer, that one. That was a much better line from Georgia Prestwidge there after those 2 leg side wides.
So New South Wales none for 18 at the end of the over, and here's the replay. I reckon she's a chance there.
Seemed to cut back in a little bit. Bit pitched in line. Yeah. Good shout. Disappointing for Queensland, and then Rachel Haynes keeps going.
So you've captained a side before, Em. So what would you be telling Rachel Haynes? Obviously, she's very experienced, played for Australia and New South Wales and Victoria. But what would you be telling her if you were her captain right now?
I think she just needs to hang in there. Did seem to do a little bit off the wicket then. Could have been through. She could have been through her shot a little bit earlier. I just think be watchful, and she'll see it through.
Not much to worry about at the moment?
No.
No. Okay.
All good.
So Joe Johnson to continue with pace from the Ray Linwell end. Running in now to Healy, who taps the bat, waits, swings it round the back, heading out to the rope. Fielding is good from Queensland, and New South Wales just get 1. With a good shot like that, you'd be a little bit ripped off, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I thought she should have actually put that away. That was a poor delivery down the leg side and short. So just the single was probably a good result there for Queensland.
So Haynes, this time on strike. Plays it straight back down the track again. Just taking a while to get her eye in here, Em.
Yeah, I think she probably didn't have a successful WBBL season as she would have liked. And I suppose she wants to get her form for the World Cup coming up, so being as watchful and, there is 50 overs.
Jo Johnson over the wicket into Haynes. This time driving through the covers. It's taken at mid-off by Harris, and so no runs taken. That's some really good work from Queensland in the field.
That was a lovely shot. That was a confident shot. You can see she was eager to run as well. So that was it. Great fielding by Grace Harris there.
Nice placement too. They've obviously done their homework and know that she likes to target through that area. What can Haynes do here? Well, that one wasn't exactly, I think, how she'd planned.
Yeah,
I think it made contact with the bat and then into the pad. Is that right?
Yeah. Might have hit her ankle. Sometimes that happens. You get an inside edge on and misses the pad, and she seemed to shake her leg out a bit there.
It looks like a really slow wicket. Into the air, falling just in front of Kirby Short. They can tell the wicket's going to come that area, isn't it? She's going to get frustrated and hit over the top eventually. It's just up to Rachel Haynes here to keep her calm, maybe try and play a few shots along the ground, get her confidence back. So she's currently on 4, having faced 18 balls. The Breakers are none for 19. Healy at the other end on 11. Jo Johnson back in from the railing wall end as Haynes blocks. And so it'll be Healy on strike for the beginning of the next over. New South Wales remain none for 19. So just one run coming off that over. They started with 5 off the first 2. They were none for 2 at that stage. How do you think New South Wales progressing, Em?
I think they're doing all right at the moment. I probably would say Queensland are on top. They're bowling quite tight. And good lines to these two. As we know, they are both Australian players and can get away from you early. But their lines are really good, and there hasn't been a boundary at all yet because of this slow outfield as well. So they just need to keep it up, Queensland, and New South Wales need to see it through.
Prestwich just rolling the arm over. You can hear a whippersnipper behind us, I think, getting ready to cut some grass around the ground as Prestwich runs into Healy. Oh, comes straight off her foot. So some buys for New South Wales there. It's unlucky for Queensland.
Yeah, just an inside edge there, down to square leg. They did have a different field. They didn't have a...
Oh, there we go. It did come off her bat, sorry.
It's good. They got a single there as well.
It certainly surprised Healy though, didn't it? So this left-hand, right-hand combination to start New South Wales innings is ensuring that Queensland have to keep shuffling between each batter. Haynes leaves that one. It's a dot ball for Prestwich.
It's a wide line and last over there. Potentially tempting Rachel Haynes to hit through the covers where there is a packed field. So I would say that's quite a good line out there.
Again, another dot ball. So Haynes has now faced 20 balls. There's been 2 shouts for LB, not given by the umpire. We know Matthew Mott's here today watching on. Nice work by Haynes just to rotate the strike there. Adds a single to New South Wales tally. They're none for 21. Hopefully just keep her confidence up.
Yeah, that was a little bit shorter, so not as full, so she was able to glance it down to find leg. That's an easy shot for left-handers because they can just get inside and glide it down there.
Healy on 12, facing up to Prestwich. Defensive shot. It's been a really tidy over from Georgia Prestwich so far.
Yeah, there's only been the edge and the run down to fine leg. So this is bowling very well, tight lines.
One ball to come. Oh, straight through the fielder's hands, maybe even sneaking underneath Kirby's short at extra cover. Healy given a lifeline there, and Queensland might be ruining that later on. Here we go. New South Wales able to make a single from this effort from Elisa Healy.
Definitely through the hands there. That's a disappointing drop there from the captain, Kirby Short. That's a big wicket as well. So that's a chance that has gone begging.
Especially because Healy looks quite comfortable at the moment. So she's 13 off 15 deliveries. So at the moment, she's probably the wicket you're wanting to take.
And that's the way that I thought that Queensland was setting up to get Haynes out. But yeah, definitely a chance that they hope doesn't cause too many runs for them.
Heading into the 7th over, we're coming from the Rayleigh Moorland through Sammy Jo Johnson. Lofted into the air by Healy over the top of the fielders. Confusion about whether they should run 2. Instead, they take the safe option, stick with the single, and it brings Haynes on strike.
Just plugged in the ground then. Off the bat, it probably seemed like 2, but kind of stopped, and Grace Harris was able to get it in quickly and prevent that second.
Haynes waits on Johnson. Right arm over the wicket. Tries to pull, works it straight into the ground. And it looks like she's really doing it hard out there. Runs are hard to come by for Haynes. Here's the replay.
Just seems a bit hard to do back foot shots at the moment. Clean straight would be the key, I would say.
Oh, straight back to the bowler like it was along the ground. And Johnson's not going to let that past her. So a dot ball for Sammy Jo. She's currently none for 8, halfway through her 4th over.
You can see Rachel Haynes was just doing some gardening there as well. So she's obviously thinking that the wicket is a bit up and down, not as confident with her shots.
This time she is able to pull it onto the leg side. Makes a single, moves to 6. Brings Healy back on strike. So it's quite an unpredictable wicket, isn't it? We talked about it being low. There's a little bit of swing out there with the humidity. But Haynes is certainly taking a while just to get her eye in there. Jo Johnson into Healy. Puts it out into the offside, the defensive shot. It's nice to see so many people turn out for a WNCL game. We know it doesn't get as much promotion as the Women's Big Bash, but it's just as important for the players. Over the wicket now, Jo Johnson to Healy. Out to square leg. Josie Dooley does some fielding, but Elisa Healy sneaks through for 1. So at the end of that over, New South Wales are none for 25. 7 gone. How do you think New South Wales placed at the moment?
No wickets down is a positive. They do have a young team to come down the end, so I do think that the top order will be the ones that score the bulk of the runs. 9 for 25 is quite good. They're rotating the strike well, and as you can see from that last ball there, that was quite a tight single, but just to the right of Josie Dooley, so easy single in the end.
So Prestwich is going to continue from the Bill O'Reilly end here at Hurstville Oval. Coming into Healy. Worked out to Gully. Where Jess Jonathan is straight on it and keeps Healy at the crease.
Thanks. That's the first time she's touched the ball today.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her touch it.
It's funny sometimes how you can play half a game and not touch the ball at all.
No doubt she'll be coming on to bowl soon.
I think it does the world of good to touch it early though, don't you think? Even before you come on to bowl, just get a little feel for it. Oh, whipped up! And that's a 6 for Elisa Healy. Lovely work. We know she likes batting here at Hurstville Oval. She's punished Georgia West Presswidge there. Healy moves to 21.
Full down the leg side, she just whipped that to the shorter boundary out there. Lovely shot.
Just shows you that she's ready for that ball when it comes. Wicket's been a little bit unpredictable so far. Oh, and she's got her eye in now, Healy. Confident shot out past the umpire again. This time just a single. Breakers none for 32.
That 6 just releases a bit of pressure. That has been building the last couple of overs as well, so should be good. That was a good start to the over as well.
Press switch into Haynes this time. Working into the covers. Not able to pierce it the same way Healy has the last 2 balls. That's the key at the moment, isn't it? Because we've got these fielders crowded around the batters. You can just find a little bit of space to work through and send them running. It's probably where your runs are going to come from.
Yeah, definitely. There's quite a few gaps behind the wicket, so anything on her legs, she should be able to get a single, or even down to third man. The third man is quite square as well, more for a cut rather than just a genuine edge. Yeah.
Presswidge into Haynes. Works it into the leg side but can't make anything of it. So at the end of the 8th over, the Breakers are none for 32. Healy on 22. And Haynes on 6. Do you think there's more to chat about now, Em? Out of the middle.
Yeah, definitely. I think probably with that 6 as well, they're probably a bit more confident with the wicket. As you can see, when Healy hit it out to square leg, it was much more time than the first couple of overs. So I would say they're building their confidence as well. So we see a bowling change here with Alyssa Clements coming into the attack.
First time we've seen her today, so just again some more pace but injecting a different type. Bit of variation.
Well, similar to Georgia Presswidge, just on the money every ball, changing her variations, and she has a good slow ball as well.
So in now for a first ball of the day to Healy, and it's a good start with the dot ball. Always got the zinc straight across the nose, no matter what the weather's like.
Don't want to get sunburn. It's always good. Always on the nose, under the eyes.
Over the wicket. Healy smashes that, but it picks out the fielder in Georgia Redmayne. High five from Josie Dooley, and Queensland are happy with their fielding efforts so far. Just that chance of a drop catch for Kirby Short. Would have got Elisa Healy out on 13, I believe she was at that stage. So Kimmonson again.
It's well bowled there, just off the edge. Not coming through as straight as she would have liked. Chances are coming here. It's a great bowling by Kimmins.
Kimmins runs in, right arm over the wicket. Healy whips it out past the umpire. That's enough for a quick single there So Delissa Kimmins is very much an all-rounder, but has really been performing probably more with the ball than the bat over the last year or so. We know she took a 5-for in the Women's Ashes at Leicester. It's a pretty incredible performance, and she's also taken a number of wickets already. 17 in total for Big Bash this summer. Haynes seems more confident to take Kimmins on. No runs on that occasion. So her best figures in the Big Bash this season were 3 for 27. Over the top of the field, as this time it'll be 4. What a way for Haynes to get her confidence up. Has been waiting for the right ball and dispatches that one to the rope.
Yeah, that's Rachel Haynes' shot there. She plays that very well, and she timed that very nice there. Just hitting over the top. She's definitely more comfortable with the wicket now, so that's what you have to do early days, just hang in there and your balls will come.
So Jess Jonathan's going to be brought on for the first time today, injecting some spin from the Bill O'Reilly end. What do you think she's going to be able to do with this slow wicket?
I think there will be a bit of turn early, as we did see that there wasn't much bounce and very slow off the wicket. Healy does like spin. She does use her feet very well, so there could be a chance down the ground, a few shots down the ground, I would believe. But Jess Jonathan will be looking to keep it tight early on here.
So left arm orthodox to Healy. Plays it into the ground and stays put. New South Wales none for 37. Facing up again. Straight to Kirby Short at extra cover. So this will be a good test for the New South Wales Breakers because they've finally worked out what the wicket's doing, and now they're going to see what spin's doing as well. So Queensland just keeping it fresh, keeping them guessing. Again, into the ground.
Interesting to see that Healy has gone back the first 3 balls here, so that seems she's confident in the wicket and not using her feet just yet.
There's a shout. Maybe some profanity from Elisa Healy there too. Just frustrated with the situation. Here's a replay. Down leg.
Yeah, pitch outside leg and missed it as well.
So a lot of dot balls so far. Great start from Jess Jonathan.
Healy's just watchful, going back and playing out to cover there.
Jonathan to Healy. Just dabbed out to leg side. Again, staying put. So a maiden over for Jess Jonathan. What a start. We know she's been in great form with the ball all through the Women's Big Bash and for the Australian team. She was leading the wicket-taking ladder at some points throughout the competition too. Her best figures were 4 for 13. She took 21 in total the whole season, so she's in good form with the ball.
It's going to be up the top with the most wickets. I know Sarah Coit got the 19, so she was in 4th. So definitely in a lot of form with the ball. And with the bat, she did get 45 on Tuesday against ACT, so she's definitely in form.
Well, her high score in Women's Big Bash was 63 not out, second best in the team, so not bad for an all-rounder. Doing well on both fronts as Kimmins comes in from the Raylene Wool end. Haynes gets a leading edge.
You can see Beth Mooney's also come up to the stubs now, just putting more pressure on the batters, making sure that they're staying in their crease. Probably won't tempt them to come out as much as they were.
Kimmins again over the wicket. Haynes trying to just get it behind. Work it through the gully area behind point. But those fielders are really tight at the moment.
It's great work by Georgia Redmayne there. Similar to keeping stationary position.
Kimmitson again. Haynes this time opts for the leg side. It's racing out towards the rope. Prestwich does a good job, fields it. New South Wales run 2. So Haynes moves to 12. Breakers none for 39. So where are our fielders at the moment? Deep mid-wicket. Haynes plays through the covers but can't find a run. Can't see anyone else, can you? What's that hiding in front of us?
That's the only person on the boundary at the moment.
So everyone up around trying to create that pressure, just close.
As there wasn't maiden last over, I would say they're just trying to get more dots out of the New South Wales team right now.
Kimmins to Haynes. Goes out towards the offside.
Obviously appreciate their hospitality greatly. And then of course our delegates and our life members are always important.
I'm not sure where that voice is coming from. Haynes picks out the fielder again, bounces in front of Josie Dooley on the offside at point, and so she can't take a run. New South Wales are none for 39.
It's another good over there, only the 2 runs off it, so they're doing quite well, the Queenslanders here, keeping it tight with the new bowlers that are on.
So Jonathan to continue with some finger spin from the Bill O'Reilly end. It's the same situation as before too with Healy on strike. Smashing it over Rachel Haynes' head.
Disappointed there. That was the first ball she had tried to come down and she didn't quite get there. They have field change. They've got 2 points in just because she was going back a lot last over.
So 2 dot balls to start for Jess Jonathan again. If you missed her first over, it was a maiden. She's had a really good start here at Hurstville. Back in. This time Healy goes up into the air. It'll land clear of the rope, and that's her second 6 today at Hurstville.
Even though that went for 6, she was still shaking her head after it went across the line there.
I feel like she's very critical of herself sometimes, isn't she? You can see it here sailing over the head of the umpire. Smack. So she's known for hitting 6s at this ground. She's done that twice today already. We're only into the 12th over here. So even though it has been a slow game so far, she's just waiting for that right ball to come in.
Definitely.
Jonathan back into Healy. How will she respond? Dot ball. Healy stuck down on the ground there.
Seemed uncomfortable with that. You can see that she is waiting for that ball and itching to hit that one down the ground, but Jonathan is bowling very well and keeping her dotting it up.
Out through the covers, New South Wales running hard for that single. They're none for 46. So Healy's 6 has come from being in that position facing bowling from the Bill O'Reilly end. 1 against Prestwich and 1 against Jonathan.
So this is first ball, Jonathan to Haynes. They're just trying to get the field right. They do have 5 on the leg side. They've got an extra person at square leg.
So coming over the wicket to Haynes. Ball makes contact with Kirby Short, who looked like she was eager to avoid it rather than catch it in that scenario. I think that's where she dropped the catch for Elisa Healy beforehand.
That was uppish there, so that was well bowled by Jonathan. There are chances here for Queensland, especially with how tight they're bowling. We can see Grace Harris has just gone off and Michaela Hinckley has come onto field.
Right.
Harris did seemed to hold her shoulder when she did throw one of the balls in before. So I don't know if she could just be going off to get a drink.
Maybe. We'll see what happens. Either way, it brings Michaela Hinkley onto the field, who is an ex-New South Wales player. Played for at least 4 big bash clubs too, as Kimmins runs into Haynes, and this time she's picked out some good space behind the wicket. It'll be 4. So some nice work by Rach there.
It's a great shot, getting down and ramping it over to find leg there. Can definitely tell she's getting her confidence and is confident with the wicket as well.
Played a lot in England and does really like the ramp shot. In fact, many of the Thunder players seem to like a little ramp here and there. As Kimmins is back into her. Playing it out to the covers. Kirby short straight on it. No run taken. So Breakers are none for 51 with that 4 from Haynes, and she moves to 17 off 38 balls. Healy at the other end is at 30. 51 run partnership so far. Little late cut from Haynes, doesn't come off.
She's done that a couple of times now. In the last over, she hit it down there twice. So Georgia Redmayne is in a hot position there.
Yeah, Dr. Georgia Redmayne's been waiting for it. She's had a lot of touches of the ball so far. So Kimmins in from the rail in Woollands. Haynes whips it off the pads out past the umpire, just in front in fact, and it's enough for her to take a single. So New South Wales move to none for 52, and it brings Healy back on strike. So it took some time for this opening partnership to really just get a feel for what the wicket was doing, especially Rachel Haynes, but she's had a couple of boundaries in there now and able to contribute to the score for the New South Wales. As Kimmins comes into Healy, defends, it's a dot ball.
Pretty straight delivery there. There doesn't seem to be as much happening now with the ball, so New South Wales will be more confident with the bowling.
Just an easy single for the final ball of the 13th over. New South Wales move to none for 53, and Healy sits on 31.
Must have just been a drinks break because Grace Harris is back on.
Okay, that's good news.
No injury, which is good.
Well, we heard Elisa Healy at the toss speak about some of the injuries that are affecting the New South Wales camp at the moment, and she put that down to just the amount of cricket they're all playing at the moment. So I guess injuries are really hard at the moment. You're just going to try and have to limit them where you can. Jonathan into Healy, defends. More of a French cricket shot than anything we're used to seeing.
Yeah, she's still checking out the wicket. Just probably kept it a little bit low, that one there.
This time able to get runs.
That's great use of the feet, and they both were aware that there was going to be a quick single, so that was an easy run for them there. These two have batted together for so many times, so they know each other well and know when there's a run and when there's not. Just bringing cover in. Shema Barsby on the ring now.
So coming over the wicket to Haynes, left-hander to left-hander. It's a dot ball. That's true, but I remember about 3-4 summers ago, I feel like 3 summers ago, Elisa Healy was still trying to get that spot to open, and so when she got that, as Jonathan continues, Haynes stuck at the crease, dot ball. She really took that opportunity with both hands and has really, you know, we always knew she was a big power hitter in the T20 form of the game, but has really come into her own the last 3 summers. Lofted shot. Chance of a catch missed by Laura Harris. Would have been a big ask. It would have been a big Superman dive and a very heroic catch if she'd been able to take it.
Just don't think she judged that right then. Didn't get the leg working straight away to to get there.
Jonathan back into Haynes. This time, oh, that was a bit of a sitter. That was an easier catch to take for Laura Harris, and unfortunately she's dropped 2 in a row.
Same shot there by Rachel Haynes, just lofting it and not quite timing it. Yeah, that one should have been taken, but here's the replay here.
We could have just replayed last one, right? And then just cut to the catch footage, because that was the only difference really between these two balls. Yeah, it's disappointing, that one. Especially when you've had a chance and you think, next time it comes to you, I'm going to catch it, and the very next ball.
Probably just needed one more step in there, but because the drop from the ball before was probably just not switched on as she would have liked. She was probably still thinking about the ball before, and that chance has gone begging.
So Kimmins from the Raylin Wall end into Haynes. Again, trying to work through that gully region. Dr. Georgia Redmayne just keeps looking at her like, I'll be here all day. I'll just wait for it.
Her runs through there.
So maybe if she can just get it a little bit finer. This time through the leg side. Whipped away, Presswidge is after it. And that'll be 4 for Rachel Haynes.
Just a bit short there from Cummins. Easy pickings for Rachel Haynes down there with no fine leg.
Still pitching quite low, because that shot you would expect to come out of the middle of the back, but it came off the lower end.
And with that shot, we see Georgia Presswidge going down to the third man, to the fine leg boundary.
Oh, poor Laura Harris. She can't get a break out there in the field. Goes straight through her hands, and Haynes makes a single, and Joe Johnson cleans up the mess. So Breakers are none for 62. Haynes on 26 and Healy on 32.
Just following Laura Harris at the moment, unfortunately. But she's in a hot zone there at shortish cover.
So Kimmins over the wicket. Healy defends. And I wonder what happens at home too, whether these two just forget about their cricket, because Kimmins, who's bowling at the moment, is obviously engaged to Laura Harris.
Yeah.
Wonder if it comes back up at home or whether they just drop it, just leave it. Heading in from the Raylin Wall end. Healy smacks it along the ground, but she picks out Grace Harris this time.
It was well timed by Healy there, and it sees a change in the field with Grace Harris going back to the long on boundary.
So Queensland playing more reactive cricket with their fielding at the moment, as Kimmins comes back into Healy. Plays it out to point, fielded by Jess Jonathan, and no run taken. So end of the over, Breakers remain none for 62. And Healy's not scored a run for a little while now. She's stuck on 32 at the moment. Certainly Rachel Haynes looks a lot more comfortable out there, Em.
Definitely, yeah. She's still probably not hitting at the strike rate which she would like, but definitely a lot more confident the last couple of overs. With a couple of boundaries as well.
So we mentioned this is a grand final rematch from last summer. However, I think that this is more of an even contest today. New South Wales really ran away with it at North Sydney Oval. Another dot ball for Jess Jonathan, making a habit of it today.
There's quite a few changes to the New South Wales team as well that played in that final. Obviously no Elise Perry.
Safe shot from Rachel Haynes, dot ball. There's no Nicola Carey, who was player of the match and has now moved down to Tasmania. I can't remember if Belinda Vakarua played, but certainly she's moved to Tassie as well. Jonathan back in over the wicket to Haynes. Working out to the leg side. And then Elise Perry down to Victoria. So you're right, this side has had a few changes. Sarah Ailey out today with an injury. Up into the air. This time Laura Harris fumbles it. But she did a better job of the fielding this time.
I'm not sure if it carried. I think it might have because she's... Oh, it did carry.
Yeah.
So that's 3 chances, all Rachel Haynes to Laura Harris there.
So they've just had a little change in the field there, I think. It's hard to see from here. Coming around the wicket, Jonathan to Healy. Plays very softly, the spin. Yeah, so it looks like the Harris sisters might have just swapped there. Just to help the confidence a little bit, just tell her to move on, it's all right. Healy again, I'm happy with that shot.
Yeah, that was well bowled. Jonathan saw Healy coming down and then she had to adjust with a quicker ball and go back in a crease, so that was well played.
Just 1 run off that over too, so Jonathan's currently none for 13, but with that maiden over and then, you know, this really economical one now, she's doing a great job limiting what New South Wales are able to do today.
Definitely, and all 3 drop catches. Haynes has played the same shot, lofting in the air through mid-on. So that is a weak area that Queensland have figured out. So yeah, they'll be looking to get Haynes out before she capitalises on her chances.
So New South Wales none for 63. We've got Grace Harris to bowl some off spin for the first time today. Had a really good game heading into the second round of the WNCL for her team, which is West up in Queensland. She made 73 off 35 balls and also took a 5-for in the one game for Premier Cricket.
Very good game leading into the WNCL. That's what you want, to have performances on the board.
So coming over the wicket to Rachel Haynes, who cuts into the field. Can't make a run. It's been a very slow-paced game so far, apart from the odd 4 or 6 hit here and there, Em. Haynes gives herself some room and again tries to cut, but reaches the fielder out there.
I'd say it's down to the way Queensland have bowled. They've bowled very tight and tried to keep the girls on strike and not letting them get away with a quick single here and there.
Harris round the wicket to Haynes, whips it off her feet. Straight to mid-wicket, Georgia Redmayne. Again, just keeping a watchful eye on the ball in the field. She's really limited what Haynes has been able to do, whether it's been the gully area or anywhere else on the park today. So Harris is just making a fielding change here. Deep cover. Haynes tries to cut again. So she's tried to play that shot a number of times, probably 3 times in a row there, Em. Would you tell her to pursue it or to try something different?
Well, this is Grace Harris's first over, so she's probably just seen how it's coming out of the wicket and out of the hand.
Straight down to mid-off, but it's enough for New South Wales to make a single. In fact, Healy almost makes it to the Bill O'Reilly end. And the Breakers are none for 64. Healy on 32 and Haynes on 28.
Yeah, just Haynes very watchful there, facing the 6 balls with just the single off the last ball. So probably tried that cut probably too many times, but that was just dependent on the ball that Grace Harris bowled, which was quite short and a bit of bounce, which we haven't quite seen today.
And a good start from Grace Harris too, with just that 1 run coming off her first over. So we've seen Queensland start really well. with a lot of their first overs for each bowler.
Laura Harris is just getting some treatment to her finger after a couple of those chances there. So physio's just leaving the field now.
So we're heading into the 18th over here. The partnership's at 64. How do you feel it's placed at the moment? Is New South Wales on top or Queensland?
I would say it's quite even.
Yeah.
But probably New South Wales, because they haven't lost a wicket, are probably in a better position right now.
Coming over the wicket, Jess Jonathan to Haynes. Big shout of no. Meanwhile, the Queensland fielders are still happy to keep chirping. Jonathan in over the wicket. Haynes plays it out on the leg side.
Even though there hasn't been too many runs, 3.73 is still quite a healthy run rate for this early in the innings.
Haynes plays it into the wicket. It's another dot ball for Jonathan. The break is still none for 64.
And with wickets in hand, they'll be able to catch up on their runs later in the innings as well. So this is a great start from New South Wales.
Jess Jonathan fielding her own delivery there. Haynes stays put. So no runs so far this over. 2 balls to come. Haynes waits on Jonathan, sweeps this time, but it's fielded really nicely by Laura Harris, trying to make up for those 2 drop chances before.
That'll give her some confidence as well. She is still looking at her finger, but just a clean pick up there will give her some confidence.
Into the air, Haynes goes the aerial route, and it makes it all the way to the boundary this time. So that's 4. Disappointing end to Jess Jonathan's over, who thought she might have got another maiden there.
It's good leg work there from Georgia Presswidge, but unlucky just diving over the ball.
So Haynes has caught up, and now both Healy and Haynes sit at 32, although Haynes has taken up a lot more balls. So she's 32 from 64, Healy 32 from 45, that partnership at 68 runs. And before you mentioned that they'll be able to make up some more runs later on, is that when some of the other bowlers come on that might be not so tight for Queensland?
Yeah, definitely, and probably just more confident as well. They'll be in there for a lot longer, and they'll have their zones which they'll target as well. But more time in the wicket just means that you've got more confidence to be able to hit your shots later in the innings.
So Gemma Barsby is going to bring some spin into the attack from the Raylene Wool end. So interesting that they gave Grace Harris a little spell and they didn't continue with her.
Just the 1 over from Grace Harris. It's a good over too, only the 1 off it.
Maybe they're just trying to mix things up. We know that in the past, Gemma Barsby has confused umpires by bowling with a left and a right arm in the same over. It looks like she's going to bowl with the right arm today. Into Healy, who plays it straight back down the track to her. It's a good start from Gemma Barsby. And this Queensland team is obviously made up from a lot of the Brisbane Heat players. As Barsby continues over the wicket. Another dot ball. But it's also been bolstered by some of the other players coming back from their respective WBBL clubs, like Gemma Barsby from the Scorchers and Josie Dooley from the Renegades. Barsby from the Raylene Wool end. Whipped up into the air by Elisa Healy. And that'll be another 4 for New South Wales. They move to 72. Healy now on 36. Here's the replay.
It's great use of the feet there by Healy. Wanted to come forward, but then it was a shorter ball, so coming back and just helping it around the corner for 4 there.
Josie Dooley looked a little bit helpless just watching it sail over her head. Nowhere near tall enough to limit it. She takes the aerial route again, and it will be a third 6 for Elisa Healy today at Hurstville Oval. Will somebody tell her that we're playing one-day cricket because she's smashing them around the park like she was in the Big Bash? So a 4 and then a 6 from consecutive deliveries.
That is Healy's strength coming down the wicket, hitting it over the top.
What can she do this time? Whipped behind the umpire. It'll be another boundary here. So 4-6-4 so far, and Gemma Barsby is going to really have to try and respond with this next delivery.
Nicely swept into the gap there. We can see a field change with Grace Harris going out to a deep cover, and also and that's Laura Harris down at deep square as well.
How does Barsby respond? Spin over the wicket. Healy playing along the ground. And it's a single this time. You'd have to be happy with that after 3 boundaries. So end of the over, they're none for 83, the Breakers. Healy edging towards a half-time with 47 and Haynes on 32. And it looks like we're going to have a break for drinks here. So I asked you before, Em, whether Queensland or New South Wales had the upper hand at this stage of the competition, but I have to say I think it's swinging towards New South Wales at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And after that last over as well, with Healy hitting a number of boundaries, they're definitely on top. Probably Haynes has had more of the strike and hasn't been getting as many runs. So if New South Wales were to pick up the run rate, that it would be with Healy facing more of the strike. But Haynes is building her innings nicely here and doing quite well.
Got a lot of people here at the ground today, just trickling in as the day goes on. I'm sure some people are still on holidays and eager to just watch some cricket.
Yeah, there's a number of little kids here as well.
Can also see Renee Farrell, Lisa Griffith, it's Stella Campbell, sorry, who's on debut today, and Lauren Smith walking through, having a wave to some of their fans. I'm sure there'd be some regulars here at Hurstville Oval that come to watch them play.
There's a number of family in the crowd as well. I think they've just stopped to talk to Stella's dad.
And I've just had a little look here at Matthew Mott, who's keeping a watchful eye on the game. And Leah Polton's here with him too. So Matthew Mott was all around the country. Must have built up some frequent flyer points for the Women's Big Bash. Just keeping an eye on everyone and how they were doing and whether any fresh talent were putting their hand up for selection for this T20 World Cup coming up. There's going to be some games at the Sydney Showground and elsewhere in the country as well, all accumulating to that final that we're hoping we can pack out and create a world record for at the MCG. Are you looking forward to that competition?
Yeah, definitely. And there's a couple of games at the end of January as well against England.
The Tri-Series,
yes,
that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
India coming over. It'll be interesting to see how that goes because obviously none of the Indian players played any of the Women's Big Bash because they wanted to do their own thing and prepare against South Africa, I believe. And so this will be their chance to get an eye in for Australian conditions with this Tri-Series coming up. But Emma, I just wonder, do you think that they'll be as well prepared as, say, your New Zealand or your England players might be that have been here playing in the Australian summer?
Well, New Zealand and England are obviously in the top 3 with Australia. India are getting up there, but I do feel that because of all the girls that did play in the WBBL and in Australia, Sophie Devine's playing for WA, so they are getting all the practice on Australian wickets. So I would say that they're better prepared than what India would be. But that's not to say that India A did come out and play Australia A, so some of them will probably be in the India team for the World Cup.
So we've got Harris bowling from the Bill O'Reilly end, her second over today. Maybe that's why they didn't use her up this end. She might have wanted to switch ends. So she was coming from the Raylene Wool end before, now coming from the Bill O'Reilly. Just 1 run off her first over. A dot ball to start. And it seems a dot ball for the second delivery too.
She might have wanted to start down this end with a longer boundary to the leg side, but probably wasn't as comfortable, so that's could be why the change.
Harris into Healy. Played past Rachel Haynes. Straight drive down the wicket. And New South Wales make one. They're none for 84. Healy just 2 off 50 now. So that innings has been building slowly but surely. And I think the 3 sixes she's hit has obviously really helped them.
Definitely. And she's a lot more confident she's using her feet now. Not as much shaking of the head as the start of the innings. But, she's also changing the fielders around for Queensland. They're changing where they are based on where she's hitting the ball. So it's good work from Healy.
I think she's honestly her own biggest cricketer. Because if you watch her after each shot she plays, you can tell whether she's happy or not with how she's played it. So Haynes goes a little ramp shot again. It's racing out towards the rope. Sammy Jo Johnson's after it. Meanwhile, New South Wales have run 2. Slow outfield doesn't help the Breakers in this situation, but it brings Haynes back on strike. They're none for 86.
It's very slow. She timed that quite nicely and just was trickling along. But good innovation there from Haynes. She knows her shots, and there was no one down there behind the wicket, so there was a good chance of runs.
There's just moved Laura Harris into a leg gully as well. So eager to stop her scoring on that leg side. Nice piece of footing from Jess Jonathan there.
It looked like she just tripped over and was lucky to stop that then.
I hope we got that on camera.
It seemed to be a bit of a laugh from everyone.
Haynes faces up to Harris, coming round the wicket. Flat and hard along the ground, and that'll be 4 for Rachel Haynes. She moves to 38, and the Breakers are none for 90.
Very nice use of the feet there by Rachel Haynes. Early on in her innings, Queensland did have 2 fielders in there at cover, so she has used that gap nicely to pick up the boundary there. And with Healy hitting a number of boundaries against Barsby in the last over before drinks, it sees Sammy Jo Johnson come back in attack. That's probably a little bit earlier than
what you expected?
Yeah, Queensland would have liked. It's only the 21st over this over.
Someone's got the blower out behind us. Don't know if you can hear that down the stream. Healy having a look around at where the Queensland fielders are moving. So everyone's up inside again except for a deep fine leg. As Jo Johnson runs in from the Ray Linwell end, and Healy whips out past square leg behind the umpire and makes a single for New South Wales. I've actually been surprised at how slow this outfield is, because I had a little walkout when we did the toss and it was spongy, but it was nowhere near wet or saturated. So the fact that it is quite slow out there has been surprising for me.
Could be just that they've kept it a little bit longer than what they normally do in WBBL season, just because of all the restrictions these days. But it's definitely a lot slower than what it normally is.
Jo Johnson to continue into Rachel Haynes this time. Over the wicket. Smacked hard to mid-off in Kirby Short. And Haynes stays put. New South Wales none for 91.
So it looks like they've got the same field for both Healy and Haynes, with just the 2 fielders back on the leg side.
Johnson to Haynes. Works it to mid-wicket. Oh, Georgia Redmayne's prowling. Joe Johnson. Running in, right arm over the wicket, and it's a wide. Good work by Beth Mooney with the gloves, because that could have gone for 4 really. And we said there's a slow outfield, but there's no fielders out behind the keeper down there. So good work with the gloves, just cleaning that up.
It's actually close to being a no ball, because I thought that was very close to being on the grass rather than the pitch. Yeah, just losing it in her hand there.
How will she respond? Joe Johnson to Haynes. Oh, almost got a little edge in there. Very close.
Yeah.
Here's the replay. Oh, so close to a feather.
Not much bounce there. Didn't quite carry to Beth Mooney either. Just died in the wicket.
Joe Johnson into Haynes again. Whips it off her feet, but says no. New South Wales stay put, they're none for 92. Five extras coming off 21 overs so far, with 1 ball to come to make up that 21st. It's pretty good for Queensland, isn't it? Given they've been so tight with their fielding for much of the start of this match. Haynes makes a quick single, just trickling the ball into the inner rim, and New South Wales finish the over, none for 93.
That single is probably what Queensland wanted there. They dropped a long off back as well as a cover, so that's why there was an easy single there.
Bit of wind coming through. I have to say though, it was windy before I walked into the ground today, but once I got inside here, it was quite protected by the grandstand and the pavilion here. Haynes, again inventive, trying to pick up a little patch of grass she can take a run on. New South Wales make 1, and it brings Elisa Healy on strike on 49.
So Haynes just moving the field around by doing different shots. She's ramped to the offside, and Queensland moved the field, and then she ramped to the leg side, and there's a gap there, so she's picking the gap nicely now.
Harris to Healy. Straight to the fielder. As a player, when you're on 49, what's running through your mind? Are you trying to keep calm? Are you thinking about making that 50?
I would say she probably just is thinking of about the 50, yeah.
This time she beats Georgia Redmayne in the field, and she'll bring up the half ton for New South Wales. Well, we know she likes batting at Hurstville Oval. She's already hit 3 sixes today, and there's the bat in the air. Little celebration, handshake between Haynes and Healy. She's done a lovely job so far for New South Wales here today.
Yeah, she's definitely picked her areas as well. Although it hasn't looked the greatest at times with a few edges, and she's not been as confident. It has. It's been a number of boundaries, and she's looked more confident in the last 10 overs.
Haynes is eager to score runs too, and this is racing out towards the rope. Nice work by Georgia Redmayne, a double up in the field. And so New South Wales run 2, they're none for 99. Sorry, none for 97. Sorry, got excited there. Haynes faces up again. Just splits the fielders.
Yeah, after that too, they just kept Kaminsky out there on the boundary, just making sure that they just kept that shot there to a single.
Harris to continue. Over the wicket to Healy. Playing hard through mid-on. Long on finds the ball. New South Wales take one. They're none for 98. 99. So this partnership has almost reached 100 now. So even though Queensland really had the upper hand with some tight bowling and really tight fielding as well, at the start of the match, and Rachel Haynes took a while to get her eye in and get her confidence up. They've built such a strong partnership now that it's going to be really hard to break out.
And I think that's probably why they've brought Sammy Jo Johnson back into the attack. They're looking to get a wicket. She has taken 7 already in the WNCL. Queensland need to break this partnership, so they're bringing in their #1 bowler. And they are keeping the field quite attacking with all the fielders on the offside in the circle.
Jo Johnson to Healy. Plays to mid-off. Mid-on rather, sorry. Kirby short. And so those two, there's actually been 3 drop chances, hasn't there? Because there was Lisa Healy dropped by Kirby short, and then Laura Harris dropped Haynes twice as Jo Johnson runs in. Healy up over the fielder. Run down by Kirby short, but New South Wales have done enough to make 2 here. They're none for 101. So that partnership very strong between these opening batters in Haynes and Healy. Johnson over the wicket from the rail-in wall end, and Healy goes aerial. There's 2 fielders under, and Kirby Short won't let a drop chance go again. She takes Healy for 53. The Australian opener has done a job so far here for New South Wales, hitting 3 sixes and reaching a half ton, but her innings of 53 has come to an end.
It's just what Queensland needed there. You could see from the ball before that was just chipped into the same area that Healy didn't get as much on it as she would have liked. She did try again and unfortunately just skied it a bit more, and that's a great catch by the captain, Kirby Short there. Just what Queensland needed, a wicket.
And you mentioned before they brought Jo Johnson in to try and break the partnership because she's so experienced. She's already taken 7 wickets, now 8 in the WNCL season. So she was the one to go to for this breakthrough, and she's been able to bring some results here with the help of the captain. Fair effort to get the ball at high too with so much cloud cover.
It's a great catch, and she's put herself in a prime position there, that because Queensland know that Healy does like to hit down the ground, so the captain, Kirby Short, has put herself in a position to take that, and that was a great catch from her there.
So this is interesting. So Talia Wilson was listed to come in next, but instead we see Naomi Stellenberg walking out. Why do you think New South Wales made that change?
I think because they didn't lose a wicket. This is the 23rd over. Talia Wilson does like to build her innings, and I would say that because there wasn't an early wicket, that's why Naomi Stellenberg's come into that.
Jo Johnson into Haynes. Plays it to mid-off where Kirby Short is lurking again. And so what sort of pressure does this put on Rachel Haynes now that Healy's gone?
Well, I would say that Naomi's coming in to hit the boundaries as well. She will rotate the strike and create less pressure for Rachel Haynes.
Haynes tries to play out behind point. We've seen her try to do that a fair bit today, but the fielder's definitely staying put there. They know she's going to keep going to that shot.
I suppose as well, Stellenberg is a similar batter to Healy, scoring those boundaries, and maybe if Haynes did get out, then Talia would have come into bat. Could have been something around that.
Jo Johnson to Haynes, cuts hard. It's racing out towards the rope. Good fielding by Delissa Kimmets, and New South Wales get 1. So not much reward for piercing the field, but Haynes retains the strike. And at the end of the 23rd over there, 1 for a 102.
I'd say now that Healy's out as well, Haynes will look to play out this whole innings. This is the 23rd over, and she is on 44. I would say she would like to be in here for the long haul and make those triple figures as well.
So Grace Harris is going to bowl her 4th over and come round the wicket to Haynes. Sure if that was a ramp or a sweep, but another inventive shot from Rachel Haynes.
Yeah, I don't think it went quite where she would have liked. She was trying to hit it down to fine, and it did go quite square. But it's a single either way.
It does bring Naomi Stellenberg on to face for the first time today. Grace Harris is going to come over the wicket to her, so they've kept that plan consistent. Coming around the wicket with Harris to Haynes, and then anytime there's a right-handed batter coming back over the wicket. What do you make of this field placement?
Well, they obviously know that Naomi likes to hit down the ground and square, so they do have the 2 back at long on and deep square. But other than that, it's quite tight in there.
Well, the first ball, Stellenberg works it out to backwards point. Just Jonathan fields it, keeps Stellenberg put. Breakers 1 for 103. Harris into Stellenberg, defends. It really looks like that wicket's taking all the pace out of the ball. It's quite soft when it comes onto the bat. And as a result, it's probably going to come down to timing and strength of the batter itself, isn't it now? Harris to Stellenberg again, just working off the hip. But again, another dot ball, so they're 1 for 103. Stellenberg defends.
Very watchful early. This is a good opportunity for Naomi Stellenberg batting at 3, so she'll want to make the most of this opportunity and just get her eye in before she goes for those boundaries.
So just 1 run coming from Grace Harris for that over as we move into the halfway point of this innings. Barsby is being brought back on. So they were sticking with Barsby for a little bit, and then they moved back to Jo Johnson to try and break the partnership. So they've got to go to some other bowlers at some point, don't they?
And I think that this from Kirby Short is just to get Gemma Barsby back in the game. She did go for 15 off the first over she bowled. So with the wicket from Johnson, it should be a bit tighter now, so that's why they brought Barsby into the attack.
That's right, there were the 3 boundaries hit back to back. So there's the 4, the 6 and the 4. And Barsby's bowling really punished her, really. They're just moving that field around too, aren't they? So we've got... Just trying to work it out here. We've got 2 deep on the leg side for Stellenberg. Deep backwards square leg and deep mid wicket. Sort of cow corner region. Everyone up inside the circle. Barsby to Stellenberg, who plays a late cut. Trickles past the fielder at gully. And they make a single. So Stellenberg's off the mark. Nice little comfortable way to do so.
Bit of a stop-started run there. Stellenberg said yes straight away, but Haynes wasn't sure. But in the end, it was comfortable single.
Coming around the wicket to Haynes. She defends. Breakers remain 1 for 105. So she's just 4 runs off 50 here, and I'm just wondering, obviously we've mentioned that Haynes is so experienced and used to being in a scenario like this. There's Barsby around the wicket to Haynes again. Gets a dot ball. But what does it do to your head when the batter opposite you, like Healy, makes 50 and you're so close to it? Are you thinking, oh, I just want to get there too?
I don't think Haynes will be. There are 4 fielders out for her, so I think she'll be singling her way to the 50 unless she does hit the gap. But at this stage of the game, it's more of a 1s and 2s, just because you do have the 4 fielders back.
I have to say too, the glares come up out here. I don't think it was as noticeable before. So that cloud cover is just bringing a glare onto the field. This time Haynes gives herself some room, puts the fielder on the leg side. It's enough for New South Wales to move to 106 with a single. Retains the strike. You thinking we'll see Grace Harris continue from the other end?
Yeah, I would say so. She has come back well after the first over. She bowled at this end. And she is a wicket taker as well and ties up an end, so she will be continuing, I would say. Probably she might even bowl her 10. She did bowl 10 overs the other day as well.
So we're going to do a commentary switch here. With Emma making way for Sam Devlin, our female participation specialist for Cricket New South Wales. Haynes plays it hard along the ground. And takes a single for New South Wales. They're 1 for 107. Welcome, Sam.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I understand this is your first time you've done commentary.
Yes, it is. So quite nervous, but I'm sure I'll be fine.
You'll be fine. Really looking forward to hearing about what you do and how you build the game in New South Wales for young girls and for females.
Yeah, definitely.
So Harris over the wicket to Stellenberg, who defends. What have you made of this game so far? You've been watching behind us.
Yeah, I think New South Wales is in a really good position here. Obviously, they've brought out Naomi, who can continue to score at quite a high rate. And yeah, they've set a really good platform with Healy and Haynes, so I think that we'll look to accelerate once we get to 35 overs or so.
Em and I have been talking about who has the upper hand at the moment. What are you thinking?
Yeah, definitely New South Wales at this point. But cricket's a funny sport, and all it takes is a couple of wickets and the game changes. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Queensland execute their plans for the next little bit.
So if you were Queensland looking at this game so far, where do you think the breakthrough is going to come? Because they've used Sammy Jo Johnson and she got the first wicket and broke that opening partnership. But since then, haven't really been able to do much damage with the ball.
Yeah, I think they'll probably look to bring Jess Jonathan back into the attack. I think with her experience, she'd be likely to snag a wicket. I mean, there was a couple of drop catches while she was bowling. So I think that, they'll bring her back in, and they'll hope that they can get one.
So moving around for the left-hander. And Harris is going to come around the wicket. Got a leg gully in place now with Laura Harris. Grace Harris in. Haynes works through the offside. And at the end of the over, the Breakers are 1 for 109. Haynes just 1 off that 50 now, and Stellenberg on 2. So Emma was speaking about Haynes sort of just having to take it in singles towards her 50 rather than hitting a bunch of sixes like Elisa Healy did. Has that been your observation of her game so far?
Yeah, definitely. I think she's got a very level head, so when she comes to the crease, she knows where the gaps are and she'll look to play that. But then again, if the ball's there to hit, she's definitely not one to shy away from that opportunity as well.
How much do you think her season with the Women's Big Bash will be playing on her mind, given it was a little bit leaner than she may have liked? She obviously still had a really big part in terms of her experience in leading the side, but what do you think? Do you think that'll be playing on her mind?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I know that Rach works really hard, so in training and any opportunity that she gets, she'll always do what she can. I mean, she didn't have a terrible season against the recent tour against Sri Lanka either. So coming off the back of that, I think she'll have a little bit of confidence. I mean, everyone always wants to do a little bit better, especially when it comes to the Big Bash. But I'm sure this effort here, she'll be right back into it.
It's incredible too what... Oh, there we go. Rachel Haynes makes her 50 from 89 balls. Built a brilliant opening partnership with Elisa Healy to start this match for the Breakers. And it has taken her a while to get her iron, but she's got there. She's toiled, done the hard yards, run a lot of singles.
Yeah, definitely. She's one that will always end up catching up to her strike rate anyway. I don't think she'll get bogged down too much.
So Barsby over the wicket now to Stalenberg, who plays it to point. It's always confusing when you look up and you see the square leg umpire on the offside.
Yes, definitely.
Obviously switching for Haynes and Stalenberg isn't an option in between each ball.
Yeah, I think with the spinner it's just not quite enough time to be able to run across the other side.
So a little drop and run from Stalenberg. New South Wales moved to 1 for 111 with that single.
I think that's what Naomi will look to do to start her innings. We'll just knock the ball around a little bit, and then they're similar to Rach. As soon as there's that bad ball, she'll definitely try and put it to the fence.
Barsby from the Rayley Moore end around the wicket. Haynes comes down the track, lofted shot. Misfield from Sammy Jo Johnson, but she cleans it up. Oh, direct hit on the stumps. Too bad Rachel Haynes is back. What a good arm.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always, the coaches always say never run on a misfield because things like that can happen. So very safe by New South Wales there.
Stalenberg on 3. Just waiting for Barsby to set her field. So they've pushed mid on down to long on. As Barsby comes in, Stalenberg plays down the ground to mid off, but can't take her on, and that's the end of the over. The Breakers are 1 for 112. Well, we know that Haynes and Healy took a little while to get their eye in and just work out what the wicket was doing, because it was playing low, then there was a little bit of swing. It's been a little bit unpredictable so far and hard to get runs off, so no wonder Stalenberg's taking a little while.
Yeah, definitely. Hurstville Oval always is a little bit challenging to start, but yeah, once you get your eye in, you can always go for that big score, so it'll be interesting to see how these two carry on here.
So Delisa Kimmets is going to get another go here from the Bill O'Reilly end. They're just moving the field around for Rachel Haynes. Kimmets to Haynes. Working through the covers. Finds a single. I was going to say before, it's remarkable how Rachel Haynes has been able to refresh her career as someone who played for Australia and then looked like she might not get back in ever again. And to come back as captain when Meg Lanning got injured, and now vice captain and made 100 last year. Keep forgetting her in the new year. In 2019 against Sri Lanka. Stalenberg hits her first 4 today, finds the rope. And the Breakers move to 1 for 117.
Yeah, Rach is a little bit like a fine wine, you'd say. She just keeps getting better with age. Yeah, she's been incredible for what she can do since coming back into the fold. So hopefully she just keeps going and can continue some good form into the World Cup even.
Kimmins to Stellenberg, picks out the fielder, Kirby Short at extra cover. It's a fielding position you often see the captain occupy, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You don't have to do as much running there.
And as captain, you get to choose.
Yeah.
Stellenberg waits on Kimmins. Beaten. Good ball.
It's interesting to see the field that they've set for Naomi in comparison to Rachel. So they did have cover out for Rach. They've brought her up, obviously, just to build that pressure on the new batter.
Stellenberg straight to Jess Jonathan at backwards point. Can't pierce the field.
Even here now, you can see Dillison putting all 5 fielders back. That's in the hope that Naomi will just nudge a single and then they can keep her on strike for the next over.
This is great analysis of the tactics, Sam.
There you go.
And you've predicted exactly what's happened too. So it's great to have your insights. And there's another direct hit, of course, a New South Wales player behind. It's funny how those ones come when they don't count.
Yeah, exactly.
So at the end of the 28th over, the Breakers are 118 for 1. Stellenberg on 8 and Haynes on 52. This partnership's built to 17 runs so far. And Gemma Barsby, it looks like she's going to continue from the Raylene Moorland with some spin. So this is going to be, oh, there's the bowlers list up on the scoreboard. Just having a little scroll through.
Yeah, she's come back really well, Barsby, after that first over. Obviously, Alyssa was going and going hard at her, but yeah, the last 2 have only gone for another 6 runs, so she's brought it right back.
That chirp's come back for the Queenslanders. That was missing for a good 5 overs, I reckon. Been really lively in the field up until about 5 overs ago, and then it was a bit dead quiet. So it's always good to have that going just to keep people's mind ticking over.
Yeah, that's when you know
tries to work off the hip.
That's when you know you're on top, is when the fielding team is being really quiet. Because obviously their heads are down. They can't get a wicket. They're trying to think of how they're going to get that breakthrough. It's just not coming.
Over the wicket, Barsby to Stellenberg. And it's another dot ball. This has been a much better over from Gemma Barsby.
Yeah, this is the sort of pressure they want to build on the new batter coming in. And I'm sure that Naomi will work through this hard time and then continue on her innings.
Stellenberg, currently on 8, waits on Barsby, works out off the hip past backward square leg, rotates the strike and brings Rachel Haynes back on to face Gemma Barsby. So do you think New South Wales will be happy with the scoring rate at the moment, or would they like to quicken it up a little?
I think they're probably okay. I think if you're scoring around that 4 and over mark for about 30 overs, which we're nearly at, you're happy with, because that's a good platform, especially when you've got 9 wickets. And they've definitely got the firepower with Ash Gardner to come, who can definitely lift that rate. So I wouldn't be too worried about it.
We're also almost 5 overs into past the halfway point. What do you think a total for the Breakers looks like at this stage?
I think if they keep wickets in hand, you'd be looking at a score of, 220, 230. And anything above that is definitely competitive, especially the way that the pitch is playing currently. But with the firepower that New South Wales have, you'd probably even look at 240 or so.
Okay. Kimmins in to Haynes. Straight up into the air. There's a chance of a catch for Kirby Short, and she takes her second. 2 catches from the captain today to dismiss the openers. And Rachel Haynes departs for 53, a key breakthrough for the Queensland Fire.
Yeah, I think Rachel will be disappointed in that. Obviously, just the ball got on her a little bit quicker, and then she hit it a lot higher than she wanted to hit it far. But a very good innings from her anyway, to set a good platform for the rest of the New South Wales team.
With that shot, do you think she was trying to play over the top of the fielders?
Yeah, I think so. She got herself into a good position, but then just sort of mishit it, really.
I don't think there's much wind up there today too, so it's probably just come up and come straight back down.
Yeah, definitely. Those ones are always challenging to catch, and Kirby Short definitely did a good job at running back and getting into a good position to get there.
So Kimmins gets a second breakthrough for Queensland, and now we see Talia Wilson come out with Stalenberg. So you mentioned before that Stalenberg is probably brought in because she's got that power hitting ability, a bit like Healy. And New South Wales have continued to stick with the power hitter and the more steadier player in Wilson coming out now.
Yeah, definitely. I think given that we sort of lost 2 wickets within the space of 20 runs or so, they just want to, rebuild a partnership just to make it to, like I said, probably about that 35 over mark before they really start to accelerate.
Kimmins in to Stalenberg. Straight to cover. Georgia Presswidge got a big smile on her face. Stalenberg, bat in the air, waiting on Kimmins, gets a hand to it. Wilson knows she has to run. Nice work between the wickets there by New South Wales. They're 2 for 121.
So you think Talia would feel quite comfortable coming in with the score at what it is and the position that the team's currently in, and especially playing here at Hurstville, her home ground for her St George Slayers. So she should be well and truly equipped to bat on this surface.
Facing her first ball today. Waits on Kimmins. Good dot ball to start. So what's happening with the field here?
So we've just put cover out and brought mid on back up. That's probably again just to try and get that single in the last couple of balls of the over so they can keep that new batter on strike.
Also got a deep fine leg. Good start from Kimmins. Wilson facing up for the first time, and a good start from Wilson too. 2 drop balls just to get her eye and see what the wicket's doing.
Yeah, definitely. You don't need anything silly just after you lose a wicket, so you want to just try and start to build again.
I think many of us fans that watch the women's game too get really excited when we see, what they're able to do in the Women's Big Bash. This is just a replay of the Haynes wicket. Diving catch by the captain, Kirby Short. But then when we revert back to this one-day format, it's always sometimes easy to forget that this is a different game and that it's probably more about treasuring the wicket than it is about, smashing balls around the park.
Yeah, definitely. 50 overs is a long time compared to the 20 overs and power plays and things like that. So you've got a lot of time to be able to build an innings.
Chance of a catch and taken. Brilliant work by the skipper. She's got 3 catches, had a hand in all 3 wickets so far, and Stalenberg departs for 10. The Breakers lose their 3rd wicket. They're 3 for 121.
That was a fantastic catch by Kirby there. I think she's putting herself in the positions where the ball's going to go.
Barsby picks up a wicket. So she dropped Elisa Healy early on in the innings and has made up for that with 3 brilliant catches, leading by example in the field for the Queensland Fire.
Like I said, a couple of wickets can change the game. I'd say it's probably fairly evenly poised now that those two batters are back in the sheds. In saying that, though, Ashley Gardner comes to the crease now, so anything could happen.
But again, we've got that partnership happening between big hitter and slow builder, haven't we? With Gardner coming out, known for hitting sixes, known for being a big power hitter.
Yeah, definitely. I think that'll be Talia's job, is just to knock around the ones and twos, and Ash will come out and try and find the boundary when she can.
Should mention too, this is the first season that Dom Thornley's been coaching, not captaining, coaching the New South Wales Breakers, taking over from Joe Broadbent. And I have to say, I mean, obviously this is only the third game that New South Wales has played in this summer. As Barsby comes back in to Gardner, facing her first ball, starts with dot ball. But so far it looks pretty good. I mean, he's got some great players here to work with, but I think it really helps when you pick a head coach that's already been a part of the coaching setup beforehand.
Yeah, definitely. Dom will obviously know a lot of the girls and their strengths and their weaknesses. But it is a new-look New South Wales team this year, so there's a lot of young faces that have come through, and obviously we lost a few players as well. So Dom's done a really good job at bringing all the girls together and really building that culture.
Obviously passionate about New South Wales, being a former captain himself. Barsby over the wicket to Gardner. And she's going to pick up 4 runs to start the day. What a way to get off the mark. Wilson at the other end still trying to get off the mark. And Ash Gardner shows her how.
Yeah, a great shot there by Ash, straight through the gap. And that helps, relieve some of the pressure as well.
2 balls to come for Gemma Barsby. Here's the replay. Back in over the wicket. Beats Gardner through the offside.
It's always a good comeback ball once you've been hit for a boundary, a dot.
Final ball of the 31st over. Barsby from the railing wall end into Gardner, who defends. New South Wales finished the 31st over 3 for 125, and Gardner's off the mark with 4. Wilson still yet to score. Here's the fantastic catch from Kirby Short. I had to take a double look at that because I just couldn't believe she'd taken a 3rd catch, and such a good one too. And it was in a position we're not really used to seeing her take. We were talking about her being comfortable at extra cover.
Yeah, she's a fantastic fielder and obviously can field wherever she needs to. And just puts herself in those positions that are hot spots.
So Kimmets with a wicket up her sleeve, 1 for 25, comes in for her 7th over. Wilson tries to cut early and finds the fielder, so she has to stay put.
Although she hasn't scored a run yet, she does look quite comfortable at the crease, and runs will come.
Kimmets to Wilson, who finds the skipper at extra cover, resumed her usual spot. New South Wales remain 3 for 125. So Wilson started the WNCL summer with a 95 not out player of the match performance.
Yeah, she got New South Wales over the line in that game, which was fantastic for her. Obviously was given the opportunity to open the batting as well in that innings with the Australian players out.
With Lisa Griffith, yes. So 11 fours hit there. And she moved to the Thunder for the WBBL this season. Cuts late. Finds Jess Jonathan at gully.
Yeah, she had a relatively good WBBL season as well. She sort of came into the fold halfway through the season, and I think she scored a 40-odd on her Sydney Thunder debut, and then was able to play down in Wollongong in front of her home crowd as well, which would have been great for her.
Yeah, her high score was 47 not out for the Thunder this season. She's been playing in the under-19s Australian squad and for Australia A2.
Yeah, she'd be very busy with cricket.
Yeah. It's funny because you think about this New South Wales fixtures, or the WNCL in a way, being broken up with the first round played way back in September. As Kimmets comes into Wilson, this time the late cut works. trickles out towards the field behind the keeper. And Wilson with some good hard running makes 2 for New South Wales. They're 3 for 127. But they do play a lot of cricket when they're obviously not in their representative colours. So they still try to remain involved, whether it be with their first grade team in Premier Cricket or somewhere else. I know that Kimmins to Talia Wilson, who just beats her this time, but it does remain a dot ball. So 3 for 127 at the end of the 32nd over. I know Lisa Griffith went to New Zealand to play with the Otago team, and I think Amanda Jade Wellington was there with her too. So
Yeah, Hannah Darlington was over there as well.
there you go. So they've got to keep playing cricket somewhere, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And there's plenty of opportunities for girls these days, which is fantastic to see.
So just 2 runs off that last over from Kimmins. Kimmins and Barsby building a really nice bowling partnership together here as she continues from the Raylin Wall end. Because we often talk about batting partnerships, but it's just as important to build a great bowling partnership too, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, definitely. The pressure that you can build in the middle overs of a 50-over game are really, really important. If you can slow that run rate down to, well, as they have, beneath 4 in the middle, it makes it more challenging for the batting team. And then, yeah, they'll have to go harder at the ball and then obviously create more opportunities for wickets.
Barsby to Gardner, who plays flat and hard to Kirby Short at mid-on, just fixing the ground where she just made a big divot with her knee. Gardner waits on Barsby. Bat in the air. Oh.
Missed everything.
I was going to say, was that bias or did it make contact with a little inside edge? Either way, the Queensland fielders have cleaned it up. It's not gone for 4. Another direct hit when it's not needed. And so the Breakers move to... What did they run there? 3 for 130.
And they did signal bias, so yeah, just did a lot, turned and missed everything.
That's the thing. We've seen a little bit of turn and swing in this wicket, but it's just been random. It's not been a consistent thing, which makes it hard for the batters to work out what's going to happen. And to be fair, also the bowlers, because you don't really know what conditions you're working with each ball.
Yeah, exactly. It also makes it hard to set a field as well, because if it's going to be hooping around, you know, you want to try and set it a bit of a defensive field, but if it's not doing much at all, you can be a bit more attacking. So
Wilson on strike, plays it back down the pitch to Gemma Barsby. And that's the end of the over. A very quick one, obviously, with the spinner. No break in between each ball. The Breakers have reached 130 with 3 wickets down. So Haynes and Healy both went after making it into the 50s. That opening partnership, a very strong one. 101 runs before Queensland got their first breakthrough. And then we saw Stellenberg out pretty cheaply. So would you still say New South Wales have the upper hand here?
I think it's probably pretty evenly poised, and yeah, with Jonathan coming back into the attack, you'd think that Queensland will look to take a couple more wickets here. And if they can do that, it would definitely flow back into their favour. But I still think that New South Wales have set a good platform that they can definitely build on.
Quick work being done by Holly Furling with the drinks. She's incredibly quick. It's a shame, really, because she was, you know, almost guaranteed an Australian spot for a long time there, and then with injuries and whatnot, hasn't been able to find her way back into the team, but is stuck with Queensland.
Yeah.
Jess Jonathan continues.
Yeah, she was definitely in the fold for a while there, and that's just what happens with injuries, unfortunately. When you're out of the game, someone else performs, and then with the competitive nature that is women's cricket now, yeah, it takes a while to get back in.
Gardner facing up to Jess Jonathan from the Bill O'Reilly end. Plays a flat bat straight back to the bowler, and the Breakers remain 3 for 130. But you can always tell it's Holly Furling because she's got the ribbons in her hair.
Yes, and she's always smiling.
Yes. Jonathan to Gardner. Whipped off the hip to mid-wicket. Nice fielding there.
So I think Ash has just got to be patient here. She's definitely still got plenty of time to score a lot of runs, but as soon as she gets a little bit bogged down, she often tries to just hit straight over the top.
Jonathan head down, knows that one's cost her a single. But to be fair, a single's not bad in this term of the game.
Yes, singles are good at the moment for Queensland. If they can keep it to, even if it's just 6 singles and over, I would suggest that they're on top.
Well, we saw in their last meeting, which was the final last season for the WNCL 2018-19 campaign, that New South Wales got the better of Queensland. But since then, I think Queensland have definitely... Wilson plays it straight back to Jonathan, and she gives her a bit of a warning, throwing it to the keeper. They're 3 for 131 at the end of that over, the Breakers. I think like Queensland have really probably got the upper hand over the New South Wales team since then. When you think of the Thunder and the Sixers, and Brisbane certainly were able to go up over the Sixers multiple times throughout the summer.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's where Queensland are lucky in the sense that a lot of the girls play as Brisbane Heat together, and then they play as Queensland Fire as well. I think it was only 3 of their players that come back into the fold for Queensland. And yeah, I mean, they've gone back to back in the WBBL, and they've always been quite competitive in the WNCL. So as a core group, I think that they're definitely a competitor.
I don't think they've ever actually won the WNCL though, because New South Wales have won 20 titles since the Ruth Preddy Cup started, and Victoria have won twice, and South Australia have won 1. So I don't think Queensland have actually ever won, despite being so competitive. Over the wicket now is Presswidge, who's back into the attack from the Raylene Woollands, which is surprising considering how competitive they've been over the years.
Yeah, definitely. I know that they've been in finals, and New South Wales have obviously got the better of them. But yeah, you'd think that the amount of passion and competitiveness that they've had in the WBBL, you'd think that it would flow through to the WNCL.
Maybe that just shows how strong New South Wales has been for such a long time as well. You know, even if you get into the final, they've been so dominant that, you know, they've not really stood a chance, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Presswidge over the wicket to Wilson, and the wicket falls. Queensland with a breakthrough through Presswidge. Wilson has to go for 2, and the Breakers are 4 for 132.
Probably a bit of frustration there from Talia, not being able to score as quickly as she would have liked. Played at 1 away from her body that she didn't really need to swing at, and unfortunately just got the edge.
Good keeping. Good work from Queensland too, because here's a little replay there. For a while there, New South Wales definitely had the upper hand with that opening partnership, and the sixes hit by Healy and a few fours here and there from Healy and Haynes together. Oh, still time for a little high five from Wilson to a Thunder fan. That's lovely. But Queensland with these wickets here and keeping tight in the field, going back to the way they were playing right at the beginning of this match, limiting what New South Wales can do. They're starting to sort of swing the momentum.
Yeah, definitely. And it's this time that sort of usually happens. If New South Wales had kept a few more wickets up their sleeve, you'd say that they would be on top. But losing 3 relatively quickly, I think it's sort of swayed back into Queensland's favour. 2 new batters at the crease. Not a lot of time to get your eye in, so it'll be interesting to see how the last few overs play out.
And I would argue that makes it a lot more exciting. I mean, we've spoken about how dominant New South Wales have been over the years, and everyone wants their team to win. But when it's a close competition, that gets everyone involved then across the states.
Yeah,
facing her first ball is Litchfield. Such a young player, just 16 years old. Made headlines in the Women's Big Bash for the Thunder this year and had some brilliant partnerships with Alex Blackwell, who I'm sorry to say has left us in cricket in terms of playing anyway. Obviously she'll still be on the Cricket New South Wales board and has been doing some commentary over the summer. Presswidge into Litchfield. Works it behind the umpire. and runs 2 to get off the mark, just facing her second ball.
I think that's a benefit of having a left-hander come in now too, is that the bowlers have to work on their lines. So obviously that was just straight on her legs, and she was able to easily flick that through the leg side, whereas if it was a right-hand batter, that's probably at the top of off.
Prestwidge from the Rayleigh Mall end into Litchfield, who defends. I think what's so pleasing about Phoebe Litchfield too is the confidence that she brings to the crease. For such a young player, she doesn't seem to be faced at all by the experienced players that she has to face up to, and the, you know, the pressures of the moment. I mean, playing Women's Big Bash in front of packed out crowds and, you know, on TV for the first time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was all that clip of her, you know, ramping in her debut, and just little things like that. Like she was player of the match in her second innings for the Thunder. So, yeah, she may be young, but she's definitely got the talent.
There was a Cricket New South Wales video actually that went viral of her in the nets because she's so technically sound, and often in T20 and in the modern game you see players inventing shots. Here's a lovely one there, Phoebe Litchfield, and makes a single for New South Wales at the end of the over there. 4 for 136. Litchfield now on 3 and Gardner on 6. But she just is very technically sound and plays as every batting coach would love their pupils to play.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I don't know why, but I always think that batters that are left-handed just look better than the right-handers as well.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Are you left-handed yourself?
Nope.
Okay. How interesting.
Yeah, so, you know, I love watching the likes of like an Usman Khawaja, Phoebe Litchfield. It just looks nicer, I feel.
There you go. Not sure what that announcement was.
I think it was the batting power play. So I believe for the next 5 overs, they can only have 3 out as opposed to the 4.
Good pick up, Sam. Jonathan into Litchfield, left-hander to left-hander with this matchup. Facing spin early is Litchfield. That's the hard thing about coming in towards the middle too. I mean, obviously, in a way, it's helpful that you don't have to face the quicks that maybe start the innings. But with a player like Jess Jonathan, oh, Litchfield, no worries at all, straight over the heads of the fielders. Eager to run 2. Gardner says no, stay put. Makes a single for New South Wales. They move to 4 for 137. I was just going to say sometimes it can be hard just to face spin that quickly when you're not sure what the wicket's doing, but she's not faced at all.
Yeah, I suppose that's the confidence of her. But you're definitely right. I mean, coming in the middle overs, having a quick come on, but the ball's coming onto the bat, and it's easy just to score runs, just to put it into a gap, whereas you've got to do a lot more work when the spinner's on.
Gardner just having a chat with the umpires.
Yeah, it's because they've got too many players out. So they just announced that it was the power play, and they had the 4 back, which is regulation, but because it's the power play, they can't.
That's smart work from Gardner, isn't it?
Yes, very. It'd be interesting to see if she tries to hit it over that fielder now.
We watch in anticipation. Jess Jonathan into Gardner. Plays straight to the wicket instead. Through the mid-on region. Could have been cheeky if she'd played up over the top there. I like that prediction from you.
It's interesting to see that when Phoebe's on strike that they are only putting the 2 back even, not the 3rd.
Jonathan into Litchfield. Works it off her toes. Ooh, almost cops a ball to the head there. Got in the way of Beth Mooney. And at the end of the over, Litchfield remains on 4, Gardner on 7, and the Breakers are 4 for 138. So what do you think the tactics are behind that? Just have 2 out for Litchfield and then a 3rd out for Gardner.
I think it's more just because Phoebe's the new batter in. Try and build as much pressure as they can, keep her on strike for as long as they can. And they know obviously the damage that Ash can do if she does get a hold of it, so just trying to protect the boundary where possible.
So Prestwidge is being given the ball by Kirby Short. She's going to come in from the Raylene Wool ends. Bowled from both sides of this ground already today. This is Gardner, waits, bat in the air. Plays it into the pitch.
She's not happy with herself for that shot.
I think this wicket is just playing so low that it's really hard to score any runs off, you know, with your orthodox shots.
Yeah, it seems to be. And that's why they always say you can never judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it.
Prestwidge over the wicket. Gardner working through the covers. Easy single. New South Wales 4 for 139. What will the change be for Litchfield now? So I can only see one player outside the rim now. Down at 3rd man. Deep third man. Oh, there you go. Grace Harris.
Goes it out.
Heading out at deep square leg. Oh, and another one. So they changed their minds. A deep cover, more of a point, I think that is out there. Prestwidge round the wicket to Litchfield, who knows she's hit it straight to the fielder at backwards point. Shakes her head. Bit of Lisa Healy-like, self-critiquing herself. Silly shot. It must be hard to keep track of where you can actually find a patch of grass to score some runs with, though, with all these fielding changes between each ball and each batter.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's even just a case of trying to get into the batter's head. As a captain, you could just say, I'll just move a couple steps that way or move in a little bit, and it doesn't really affect the game much, but because of those changes, the batter's thinking, oh, what's going on?
Constantly thinking, yeah.
So.
That was a wide from Prestwidge. So with that, the Breakers move to 140. They've lost 4 wickets so far. Healy and Haynes going not long after they reach their 50s. Stalenberg the 3rd wicket. Litchfield plays it hard. And to mid-off. Yeah, Kirby Short is waiting. Had a hand to plenty of ball in the field so far today.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great shot by Phoebe, though. Nice and confident. She just needs to hit it 2 or 3 metres either side of her, and that's probably 4 runs.
Guides it down. Backwards a third man there. Fielder on the rope has to come up to get the ball. 1 run. Breakers are 4 for 141. Litchfield now on 5.
That's a really smart shot from Phoebe there. You could see that she was shaking her head a little bit, getting a little bit frustrated, so she just gets the one, gets off strike, has a breather at the other end. Prestwidge
back into Gardner. Beats extra cover, heading towards the rope. It'll be 4 for Ash Gardner. The hard hitter moves to 12 from 19 deliveries.
There wasn't much of a gap there, but Ash just seemed to find it.
So there's going to be drinks on the field. Maddie Dark's just bringing out some drinks. In line to make her debut for New South Wales at some point, maybe this summer. And Holly Furling just walking on this time with the drinks. No run on and off with the sprint.
Looks like she's got some sort of food on that plate as well. You'd hope it's watermelon or orange or something.
About lunchtime, isn't it? Almost 12:30. So Healy out for 53. Haynes also out for 53. Stellenberg departing for 10. Then Wilson 2. And Gardner currently in on 12 with Litchfield on 5.
Queensland have done a really good job at bringing New South Wales back there. Obviously, the 3 wickets sort of came quite quickly. You could even say all 4 sort of came quite quickly. So they've done well in that hour of play. It'll just be interesting to see how they keep on top of the New South Wales girls now.
What do you make out of the turnout we've got here at Hurstville Oval?
I'm actually quite impressed, to be honest. Seeing this many people out here to support the WNCL, I suppose it's probably just a flow-on effect from the WBBL. A lot of the players are obviously here playing again. You can see out there that there's some Sixers shirts, a couple of Thunder ones as well. I even saw a Heat one floating around. So it's really great to see a lot of families, a lot of young kids.
I was speaking with them before that some people are probably still on holidays. It's still school holidays until the end of January here, so
Yeah,
probably makes sense to just wander down with your children, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. How else would you want to spend your Thursday?
Oh, what day is it?
Yeah.
You would have fooled me too if you just said Tuesday, not corrected yourself. I wouldn't have known. It is that time of year though where nobody really knows the day. They just know, okay, this day I have to be at this point, but
Yeah, it's that after Christmas, start of the year, everything feels the same.
I think what's great about Hurstville Oval too is it's one of those old boutique grounds, so you can bring down your own chair, you can bring a picnic if you really want. Probably not as far as bring your dog, because I know that some grounds around Australia where the Women's Big Bash is played, you can still do that.
Yeah.
Probably not here, but there's plenty of grass here if your kids want to have a little hit themselves, some backyard cricket on the side. There's a football being thrown around. Some babies in prams. I can smell a sausage sizzle happening too, which is making me hungry. No Mr. Whippy van today though. Sometimes you do see that at Hurstville Oval. So after 37 overs, the Breakers sit 4 for 1, 45. Litchfield on 5 and Gardner on 12. Litchfield's going to face the first ball from Grace Harris after the drinks break. She's been pretty good so far, none from 18 for her 5 overs.
Yeah, quite consistent. Just bowling really good lines and lengths and making it hard for the batters to get her away.
Coming round the wicket to Litchfield. Little drop and run. New South Wales had a single after the drinks break pretty quickly. So field changing again here for Gardner. Deep square leg. Deep mid wicket. Player being brought off from the offside into the inner rim. And a long on. Instead, Gardner plays backwards a point. Even though it's a slow outfield, the Breakers have run 2. Edging towards that 150 now with 148. What did you make of Gardner's summer in the Women's Big Bash?
I think that we expect a lot from Ash, given her potential in some of the innings that she has played. I think she still averaged over 20 with the bat and about 20 with the ball as well. So as an all-rounder, I think you'd be quite happy with that. But knowing Ash, she'd probably be a little bit disappointed in herself. She didn't really have a big innings where she went on with it like she has previously. But still pretty consistent. So I think you can't be too hard. T20 is an interesting game. So
that is true. There's a dot ball here for Grace Harris. So her high score for the Women's Big Bash Sixers this summer was 54. A total of 275 runs, and you're right, an average of 21.5.
Yeah.
11 wickets. Second best for the Sixers, though, just behind Marizanne Kapp. So I think, too, what she maybe lacks with the bat in some seasons, she'll make up for with the ball. And a player like Ash Gardner, who's such a big hitter, I guess you sort of just take the rocks and diamonds, don't you? Because you know that sometimes it will come off and sometimes she'll make that 100.
Yeah, exactly
You know,
right.
where she hits 10 sixes at North Sydney Oval. So it's worth having her in your camp, no matter what she can do on the day. Litchfield hits over the top of the fielders. You get a run 2.
Yeah, you can see that Phoebe's trying to hit over the field as opposed to through it. like we've noticed, they're setting a real ring to her, so it is hard to get through the gap. So she's just trying to go over the top.
So 4 for 151. Litchfield currently on 8 and Gardner on 15. Heading into the 38th over. So really, this innings has been a slow one, but it's gone quite quickly in the scheme of things, with a few wickets falling here and there for the viewers at home. What have you made of the momentum of the innings as it's gone on?
Yeah, I think it sort of has ebbed and flowed a little bit. I do think it is sort of in Queensland favour at the moment. If these two can still continue to build a little bit, it will flow back into New South Wales, but I still think they probably are aiming for about that 220 mark with 12 overs to go.
Well, they've used 4 bowlers in the last 4 overs, different each time. Just Jonathan for the 36th, Presswidge for the 37th, and Grace Harris last one. And now we're seeing Sammy Jo Johnson from the Raylene Moorland, so they're freshening it up, keeping it different for the batters each time. This time, Jo Johnson beats Gardner.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting play by Kirby Short. Obviously, just don't let the batters settle into routine with the bowler and their paces and all that sort of thing. So if they can keep mixing it up, it does make it more challenging for the batter to get settled.
Gardner taps her bat. Waits on Jo Johnson coming in from the Raylene Moorland. Again, beaten. So Jo Johnson just playing some mind games with Ash Gardner here.
Yeah, it's probably one that Ash didn't really need to play at. A little bit wider, just a little bit frustrated with her previous shot, so she just wanted to get one away. And that's when a wicket could potentially come.
Interesting too that Mooney's so far behind, up behind the stump, so close without a helmet. So Jo Johnson can bowl pretty quickly. She's just keen to put some pressure on Ash Gardner at this stage. This time she connects with the bat, reaches Ash Gardner in front of point. Sorry, Grace Harris. Gardner reaches Harris in front of point, takes a single.
Interestingly, they had just put Grace back there. They had her up in the ring for the ball before, where Ash swung and missed at, and then they put her back and they just get the single.
Lucky in a way, because that was hit hard enough that it could have gone for 4.
Yeah, definitely.
Halfway through the over, again, Grace Harris asked to head back to that area, even though we've had a change of batters with Litchfield back on strike. Johnson hard in over the wicket to Litchfield. Little leading edge along the ground.
There's a little bit of movement with that ball as well, through the air.
Feels like it's definitely got a little bit hotter since we started our commentary for the New South Wales innings. And we know that it started at 21 degrees today, but it is going to reach 25, and that humidity is going to continue to linger. Johnson over the wicket. New South Wales had to run really hard then. Some good fielding from the Queensland Fire, putting pressure on the batters.
It was a great pick-up and quick release as well, so that does add pressure onto the girls, but they ran hard and got through, so no damage done.
And at this stage of the game, you probably got to take risks like that, given the score is with the run rates under 4 and over. Jo Johnson into Gardner, whips it into the air, it bounces in front of the fielder. The deep mid wicket, New South Wales make 1, and at the end of the over they're 4 for 153. Gardner on 17, sorry 154, I went too early, and Litchfield on 9.
Yeah, just back on the singles, I think it's good that if they keep rotating the strike, given that it is the left-hand, right-hand partnership, because that also frustrates the Queenslanders because they've got to change their field every ball. So different fielders coming in, different fielders going out, and they will get tired, especially with this heat that's coming through. So it'll be interesting to see how much longer they just keep dabbing those ones.
Mooney's got the helmet back on, which is interesting because we've got off-spin happening. So doesn't want to wear the helmet for pace, but happy to wear it for off-spin. I suppose she is in really close here now where batters are. Gardner takes an easy single, just working into the leg side. Coming around the wicket to Litchfield now. Harris beats Litchfield straight through to Mooney.
You can see she just tried to glide that one, played with the spin and just sort of dab it down through that vacant sort of first slip area.
Harris to Litchfield. Cuts. Oh, beats the fielder. Backwards point, sorry.
The left hand, right hand will get you.
Yes, always. Just as it is the Queensland field at the moment, having to move all the time. So Ash Gardner's back on strike. Currently at 18. And this field coming in and out each time they cross over. Harris to Gardner. Fielded by Sammy Jo Johnson at extra cover.
Yeah, this is becoming a nice little partnership for New South Wales, just what they needed at this time. 25 runs. Probably come quite quickly as well, so they've done well here.
Harris to Litchfield, goes to sweep. There's a shout for LB. The umpire shakes his head, says no way, girls.
As Phoebe kicks the ground as well, so she's quite frustrated with that.
So I think most of their runs have come from just rotating the strike, really. Just trying to find a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, we haven't
in
seen
the
too
field.
many big hits as yet. But yeah, they're doing things like that really well.
So after 40 overs, the Breakers are 4 for 158. That partnership has reached 26, Gardner on 19 and Litchfield on 11. So we spoke earlier about what a pass score might be for this wicket for the Breakers, and you were talking about 220 to 230. Do you think they can do that with the 10 overs left?
Yeah, I think it's still quite possible. That's only at 6 and over, so they just got to up the run rate a little bit. And now that they've still got six wickets in hand, I think they'd still probably be aiming for something around that mark. They probably wouldn't be happy with anything less than that, especially with the batting depth that Queensland do have. They'd know that they need to get that run rate up as high as they can.
Litchfield facing up to Jo Johnson. Right arm over the wicket, whips it into the air, it beats the fielders. It'll reach the rope for 4.
I think her heart might have been in her mouth just for a little bit there, but safely got over the fielder. 4 runs.
I think is it Presswich? Might have been a little bit taller. No, way over her head. You just never know though with these conditions whether the ball's going to drop or continue on. There's a slight breeze here, but I'm not sure that would have helped much.
As we see Sammy Jo now come around the wicket to the left-hander.
And they're moving that deep square leg fielder into more of a mid-wicket region. On the rope, it's Grace Harris just having a chat to Holly Furling out there. Always talking, Grace Harris. She's great on the commentary mic. Jo Johnson to Litchfield. Picks out Josie Dooley in the field. And so she'll have to stay put on 15. The Breakers 4 for 162. So that was a good comeback from the ball before, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. You could see that the ball before she was probably a bit more on her legs, and now she's come around the wicket aiming for that sort of probably 4th stump line.
Jo Johnson from the Raylene Wall ends. Litchfield slashes at the ball but can't connect. Straight through to Beth Mooney. We talked about the confidence of Phoebe Litchfield and how she wasn't put off by facing such experienced players. However, what we can see is that she is getting frustrated out there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think she really needs to be. She's 15 off 22, which isn't slow in the scheme of things.
Up into the air this time. Out on the offside, she hits another 4. So 2 4s in this over off Sammy Jo Johnson. And Phoebe Litchfield's doing really well out there. She's now at 19.
And see, that sort of thing will come, which is why Phoebe doesn't need to get frustrated if there is a couple of dot balls in a row.
Certainly 19 off 23, you'd take that at this stage, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
4 for 166, the Breakers sit as Johnson runs in again. How does she respond to this 4? Round the wicket to Litchfield, who works into the leg side this time. There's a catch dropped. That one's got to hurt.
Yeah, Queensland will be frustrated by that.
Georgia Redmayne, who's been really good in the field today. Looks like she might have hurt her hand. She has a little look down at it there.
She's usually got the gloves on. So.
That's right, as a wicketkeeper. Normally a little bit more padding there to help out.
Exactly.
Probably would have helped with the catch too, to be fair. Jo Johnson, round the wicket to Litchfield again. Playing through the offside. Finds Josie Dooley in the field. Has to stay put, so she remains on 19. The Breakers 4 for 166 after 41 overs. That was a chance for Queensland that they've just missed.
Yeah, definitely. If they had got a wicket there, pressure's right back on New South Wales to have a new batter at the crease in the last 10 overs. But to keep Phoebe there, who has been scoring quite quickly, New South Wales will be happy with that, and Phoebe's just now got to build on that. You know, you get a life, you want to try and take it.
So Queensland all up have dropped 4 catches this innings. Apart from that, I'd have to say they've been really good in the field. Sam, what about you?
Yeah, I think their ground fielding has been excellent. Anything that's within a couple of metres of each fielder, they've all got down and sort of stopped that ball getting through the ring. But yeah, disappointingly, and they'd be frustrated with their efforts in the high ball.
Grace Harris from the Bill O'Reilly end into Gardner, who's just split the fielders and found the rope for 4. Getting comfortable out there now is Gardner.
Yeah, that's a great shot by Ash. Got in a really good position. Found the gap quite easily.
She takes the Breakers to 4 for 170. Here's the replay. And Harris just coming over the wicket to Gardner there.
As you can see, they've now put mid-off straight back, trying to protect those boundaries.
Working into the other side of the ground now. Litchfield was eager to keep running then.
Yeah, it seems like she's got a lot of energy out there. She wants to burn it.
Oh, just saw a bit of lightning out amongst the clouds.
Hopefully the umpires didn't see that, otherwise they would have come off.
You can sort of hear a bit of a rumble around. So there was a 20% chance of rain when we rocked up here today at Hurstville Oval, and that then went down to 10%. So we're hoping the rain does stay away, and certainly any lightning or thunder as well. Given we're only just over 8 overs off finishing an innings as well, that'd be helpful. If we can just play out the game today. Litchfield guides it. Back behind the keeper. Good fielding from Laura Harris. There's a mix-up, but Litchfield makes the ground back. And a little scare for New South Wales. I think she just gave herself a little clap then.
Yeah, she's been wanting to really push Ash for those 2s, but the slow outfield makes it a lot easier for the fielders to get there a lot quicker than what it seems. And Ash's experience obviously knows that.
Harris to Gardner, picks out that little gap again, except the Fire have done well to stick a fielder out on the boundary, out in that deep off region. And so this time they just get 1 instead of the 4. 4 for 173, the Breakers. Gardner on 25 from 32 and Litchfield on 20 from 26. Here she is facing up to Grace Harris, who's coming round the wicket. Litchfield with an easy single on the offside. God, I can't keep up with these fielders. They just keep moving around, don't they?
plenty of miles in their legs.
There's a long off and a long on.
She's hit
A
that
deep
well.
square leg, and Ash Gardner will make it. Oh, has she made it to the rope there? No, just
well fielded.
inside. Nice work by Georgia Presswidge. So again, Queensland have been well along the ground with their fielding, but it's just up in the air that they've sort of dropped a couple of chances.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw what Georgia Prestwich is capable of doing on the boundary throughout the WBBL. A couple of run-outs from the boundary. So yeah, you definitely don't want to run on her rail.
So what do you think Litchfield and Gardner are talking about out in the middle there?
I think they're probably saying that they need to start to go a little bit harder at the ball. It's probably about that time where they need to up the run rate. They've climbed back just over 4 now, which is really good to see, but they want to try and accelerate as much as they can without doing anything too stupid, of course, because the last thing you want to do is lose a wicket in the last 8, because then a new batter comes in and they've got to start fresh. So if these two can keep going the way that they're going, I think New South Wales will be in a good position.
So that sounds like a plane's going overhead. Can't see it, but certainly sounds like it. Oh, the wind picked up. We're sort of protected by this pavilion, aren't we, Sam?
Yeah, definitely we're in a great spot here.
Nice spot to watch cricket. So Queensland Fire just trying to get their fielding placement set. Sammy Jo Johnson prepares to run in around the wicket to Litchfield. Working out in between point. The two fielders there. Litchfield makes 4. And the Hurstville crowd are happy about it.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Phoebe. The gap in that position is not too wide, and she just managed to split them. And that would frustrate Sammy Jo. Phoebe's hit 3 4s off about 6 balls now from Sammy, so she's going to have to come back here.
Jo Johnson persisting around the wicket. Into Litchfield. Straight back to the bowler this time. Got a hand on it, but the ball just stuck into the wicket. Gardner was behind the crease anyway. So we've got a long on. Cow corner. Deep out. A deep cover as well on the offside for Litchfield as Jo Johnson runs in. Into the air. Litchfield works it. And she's made the rope for 4. That's a 50 partnership between Gardner and Litchfield. They're now at 52 between them. Litchfield's made 29 with that 4 from 30 deliveries. She's going at a pretty good rate at the moment, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. They both are. That's what's so fantastic about this New South Wales lineup, is that they've got the capability and the batters that are able to rebuild an innings and rebuild it quite quickly. So these two are doing a great job now.
Jo Johnson from the railing wall end, round the wicket to Litchfield, who dabs at it. Oh, pretty lucky she scampered back there because Gardner was staying put. There's no way she was running.
Yeah, it would have been risky, and it was Ashley's call anyway, so send her back.
So this partnership started with a lot of singles, rotating the strike quite slowly. And we saw Litchfield get a little bit frustrated out there, and to be fair, Gardner as well. And since then, they've gone at a rapid rate. Johnson to Litchfield, splits the fielders. It looks like someone might have hurt themselves there at point. Jonathan, I hope not. Maybe just annoyed at herself for letting the ball go between. But Litchfield hits another 4 off Sammy Jo Johnson, and what's that going to do to the fast bowler's temper?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You think now she'd really want to bounce one in and try and rattle Phoebe a little bit, but the way that she's going, I don't think much is going to faze her.
I'm just laughing because I think that Jonathan might have face planted into the grass then. It's always going to hurt. How will Jo Johnson respond? Round the wicket to Litchfield. This time gets caught trying to play into the leg side, and it's a dot ball. Good response from Jo Johnson. And that's the end of the over. The Breakers 4 for 188. Litchfield on 33 and Gardner at 27. That partnership really strong for 56 runs so far.
I think New South Wales will be very happy with where they're at now. These two have got their eye and they've batted well, batted through that tough period.
So after face planning, Jonathan's just been given the call up to bowl. But I think she's the key person to go to in this moment, trying to break this partnership, bring in some experience and spin, and just try and mix up what they're offering New South Wales at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Jonathan's really good at her change-ups as well, bowling long balls, so bowling from back of the length, and getting into the batter's head, throwing a few quicker ones as well. So it'll be interesting to see how Ashley and Phoebe go about their work now, knowing that there is only 6 overs to go.
A lot of players on the offside here. You've got a gully, a point, a cover, extra cover, and a long off, as well as a long on. Jonathan into Gardner. Working into the leg side. They've declared it a wide, even though the fire went up with an appeal.
It is quite an interesting field that they've set for Ashley, given that Jess Jonathan turns it away from her. So you would assume that she's going to start trying and really target her legs like she did then, but hoping that it spins a little bit more and isn't a wide.
Coming down the track, Ash Gardner goes aerial all the way over the rope for 6. She's targeted that leg side and made Jess Jonathan pay.
I suppose that if Jess Jonathan's tactic is to aim at her legs, as soon as you are that tiny little bit off, Ash is just going to do that to you. So
Jonathan in again. Gardner plays into the mid-off region. Long off comes up to field and New South Wales take a single. 4 for 196. Gardner on 34. That 6 has certainly helped as they creep towards 200. Still with 6.5 overs to play. So Jonathan to come over the wicket to Litchfield now. Plays over the top of the bowler's head and just Jonathan says, oh, I can't get a break here. Throws her arms up in the air. But I suppose it just shows how tight you need to be at this stage of the game. Especially with 2 players here that like to try and target the air and hit over the top of fielders' heads. Gardner facing up to Jonathan, plays out to backwards point. Picks out the fielder and so has to stay put. Breakers 4 for 197.
I suppose that's the risk that they run if Jess Jonathan does pitch it further outside off. They don't have anyone back on the offside, so you got to hope that the Ash keeps it along the ground and to a fielder.
Jonathan to Gardner. Well, she's not going to keep it along the field for long. Up into the air and a catch is taken. So Gardner has to depart for 34. The fire enticing her to work into the air. And Jess Jonathan gets a breakthrough of this 65-run partnership.
Yeah, she really toiled away there, Jonathan. Knew that Ash was probably going to target that same area. And just didn't hit it as sweetly as she did the last one.
Nice work in the field too. I believe that's Gemma Barsby with the catch there. So I think what's impressive about that, you can see the experience from Jess Jonathan is that, yes, she got hit for 6 and she was a little bit expensive at the start of the over, but learning from that and then going, okay, well, she's going to hit there, let's target and keep enticing her to go that way, and that's where we're going to get her out.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the spinner's job, is to not get frustrated if you do get hit for a couple of boundaries, because it's going to happen. But just keep toiling away and the wicket will come.
So that wicket brings Renee Farrell out to the crease. Just retired from the Sydney Thunder and all her Big Bash commitments.
Yeah, she'll be a huge loss for the Sydney Thunder. Obviously, same year as Alex, finishing up as well. 2 very experienced players, 2 great characters to have around as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the Thunder, fill those gaps in their lineup.
I think what I find really sad though is that Renee didn't even give anyone at Cricket New South Wales or Sydney Thunder a warning. She just wanted to go out in a quiet fashion, and Alex Blackwell said, no way, you're walking through the Guard of Honour with me. But for such a character, she really can be quite shy at the same time. So in a way, it makes me sad that we couldn't celebrate her the same way as we did Alex Blackwell, because she's been an incredible bowler and all-rounder over the years, especially for Australia, as Litchfield works off her hip. And the Breakers looking like they were going to go for 2 there, but instead Renee stays put. Litchfield will hold the strike, and they're 5 for 197 after that brilliant ball over from Jess Jonathan picking up the wicket of Gardner.
I think Renee's sort of come out now because she can hit to all sorts of parts of the ground. You've seen her play reverse, she can play the lap, she can ramp, and then she can play conventional cricket shots as well. So it'd be good to see how she goes about her work here, especially with Phoebe, who's got her eye in and is hitting quite well, whether Renee just gets her on strike or whether she tries to clear the rope as well.
So Gemma Barsby is going to come around the wicket from the railing wall end to Litchfield. They've just sent mid on back to the rope. Got a deep backward square leg, a deep cover. Everyone's moving around here. They've just brought another player onto the leg side.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting move, bringing on a spinner from both ends now, given that there is only 6 overs to go. So that New South Wales is going to have to target somebody.
Litchfield just tucks it off her hip. It's enough to rotate the strike and make a single, and it brings Renee Farrell on strike for the first time today. I have to say, what I love about watching Renee Farrell bat is that she's so unpredictable, and sometimes with these players further down the order you get that, don't you?
Yeah,
it
definitely
can be quite hard to bowl to them because you don't know what they're going to do because they just make it up as they go.
Yeah, she does like to move around the crease a lot as well, which does make it hard, but also does bring in an LBW opportunity.
So coming back over the wicket for Renee Farrell is Gemma Barsby. And to start, she just plays a defensive shot into the leg side. Stays put for the next one. The Breakers 5 for 199. Looking to push past 200. Farrell waits on Barsby. Finds a little gap between the bat and stumps on that occasion, so she takes a single. And they do reach that 200 mark. 5 for 200 the Breakers in the 45th over, midway through. Farrell now on 1 and Litchfield on 36 as Barsby comes round the wicket. Litchfield lofted drive into the air. Oh, some unfortunate fielding from Georgia Presswidge. Just mixed up the eye coordination, so it does go for 4. Good for New South Wales. They reached 204 with that, and Litchfield makes it to 40.
Yeah, I think, well, it seems that things, Renee's probably come out there and said to Phoebe, we've got to push, and playing shots like that, it was always going to be safe as they make a change to the field, so not so safe now if she was to go the same ball.
Well, certainly the Queensland Fire are capable of making a really big score. We've seen them reach 200 and close to 200 batting first in the WNCL so far. The switch hit from Litchfield, a big shout for LB. Doesn't come off. The umpire lets them carry on with the running, and so Litchfield's made 2 there, 2 for 206 the Breakers.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Gemma Barsby thought that hit, because it's been given as runs.
Yeah, I think it definitely came off the
gloves.
bat at some
Yeah.
point, or the gloves. Round the wicket, Litchfield this time. Straight through the offside, pierces the fielders. It's not going to make it to the rope, but if they run hard, they can make 2, and it's up to Renee Farrell, who makes a ground. So Litchfield was able to calmly just trot back down the pitch, but it meant that Renee Farrell was in the danger zone. That's the end of the over. The Breakers 4 for 208. Litchfield on 44 and Farrell on 1. So Litchfield's come out 44 from 39 balls. If she can make it to 50, that's probably a really quick 50.
Yeah, it'll be a really good innings from Phoebe here, because she obviously didn't start at a runner ball. She was a little bit slower than that to start, but that's even with her age, it shows that she's quite mature in her batting innings. So no, it's been really good from her.
So Jonathan is going to bowl the 46th over. She's going to continue from the Bill O'Reilly end. Renee Farrell on strike, waiting on Jonathan. Except behind the square leg umpire, it's enough to make a single.
Which at this stage is what New South Wales will want. They want Phoebe facing as many balls as she can in these last 5 overs.
Well, Farrell's just giving her some instruction here with the hand. Are you good at interpreting that? What did that mean?
Maybe that it's turning. I think that it sort of looked like that.
Okay. Not only am I asking you to give me some expert analysis, but to lip read as well. Jonathan to Litchfield. There's a shout for LB, and it's been given. So Litchfield, with a quick 44 off 39 balls, has to go. And the fall of the wicket for the Breakers comes after they've made 209.
Yeah, that'll be frustrating for the Breakers to lose a wicket then. But what it does do is it'll allow Renee now to just sort of play her natural game.
6 for 209. The fans here at Hurstville Oval give Litchfield a well-deserved applause. She came close.
Yeah, although she'll be frustrated, like I said, I think that was a really good innings from Phoebe. She did exactly what she needed to do and has got New South Wales in a really good position.
Oh, high fives the Thunder player as well. I think too, from someone that's 16 facing up to a player like Jess Jonathan, and the way she was able to build an innings today, as you said, started really slow and then built into it really quickly after that. There's such good things to come for her.
Yeah, definitely. Playing well above her years.
So the fall of the 6th wicket brings Lisa Griffith out to the crease. Now she's gone for a duck in both of her starts for the Breakers so far, unfortunately. Opening with Talia McGrath in the absence of the Australian players in September last year. But coming in lower in the order today, so maybe a little bit less pressure will play into her favour. Faces up to Jess Jonathan here. Plays it straight back to the bowler, but still a dot ball to start.
Yeah, you'd like to think that Lisa's not thinking about the fact that she hasn't scored a run in the WNCL just yet. In this instance, coming in with less than 5 overs to go now, she's just got to keep rotating the strike. Just get bat on ball.
Working through the leg side, she's done that, picking up a single, taking the Breakers to 210. We mentioned before that she went over to New Zealand to play with the Otago team as well. Amanda Jade Wellington, and I know you said Hannah Darlington went over. I'm not sure which side she was playing for. Jess Jonathan to Renee Farrell, who sweeps it out back on the leg side. Rotates the strike, 211 for the Breakers. With 2 balls to come, 1 ball to come rather, in the 46 over.
It's been a really good over from Jess Jonathan here, picking up the wicket and just a couple of singles.
Griffith on strike, goes into the air. Great catch taken by Gemma Barsby. Griffith is out for 1. A small cameo for her for the Breakers, and at the fall of their wicket, they're 7 for 211. Queensland with a bit of an upper hand here.
Yeah, the right idea by Lisa there to try and clear the rope. Obviously, like I said, it was a good over from Jess Jonathan. Even better now that she got 2 wickets. That brings Lauren Smith to the crease, I think it is.
Yes, you can always tell by the height. Sorry, Lauren.
But she had a couple of good little cameos for the Sixers. So it'd be good to see how she goes here with only 4 overs to go.
Yeah, she doesn't get a lot of opportunity to bat because obviously this New South Wales Breakers side is usually very strong, and same with the Sixers too. So I don't think she's had a lot of opportunity to really work on that area in a game. But certainly a handy off spinner, very good in the field, taken some really good catches over the years.
Yeah, and she did score 100 in her last outing for the Northern Districts in Premier Cricket, so she got in a little bit of form. I don't think she's going to score 100 in 4 overs though.
She batted 3 times in 5 matches in the WNCL last summer. Her high score was 37. Took 4 wickets for the Sixers in the Women's Big Bash. Just gone. So Delissa Kimmins is going to get the ball in hand from the railing wall end. Only 3 overs left here. 4 rather, sorry, I'm getting eager. So we've got a lot of players out here on the leg side, deep. Sam, what do you think the tactics are behind that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I don't know whether she's going to be bowling it sort of back of a length at her body and just happy to give the single.
Smith has to run back to the crease. Some good fielding done on the offside.
I think it could just be a time in the game where they're eager to protect the boundary. So they're happy to give the one on the leg side, but just definitely don't want to give that 4 or 6. So
coming over the wicket, Kimmins into Smith. Again, finds the fielder at backwards point. Jess Jonathan again. Dot ball. Having a look at Jonathan's figures. 3 for 33. Good game for her so far, hey?
yeah, definitely. She'll probably will bowl again. So she'll bowl out her 10. And to finish with figures, especially when the overall run rate is over 4, she'll probably finish with under 4. So she's done a really good job for her team.
Smith works the ball behind the square leg umpire, makes a single for New South Wales, and the Breakers move to 7 for 212. Renee Farrell back on strike, currently sitting on 3. The glare is really quite in your face here at the moment. Kimmins to Farrell, flat bat, top ball.
Yeah, this has been a really good over from Kimmins so far. With only 4 to go, you know, the last 3 or 4 are usually really important because you can pick up wickets or boundaries. So for her to bowl and get a few dots in here, it's really good for the Queensland Fire.
The reverse sweep from Renee Farrell, racing out towards the boundary. Eager to run too. Lauren Smith's going to have to run hard here. She's lucky she was running to the end where the ball wasn't closest in that scenario. But they make 2. Farrell moves to 5, and the Breakers are 2 for 14. Sorry, 214.
You'd hope they weren't 2 for 14 in the 46th over.
Kimmins over the wicket to Farrell. Out to backwards point. Not sure what you'd call that shot. Again,
Yeah.
unorthodox.
I think she was just trying to get bat on ball. Obviously, she left her crease, so if she'd missed it, having Mooney up to the stump, she could have been stumped. So she did well to get bat on ball there.
So 3 overs to come. The
Looks like it's
Breakers.
not Jonathan.
Yeah, the Harris they've gone to. The Breakers are sitting at 214. Pretty close to your prediction, to be honest, Sam. You'd have to be happy with that.
Yeah. I think that they might get higher than the 220, which I sort of said, but which is obviously good for
Well,
them.
you did say 220 to 230, so I think you're going to be right on the money there with that little range. Smith facing off spin for the first time today. Dabs it out on the leg side. Runs a single. The Breakers are I keep doing that, 250.
I think that's sort of the least that the Breakers will want now is a run a ball from here. If they can get that, they'll be quite happy.
So Harris over the wicket to Farrell. Oh, plays it straight back to the bowler. It comes off Grace Harris's foot and out to the fielder at that mid-on region. That was
like
lucky.
it hurt.
It's like a triangle, wasn't it? Shake it off, Harris.
It's one of those things where you just sort of stick your foot there and don't realise that it's coming at you quite quick. So she's done well.
Well, yeah, Farrell hit it quite hard, didn't she? Gives herself some room this time and cuts through the offside. Racing out towards the rope. New South Wales are going to have to be quick here because it's slow in that outfield and they make 2 comfortably.
Yeah, Harris is still sort of hobbling around after her soccer skills before. Hopefully it's just a stinger and nothing more serious than
Yeah, a
that.
bit of a bruise, hopefully. Harris off spinning to Farrell. Misfield at mid-on. But the Breakers play it safe, stay put. They're 7 for 217. Farrell on 7 from 10 deliveries and Smith on 2 from 4. As she waits on... Oh! Farrell works up into the air, over the top of the fielders for 6. Well, she's unpredictable, Renee Farrell, but I definitely wasn't expecting that, Sam.
Yeah, no, that was a great shot from Renee. As you could see, she sort of moved around the crease a little bit, threw Harris off and just got in a good position, was really still when she hit the ball and found the rope.
A 6 this late in the innings too. From someone coming in further down the New South Wales order. Farrell looks comfortable out there as she swats it back behind the gully region. And they've run 2 New South Wales. Smith was eager to go again, but instead they stay put with the 2. So 7 for 225. Farrell moves to 15 with that huge 6 off the last over, and Smith on 2. 2 overs to come, Sam. What are you expecting from these?
I think more of what Renee just tried to do. I think she'll be moving around the crease a lot and just trying to find the rope. So my prediction could be wrong here. Hopefully it is a little bit more than that. But with Kimmins coming on, she'll use her different variations and anything could happen. With Lauren on strike, Lauren will try and get off strike just by dabbing it down to one of the fielders out on the boundary for 1. And then, yeah, Renee will swing hard.
Well, in runs Kimmis from the limb wall end to Smith. Picks out the fielder at mid-on and Kirby short. We've got 3 players deep out on the leg side again for Lauren Smith, just 1 on the offside.
Yeah, just building a bit of pressure here is Kimmins, a couple of dot balls.
I might have to get the sunnies out. The glare's getting a bit unbearable. Kimmins over the wicket to Smith. Very full with that ball, and Smith can only get it to Kirby short at mid-on. So again, stays put. The Breakers remain 225. Kimmins into Smith. Plays it straight back to the bowler. This is the type of pressure that Kimmins wants to keep building.
So this has been really good here from Kimmins, and as you can see, she's now moved Kirby short from that position so that hopefully Lauren does still hit it there, and then they get a single and she's on strike for last over.
Great tactics from the Queensland Fire as Kimmins runs in over the wicket, and that's exactly what Lauren Smith does. She can only get a single, and so the plans worked out perfectly in Kimmins' favour.
They sort of hope now here that they don't leak a boundary. But given Renee Farrell, who knows where it'll go.
What can Farrell do? Taps her bat, waiting on Kimmins from the railing wall end. Comes down the track, hits it hard. Makes it to mid-off in Georgia Redmayne. And the New South Wales Breakers take a single. They're 7 for 227, heading into the final over. Farrell on 16 and Smith on 3.
I think that's a perfect result for New South Wales. Get Renee on strike for this final over. They've gone back to Jonathan, so it is spin again. I can imagine, yeah, Renee will probably be doing a lot of dancing down the other end, trying to hit it to all those unusual areas that she does.
Well, it's interesting because with an over to go, have you got a license to hit here?
Yeah, I think so. You've still got 3 wickets in hand, and you know at 227 that is a reasonable total. But if you can get that closer to 240, that's definitely very defendable.
Jonathan in for the final over for the Queensland Fire. Renee Farrell takes a single. Breakers are 7 for 228. Lauren Smith on strike now. Laura Harris just moving from leg gully to a regular gully for Lauren Smith, who hits big into the air. Gemma Barsby tries to jump and catch it in vain as it goes over the rope. A big 6 from Lauren Smith. Who would have thought a 6 could come out of this partnership between either batter?
Yeah, that's a great shot from Lauren. She was just very still and quite a conventional 6, really.
Down on one knee, a lot of power through those arms. Great work. Jonathan continues. Round the wicket. Smith picks out Joe Johnson in the covers, but does enough to scamper through for a single. The Breakers have reached 235. Still in that range that Sam Devlin predicted. Johnson into Farrell. Hits it past the bowler. Rotates the strike. Far out, Lauren Smith is keen. She was keen to run again then. There's no way there was two in that.
No.
7 for 236. Smith currently on 10. Facing up to Jonathan. Sweeps this time out through the leg side in front of the square leg umpire. Farrell ducks down. Before he'd been hit in the head.
This has been a good last over for the Breakers. Obviously that 6 definitely helps, but they've scored off every single ball. So it's been a good platform for them.
Jonathan into Farrell. Sweeping out behind the square leg umpire. Takes a 4 on the final ball of the New South Wales innings. And that means they'll finish with 7 for 241, setting a target of 242 for Queensland. That's going to be a massive effort from them if they can pull it off.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said earlier, you can't judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it. And although they've got some great firepower in their lineup, New South Wales equally have some really good bowlers. So I think it'll be make for a very interesting second innings.
So all up in the 50 overs, the New South Wales Breakers made 241. Healy was the first wicket to fall on 53. Haynes not long after on 53 too. Then Stellenberg for 10. Talia Wilson was out for 2. Ash Gardner for 34, hitting big. Litchfield for 44. Renee Farrell in at the end on 22. And she was with Griffith for a little bit before she departed for 1. And then Lauren Smith rounded out the innings with Farrell with 11 runs. A really nice partnership between those last 2 batters. A 6 hit between the pair. Crazy as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you expect from your 8 and 10 batter.
All up 11 extras from the Queensland Fire, which is pretty good for a 50 over game, you'd have to say. And some tight fielding really helped them at the start of the innings, and then some 3 catches from their captain certainly helped them break some of those big partnerships up top.
Yeah, definitely right. Like we said, some of their under the high ball sometimes is a little bit disappointing, but they did really well along the ground to stop as many boundaries as they could. So it'll make for a very interesting second innings.
All right, well, we're going to take a break and have some lunch, but make sure you tune back in for the Queensland's chase of 242, a target set by New South Wales, with both their openers top scoring with 53 runs. All right, well, we're heading out for the second innings at Hurstville Oval, with the Queensland Fire chasing a target of 242 after the Breakers made 7 for 241. Batting first with Elisa Healy and Rachel Haynes both making 53 and top scoring. Opening for New South Wales. And Cricket New South Wales accounts manager Emma Newman joins me back in commentary. Emma, you missed out on a lot of the action in that back half of the first innings, didn't you?
Yeah, there were a lot of wickets that happened in the last 25 overs, so Queensland really fought back then to pick up those wickets with some great catches by the captain, Kirby Short, especially the one to get rid of Naomi Sullenberg down at mid-on. That was hit quite hard and fast, but it's a very competitive total. I think this 241 will be pretty good. It's probably on par. Queensland have a long batting order, so New South Wales will be hoping for some early wickets here.
So Renee Farrell is going to begin the bowling for the Breakers, coming in from the Bill O'Reilly and with pace over the wicket. Just leave the first ball. Mooney on strike, of course.
Nice shape there, first up for Renee Farrell. Her normal swing is in swing, so to the left-hander of Mooney, this will be going away. She'll be flirting with that wide line as well.
So Mooney facing her second ball. This time working out through the offside. Goes all the way to the rope, but some good fielding from the New South Wales Breakers together limits Mooney to 2. And so the Queensland Fire are off the mark. Beth Mooney's off the mark with 2 runs.
Similar to the start of the New South Wales innings. Timed very nice, but just pulled up short of the boundary with a slow outfield.
It's a wide. Bit uncharacteristic from Farrell, you must say.
Yeah, just a bit too much swing there, which we didn't see in the Queensland bowling innings at all.
Farrell back in this time. Big shout of no from Mooney. So Queensland stay put.
Interesting to see that New South Wales have started with 2 fielders out. They've got Stella Campbell down at third man on the boundary, as well as Hayley Silverholmes about 5 metres in at backward square. But it's pretty packed offside here with the swing from Farrell.
Mooney again working through the offside, beats Lauren Smith at gully. Scrambles through for 1, and Queensland move to none for 4. So that wide has certainly helped them get off the market in the first over.
That's quite close there to being a catch. Just a little bit wide of Lauren Smith in the gully. Not sure she's fielded much there before. She's normally around mid-wicket or cover. So
yeah,
probably a newish position for her there. Stationary one. Normally she's always on the move and very fidgety.
It's a good pick-up, Em, because I remember some of the great catches she's taken has been in that cover region, certainly. So Short on strike for the first time today. Starts with a dot ball. Good comeback from Renee Farrell from a wide a couple of balls before. Had to stick my sunglasses on too because the glare's become a bit overpowering here at Hurstville Oval. At the start of the day there's a bit more cloud cover, but the sun's starting to peek through slightly, leading to this glare over the ground. Farrell into Short. Big shout! Nothing from the umpire though, and so Queensland safe after the first over. They're none for 4, Mooney on 3, and Short yet to get off the mark.
Just going down leg there. Just a shout to keep the Queenslanders interested, but not really a chance there.
So you weren't on commentary for the second half of the Breakers innings. What did you make of the way they played?
I thought that there was a great partnership there from Ashley Gardner and Phoebe Litchfield. Phoebe was quite impressive with the way she went after the ball. She hit her zones as well. especially that zone behind point. She likes that and plays a lot of shots through there. And Renee Farrell's innings as well of 22 was a great cameo near the end. She's always known for her power hitting at the end, and I believe she should bat higher. Like for the Thunder, in my opinion, she sometimes bats a little bit low because she does come in and hit some boundaries when it's needed. So I think the last 15 overs, they really got the runs on the board and hit a lot of boundaries. So it was a good way to come into this bowling innings.
Well, the debutant in Stella Campbell's got the ball in hand coming from the railing wall end. Little run up to start. Coming right arm over the wicket with pace. To Beth Mooney. She's a very quick bowler, Stella Campbell. I remember watching some of her performances in the under-18s category for New South Wales, coming up through the ranks as a young player. Still very young now, just 17 years old. Debuted for the Sixers in the season just gone and played a pretty important role with the ball for them too. So she'll be used to sort of taking on this role early on. Maybe not for New South Wales, but in other games certainly. She comes back in over the wicket. Mooney plays a flat bat. And certainly New South Wales are up and about. They're noisy in the field, aren't they?
And as Stella's only 17, she's actually missing out on the under-18s National Carnival, which is next week, because the Breakers are playing. So there's a few of them, Hayley Silver-Holmes as well. So she'll be looking to get an early wicket here and release those nerves that she probably has.
Campbell back into Mooney. Again, playing forward of the wicket but can't take a run. So Queensland remain none for 3. This is a good opening over from Stella Campbell. And I think the fact that she has to miss that under-18s competition, and so does Silver-Holmes, along with the likes of, Treneman, who used to play in that competition too, just shows how much the pathways are working in this country and how strong the stocks are coming up for the Cricket Australia team and the states across the country as well. Campbell to Mooney again, working out through the offside. They're going to have to run hard. Queensland, there's a chance of a direct hit, but the throw from Stellenberg wasn't quite accurate. Queensland slipped through for 1 and they moved to none for 4.
It's a tight single there, but that was great backing up by Silver-Holmes, who's on the boundary. Healy didn't have enough time to get to the stumps with how quick that run was, so that was great work by the young girl there. The other one missing is Hannah Darlington, who's obviously playing in the Super Smash over in New Zealand, so she's also missing out on the under-18s carnival as well.
Yeah, and it just shows you that once those players get their name out there, show selectors what they're able to do, that they can push up into the competitions elsewhere. And then give younger players a go again, because someone's going to have to replace them in those under-18s teams. So Campbell, right arm over the wicket into short. Plays to the covers. Rachel Haynes fields the ball, ensures that short stays put, and Queensland remain none for 4. So is that being played in Hobart this year?
Yes. I think they leave on Saturday night, so it's different. They play a 50 over and a T20 over, so the two different champs. It's probably been about 3 years where they've done that, rather than just the one competition.
Campbell back in from the railing wall end. What can Short do this time? Oh, swipes at it. There's a misfield from Healy. They've run on it. And Queensland, a sneaky little run there, moved to none for 5. That was a good call from Beth Mooney there to just try and sneak one through, and she'll retain the strike with that switching over of the batters as well.
Yeah, that's what Queensland need to do there. That wasn't really far away from Healy at all. Just bounced short of her. So that's what caused the misfield, but that was great running from Beth Mooney. Really putting the pressure back on New South Wales.
So only 2 runs coming off that over for Stella Campbell. That's very impressive for such a young bowler with such a big role. I have to say too, like if you happen to be in Hobart and you're listening and you're thinking about going to those under-18 champs, definitely go out. I just find it so exciting to see what the next generation of cricketers can do. I remember not having seen Stella Campbell bowl before, and then seeing her run in Steve being so tall and so intimidating too in that competition and just being wowed. So you really are going to see the next generation of cricketers if you can head out there. But Renee Farrell for now is going to continue from the Bill O'Reilly end into Short, who gets a little edge. It's enough to trickle out backwards of the square leg umpire. And Queensland able to move to 6 with that. We've lost our scoreboard here at Hurstville Oval, so hopefully nothing drastic happens until they can get it back up. We might have to score ourselves, Em. It's all right, I've got my computer up and running now. Technology helping in some ways. Farrell into Mooney. Hits the ball to mid-off and has to stay put. So Queensland still none for 6. Beth Mooney on 4. Kirby Short on 1. Sorry, they're none for 7. Working to that mid-off region again, Queensland just taking the chance. That was really tight. Great running between the wickets, but it looks like they're not going to treasure them the same way that New South Wales did, Em.
Yeah, definitely. Beth Mooney's really trying to get on top of the bowlers here and putting pressure on the fielders. As you know, Talia Wilson is a keeper, so probably that's probably the best fielder to go on, not having all the fielding practice.
Farrell to Short, hits it straight to extra cover. Oh, sorry, that becomes a leg side now, so straight to mid-wicket. It's quite a confusing field, isn't it? Because even when Mooney moves on, they're still treating that side as if it's an offside at the moment with their fielding placements.
It's quite an interesting field they have for Kirby Short, with the 3 right around mid-wicket there.
Yeah, it looks more like an offside.
But that's still with Renee Farrell's in-swing to Kirby Short there.
Big shout of no from Beth Mooney. The Queensland fire none for 8. Even with this field for Beth Mooney, it's a little bit strange. So we've got a deep third man. She works into that offside again. Yeah, they've got a deep third man, but also all those players around point and gully. So it's like they're just covering it in case she hits over the top of those fielders in close.
Yeah. It's all to do with the way Farrell's bowling. So they had a backward point as well as a forward point and a shortish cover as well. So they're trying. It looks like they've got a plan there to get her out between cover and point. That seems where all the fielders are. So, yeah. But for Stella Campbell, it looks like Phoebe Litchfield is in at slip. Normally that's Sarah Alley's position, so not sure she would have done much slip practice, but got the young one down in about second slip there.
Campbell, right arm over the wicket to Short. Gets jammed. A great delivery from Campbell.
Bit of bounce there. It looked like Kirby Short was jumping when she was hitting that, just cutting back into her.
Yeah, definitely some in-swing as well. So you've spoken about Farrell having that ability for some in-swing. So they're getting it from both ends at the moment, really. It's funny though, because we haven't seen a lot of bounce out of this pitch yet.
It's probably to do with Stella's height.
Right arm over the wicket to Short. Cuts, beats the fielder. It's racing out towards the rope. Queensland run 1. They're heading back for 2. And they make it home just in time.
It's great running on the arm there from Kirby Short. She's quite quick between the wickets, so that was a comfortable 2 in the end.
They're none for 11. Kirby Short retains the strike. And that's interesting you bring up Stella Campbell's height being able to inflict some pitch. So imagine if this pitch had some bounce, what she would be able to do in that domain. Over the wicket again from the Ray Linwell end, and Kirby Short plays it out to the mid-off region. Bit of an overthrow, but that's okay. Queensland stay put. I don't think New South Wales have been as tight in the field as we saw from Queensland in the beginning of the New South Wales innings, Emma.
Yeah, Queensland have definitely been able to rotate the strike a lot easier than what New South Wales were at the beginning of their innings. Could be to do with just their eagerness to get off strike and Beth Mooney's loud calling.
Campbell into short. Again, gets jammed.
Another
Queensland.
jump then.
Yeah, Queensland remain none for 11. So I think too what we've seen from Queensland starting this innings is how aggressive they have been to take risks. So they've set a precedent from the very start of this innings that this is how we're going to score our runs. We're going to take risks. We're going to make you think rather than it being the other way around. So they're sort of taking a dominant route in this game already. Campbell, right arm over the wicket, short cuts, in between point and backwards point. It reaches the rope for 4. It's a good start from the Queenslanders. They're none for 15.
That's a great shot there by Kirby Short. The thing with Stella Campbell, she does get the bounce. She just can't afford to go too wide because then the Queenslanders can free their arms and get the boundary there.
And as we've spoken about, this wicket is bouncing lower than usual. So the fact that it's sort of popping up at a height that's comfortable to them as well. Campbell back in from the railing will end short. Oh, could have been a little edge in there if she was not so lucky.
It's a very nice comeback there.
So none for 15 after Stella Campbell's second over. So Kirby Short on 8, Beth Mooney on 5. I wonder too if this aggressive tactic to score runs also has to do with the fact that, you know, there's a bit of cloud about. There's a really high humidity here. It was at 78% when we started the day. So maybe they're thinking if we score quickly and rain happens to come into play, then we've sort of covered ourselves in a way.
Yeah, definitely. And the way that Queensland went about their game on Tuesday against ACT, they did get the double bonus point for getting the runs within 25 overs. Could be something similar today if they do get off to a good start.
So they got 2 bonus points, didn't they? Is one for all out and one for the not sure? Yeah, they got 2 there. So that's interesting to hear that they got. So the one of the bonus points is because they made the runs within 25. Is that right?
I think I believe it could be if you get it in 40 overs, you might get 1, and if you get in 25, that could be 2.
Okay.
Potentially.
We might ask someone around here and try and clarify that, but I think that you're probably on the money, Emma. So Mooney facing up to Farrell for the 5th over. Cutting hard, beats the fielder at extra cover. Takes a single, brings Short back on strike. Is that Phoebe Litchfield in number 18? Yes.
Throughout the WBBL, we saw her on the boundary a lot, so that's probably a different position to what she's normally at there at cover. So
We also spoke about her in the slips as well. So
she's everywhere.
they're testing her, aren't they? Putting her in unfamiliar fielding areas as Farrell runs into Short, who defends. Dot ball. We're talking about Renee Farrell before in her innings with the bat, hitting a huge 6. But I think too, now that she's retired from international and from the Big Bash, we just don't know how long we're going to have her left playing the game. So we've got to treasure those moments when we can. Short waits on Farrell, working out through the offside all the way to the rope. Really nicely done by Kirby Short. That's her second boundary.
It's a great shot there, especially because the ball is swinging in. There aren't as many fielders on the offside, so that was a great shot there. Just opened her stance a little bit to hit it through that space there.
So how does Farrell respond? In over the wicket, Short faces up, plays it straight back to the bowler. And the aggression on Renee Farrell's face lasted for about a second before a big smile appeared. So, dot ball to finish the over. The Queensland Fire, none for 20 after 5 overs. Kirby Short on 12 and Beth Mooney on 6.
Lots of kids on the hill there running around. It's a good crowd in today for the school holidays.
I think this ground really lends itself for a family too, because there's lots of parking around in the streets. You don't have to pay. You can just wander down. It's a free match here, so you're not paying for everybody to get in. As Campbell starts her run up from the railing wall ends. Into Mooney, there's a big shout! Umpire gives nothing away. What do you think, Emma?
It's probably a bit high with the bounce that Stella gets. Probably just hit too high on Beth Mooney's pads there. Potentially could have been going down leg as well.
We've spoken about how deep Queensland bat at this stage and how successful they've been with their batting. As Campbell runs into Mooney again. This time she cuts it into the turf. Can't take a run. And Queensland remain none for 20. But if they were to lose Beth Mooney at this stage of the game, it would be a pretty big blow, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. She is their main scorer. She does like to go big when she does get a score as well. So they'll be looking for her to hang around. But either way, like you've got Georgia Romain who opened the batting last year for Tasmania. So and she's batting at 5. So there is a lot of batters there.
Campbell to Mooney. Beats cover. Racing out towards the boundary. We've got Talia Wilson after it. They're keen to run 3 here. That's some great running.
It's a long boundary out there, so that was well run by the Queenslanders. Hit very nice, but just didn't have the legs in the end to reach the boundary.
You've got to be quick to run through on a ball like that too, don't you? It takes a lot of hard work running between the wickets. And then you've got to get your breathing back to where it should be too for the next delivery. Full toss from Stella Campbell.
Looked like they've called that a no ball as well.
So free hit to come.
Oh, and it's Beth Mooney on strike. Oh.
Just the play you want, right? I think what's been great for Queensland, and sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, just because they did rotate the strike, the fielders are allowed to change, so they are putting the fielders back more in Beth Mooney's zone, hitting zone, rather than where the edges were for the third man and fine leg. So they've got a deep square leg and a cow out there at the moment.
That's great insight, thanks, Sam. So what can the youngster Stella Campbell do here? Free hit for Beth Mooney. Right arm over the wicket. Whipped behind. It's going to be 4. Nice work by Beth Mooney there. Queensland off to a flyer here at Hurstville Oval.
Just too straight there. That's really in the hitting zone for Beth Mooney. Just flicking it around there. No one at fine leg. That was an easy shot for her.
I've just watched Lisa Griffith come over and have a little chat with Stella Campbell too, because unlike other teams, Elisa Healy's got to be behind the stumps keeping and can't come chat to her after every ball. As she comes in now, oh, and Beth Mooney leaves it. It was a bit Steve Smith-like with the lightsaber, wasn't it? Very graceful from Beth Mooney. Eight runs off this over so far. But Lisa Griffith just taking on that role of just calming Stella Campbell down, giving her a bit of advice, because the New South Wales Breakers are a little bit impacted in that scenario, that Healy can't just trot up and have a chat after every ball. Beth Mooney playing straight. Lisa Griffith fields an extra cover and Queensland make 1. There's an overthrow, but they decide to stay put.
I believe Lisa Griffith was captain in the first couple of games, while the
Australian players were out, so experienced player there and just helping Stella Canberra out.
So 9 runs from that over. Pretty expensive compared to the others so far, but that's okay. You learn from these things as a young player, don't you?
Wouldn't surprise me if potentially they might change the bowling. Just that over did get away from Stella. She is on debut, so there probably is a bit of nerves there as well.
Oh, sorry, my computer's a little bit slow here. None for 30, so 10 runs off that over.
I think this is the first time Renee Farrell's coming around the wicket to Beth Mooney.
It's something we saw that the Queensland Fire utilised against the Breakers. Any time that there was a left-hander, they tend to come around the wicket. Farrell in now. Mooney working back behind point. Easy single for Queensland. They're none for 31.
And Healy's up at the stumps as well for this over as well. Just putting some pressure back on the Queenslanders here, keeping them in their crease. Still the same field with 2 mid wickets here and a forward of square as well.
Oh, we've got our scoreboard back. That's great. The computer's always a little bit slower than real life. Although we've got Tasmanian Tigers up the top. That's the wrong game. Cricket Australia being Tasmanian Tigers. But that's okay. We'd rather have a scoreboard with the wrong teams than none at all. Farrell into short. Hitting hard past extra cover. Fielded. Backed up nicely by Lisa Griffith. And the direct hit goes down. So not as accurate as they would have liked, but Queensland made it back safe anyway.
That's great running again by the Queenslanders. They're really putting the pressure on the New South Wales fielders here, and there hasn't actually been a direct hit yet, so New South Wales will want to improve their throws here and get a run out because there are lots of chances.
So Farrell coming round the wicket from the Bill O'Reilly end again to Beth Mooney. Plays to cover. Nice work by Phoebe Litchfield, ensuring Beth Mooney stays put. Fire and none for 32. Have you played here before, Em, for Bankstown?
A couple of times, but we seem to always play St George Sutherland at Glen McGrath Oval. That was out of the back of the hand slower ball by Renee Farrell.
Put her body on the line, diving on the square too, just outside the wicket. It's actually quite hard out there until you walk out there and have a little feel with your feet and hands. It's sometimes easy to forget that square there can be really hard to dive on. And still you see so many players throw themselves at the turf. They're fearless in a way. So Farrell over the wicket for short. It cuts into the ground. And it trickles out to Stelenberg.
It's actually a nice square because normally the square would have an old pitch and some dirt there, and that's when you normally get scrapes on the elbows, but it's actually very green square, and you'll just probably get some grass probably on you.
Working into the leg side this time. Behind square leg. Short takes a single. None for 34, they sit. So four runs off that over from Renee Farrell's a good recovery from 10, the one before, Campbell. So Campbell's stats at the moment after her 3 overs are none for 17. And they're going to persist with her because she's got her hat off ready to go here from the railing wall ends.
And Captain Healy just went up and spoke to her, so just making sure that she's got her plans right and executing what the captain wants, I suppose. They would have plans to all the batters these days. So Stella's just have some confidence in how she's been bowling, because she has been bowling very well in the WBBL, so as well as in grade as well.
Does she play for Campbelltown?
She plays for universities.
Universities, there you go. In now, right arm over the wicket to Short, who plays it really hard, through the covers. The great drive all the way out to the row.
Great shot there by Kirby Short.
We've seen a lot of confidence from the skipper already, just in this start of the innings.
It's a similar shot to the drive she hit off Renee Farrell. Just picking that gap there, very nice.
There's a little bit of space there between Haynes and Litchfield, isn't there?
Yeah, they've got quite a square point. They've got 2 points there.
Oh, almost a little dab from Short, but it has been declared a wide. So it's very easy for a young player like this to then get caught up in their head after something like that, getting, hit for 10 runs off the over before and then bowling a wide.
I thought that was a pretty tough call. I thought that was close to the line, but umpires deems it a wide.
Running in now. Short, waits on Campbell. Again, targeting that cover region. Brilliant work by Lisa Griffith, backing up at extra cover. Just coming around from that mid-off region. And so Queensland get 1, they move to none for 35. And it brings Beth Mooney back on strike. She's on 16, Short moved to 19 after her little stint at the crease. Oh, we've got a 4 up on the field, on the scoreboard, sorry. They're just testing everything now. Campbell into the left-hander in Mooney. Again, plays through the covers. So both batters eager to target that area. And Queensland take a single, they move to none for 42.
Slight misfield there by Ash Gardner in the cover. But luckily it was backed up well by Talia Wilson, just keeping it to a single. I feel like the ball's coming on a little bit better for the Queenslanders here. They're able to hit through their shots and timing it a little bit better than what the New South Wales openers did, but that could be why Queensland put them into bat, I suppose.
Campbell into Short. Bit of bounce out of the wicket, allowing her to pull. Queensland take another single there. So in a way, we're talking about how they've got a fresh wicket here, but that's because that game wasn't played on Monday against the ACT as well. Campbell in, over the wicket to Mooney, who pulls, heads right around to the rope. Oh, and some fielding. I can't see who's out there. It's a blondie.
Looks like Hagley Silverholm. She's done very well there.
The ball went straight up into the air, and I was worried it was going to bounce them back over the rope. But she has done well to ensure that she didn't get a 4.
Looked like she flicked it up over the boundary,
Yeah.
but did well.
Queensland did run 2 though, so they're none for 45, I'm going to say, at this stage. Our scoreboard's a bit behind. Playing silly buggers with us at the ground as well. Campbell back into Mooney. And it's a dot ball to finish. None for 44, there you go.
I wonder if Stella Campbell seemed to be a bit unsure with her footing. As you can see down there at the moment, Lisa Griffith's just doing some gardening down where the bowlers are landing on their foot. So I'm not sure, but that could be an issue at the moment for Stella Campbell.
Big shout. Little shake of the head from the umpire. Short is safe. Way down leg.
Yeah. Not even hitting the stumps there.
Got to try though, don't you?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just never know. So Farrell back into short. Moves a little bit across her stumps towards the offside. Some nice fielding by Ash Gardner at cover. It's a bit threatening, that look she gave as she threw the ball back into Healy, the keeper. So we saw Queensland were willing to take risks and really run hard between the wickets at the start of the innings, and that slowed up a little bit. Cut. Fielded by Stellenberg, and short stays put. She sits on 21, Mooney on 19, and the Fire none for 45.
Looked like there was another slow ball there by Renee Farrell at the back of the hand. But that was well watched by Kirby Short. Just unlucky to hit it straight to Naomi Stellenberg at point.
Farrell in hard from the Bill O'Reilly end. Short cuts into the turf, takes a run, it's tied again. Gee, if New South Wales could just tighten up their throw at the stumps, they might be in with a chance here.
All it takes is one to hit the stumps for a direct hit, and that'll really break this partnership and the momentum that Queensland have at the moment.
So we saw New South Wales reach 101 for their opening partnership before Healy was the first wicket to depart. And this opening partnership between Mooney and Short is chugging along really nicely. Mooney, that's so bad. Plays it into the offside, footed by Lauren Smith, no run. And I think that's really pleasing too, because I know for the Brisbane Heat, Kirby Short, even as skipper, didn't really have a set point in the batting lineup. And I know that was a tactic that worked quite well against the Sixers in the end, because there was always this question about who are they opening with, who's even coming in at third. Mooney working off the pads. Some good fielding by Litchfield, but the Fire get home.
They just stole the single there. There was, I don't think there was one there, but they just quick to react and got the easy single in the end. Kirby Short didn't really have to even stretch out to slide in.
So none for 46, just 2 runs coming off the over from Farrell. I think too, if you're sort of running towards the end that the fielder's trying to throw at, you can be a little bit distracting, and you can almost get caught watching the game rather than playing. It's very easy to become a spectator when so much is going on, rather than, you know, being focused on the job at hand. So they're having a chat here. I think Hayley Silver-Holmes is going to have a ball. So just offering something different to Stella Campbell. Still a tall player, but nowhere near as tall as Campbell.
Yes, yeah. And she'll just look to bowl stump to stump here to tight up an end, because Renee Farrell is bowling quite well up the other end, changing her pace a lot more than what she did in the first couple of overs. So Silver-Holmes will be doing a similar job here.
And what was interesting is that Wilson was just having a chat with her there. So it seems like those messages from Healy are then being relayed by different members of the team. It's not always Lisa Griffith or someone else, although Lisa Griffith is having a chat with her now. But yeah, it seems like it's a collective effort.
Definitely,
in terms of what's happening next. He's going to come around the wicket here. Mooney playing out backwards a point, reaches the rope for 4. Not the start that Silver-Holmes would have wanted.
No, just too full there, too full and wide, and Mooney made the most of that there.
That's a 50 partnership up between Mooney and Short. Mooney on 24 and Short on 22 at the moment. It's come quickly too. Into the 10th over now. Silver-Holmes around the wicket to Mooney. Edging into the offside. I don't think that quite landed where she'd hoped it would, but it's a good response from Silver-Holmes after that boundary to get a dot.
It's great work by Lauren Smith there as well. She ran in really fast and made sure that there wasn't a single, because the Queenslanders have been doing that very well.
Silver Holmes again around the wicket to Mooney, who again tries to play through that offside, but Lauren Smith, chirpy as ever, ensures she stays put. It's a dot ball.
And it looks like Healy has a lot of confidence in Silver Holmes here. There's only one out on the boundary down at behind square. So there is a lot of confidence that she'll bowl in her areas and what their plans are.
Cut hard into the pitch, and again Lauren Smith with a threatening throw to the keeper. She's a funny one. But what people watching at home might not understand is that just keeps the pressure on the batter, doesn't it? Even if they know they're safe and they're behind the crease and whatever, they're behind the line, there's no way they can get out. It just keeps them thinking, okay, if I make a mistake here, they're on top of me. Silver Holmes to Mooney, straight through the covers. She beats them this time, piercing the field. The ball's racing out towards the rope. It falls short. And it looks like they're going to try and run 3 here. That's great work between the Queensland Fire batters. It's at least the second time they've run 3. And so it brings short on strike and takes them to none for 53.
It's a great shot there. It was probably a little bit uppish if the cover was a little bit wider. That would have gone straight to hand. So that is positive for Silver Holmes, but great shot there by Beth Mooney, who's looking really comfortable at the crease at the moment.
So 1 ball to come from this first over from Silver Holmes. She's going to come over the wicket to the right-hander in short. Plays it straight back through the hands of Silver Holmes. And so it's a dot ball to round out the over. And at the end of the 10th, the Queensland Fire are none for 53. Mooney on 27 and short on 22. 4 extras so far. Is that acceptable in the first 10 overs, Em?
I probably put that down to nerves. Stella Campbell did bowl a no ball and a couple of wides.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too many. Like there's been no buys or leg buys, so it's just a couple of no balls and wides. But they're doing very well at the moment.
I think all up Queensland might have had 10 in their 50 overs. 11. So as long as they can keep those extras down, that's important. Bit of discussion between the 2 Queensland batters and also Ash Gardner and Healy here. Can't quite hear what's being said. What do you think's being said, Em?
I think they're just trying to get for New South Wales, they're just trying to get their plans right. To Mooney here, she is hitting the ball quite well, so they would have had, Ashley would have bowled a lot of balls to Mooney in the Australian setup. So just picking their areas as well. Looks like they've got 2 back. They're going to have deep mid wicket and a deep cover. They do have 2 behind point. So
well, they've changed their tactics in the field for the spinner, haven't they? Because everyone was really crowded before, and now it's almost as if they've got an extra bit of field to play with. Coming round the wicket to Mooney, Ash Gardner with her first delivery of the day, and it's a drop and run. Queensland make a single. Oh, direct hit. Brilliant running by Queensland though. But that was nice work by Stellenberg.
First one they've been able to hit, so that just puts an extra thing in the Queenslanders' minds that they've hit one now, and yeah, that was a good single. Probably shouldn't have been one there if New South Wales are charging in hard, like Lauren Smith was last over.
And they've moved Stella Campbell out to the boundary too, so she's now out deep on the leg side.
So they've got a 5 and 4 leg side field here for Kirby Shaw.
Another drop and run. Healy runs after it, but it's pretty inaccurate throw. I think when you do a full 360 turn and then try and throw it, you lose your bearings.
I think she might have actually hit Kirby short on the back of the leg when she was running through then. So,
really?
She doesn't look too phased, but that was another really good single by the Queenslanders here.
So back around the wicket with those fielders up close on the offside for Mooney. Again, a drop and run. This time it comes on the leg side though. It just really shows how Queensland are just going back to that aggressive running again, aren't they? Just eager to score no matter what it takes. Happy to run the risk. Gardner into short. No this time. So playing it safe on that occasion.
Considering there's 7 inside the ring, they're doing really well with the amount of singles they're getting. So Queensland are definitely on top at the moment.
Nice fielding by Renee Farrell. Bit of a commando roll at the back. I think too, given the target is 242, it's quite high. So you've just got to try and make these runs as quickly as you can so it takes the pressure off. Even if some wickets do fall, right? Because at this rate, having made 53 from 10 overs. Hard over the top of the leg side fielders. As Mooney retains the strike, they're none for 57, sorry. What I was going to say is that if you, obviously, there's 50 overs in a game, so if they can keep this run rate up, they'll, you know, make that target quite easily, but you just never know what's going to happen in those middle stages of the game.
Especially when there's wickets to fall in and new batters come in as well. It's not as easy when you come in to score runs quickly, so it's always good. As well, there's only two players out. Well, at the moment for Silver Homes, there's only one, so the openers want to make the most of not having the fielders back. Actually, Renee Farrell is going back to the fine leg boundary, so there is a third man and a fine leg.
Hayley Silver Homes charging in. And it's a dot ball to start her second over. She went for 4 runs in the first. Little high five between Lisa Griffith there. It's good that Healy has other players that she can rely on to help with the leadership in that sense. Silver Homes back in from the Layrie Moore end. Short cuts out to point, picks out the fielder. Queensland remain none for 57. Silver Homes back in. Short, playing into the wicket.
It's really good bowling here by Hayley Silver Homes, really tidying up this end and putting pressure on the Queenslanders.
So our friend Sam Devlin's going to join us in a sec. Again, we're going to have 3 on the mic. Silver Homes into short. Through the offside. Good fielding, direct hit! She has to go! What a brilliant piece of fielding from the Breakers. Short is out for 24. And they've run a lot of risk so far, the Queensland Fire, but that one was all New South Wales Breakers' way.
I think she just took it a bit simple. She had to run around Silver Homes and then didn't quite slide her bat there. Just didn't really stretch out. That's unfortunate because they were batting very well together.
So the skipper's out for 24. I wonder if Silver Homes knew she was in the way there. Tactical.
I think I'll put that down to the pressure for the first 3 balls where they were dot balls. You know, wanting to get off strike and get that run this over. But yeah, she wasn't quite as fast as she has been running between the wickets then.
It's again like we talk about, you can't become a spectator. You can't watch what's happening rather than focus on your job. So in a way, I think she was almost watching to see what was happening in the field rather than just, you know, going hell for leather at the running side of things.
It's more like she was watching the ball, a bit of ball watching happening.
So Laura Harris has been elevated up the order. We know she's a match winner. She's done so in 2 finals of the Women's Big Bash and a couple of other Brisbane Heat games too. I've really loved watching Laura Harris and Grace Harris bat together as well. That's quite a nice partnership.
Yeah. I think the the move up the order could be to get her some confidence. We did see her drop 3 catches in the field, and just get her into the game. She's probably a bit low in confidence, so get her up there hitting the ball, and there's only one fielder out, so.
Around the wicket, Silver Holmes comes into Mooney. He just flicks it around on the leg side. Brings Laura Harris on strike.
So straight away, they've got 3 people back for Laura Harris. They've got deep third man, a deep fine leg, and a deep, looks like a cow out there as well. So they know she hits the ball hard, so they have got a plan for her here.
Silver Holmes into Laura Harris, beaten by the ball. And that's the end of the 12th over. The Queensland Fire 1 for 58. The skipper run out in this over for 24. And Laura Harris now eager to get off the mark on none. Mooney on 29. Sam, you're back with us.
Yes, thank you for having me again.
Just getting her mic set up. What have you made by this start from the Queensland Fire?
Aside from the run out there, I think that they would be quite happy with the start. They've been quite aggressive, and yeah, they've got off to a really good start. The run rate would be well above where they need to be, so they can sort of take it easy now they've just lost that wicket.
So they're going to continue with Gardner from that Bill O'Reilly, and she's just getting a little bit of the pitch into her hands. Why do spinners do that for everyone back home?
It's just more for the grip. Obviously, you got to try and get your fingers as widespread as possible, and if you don't have that grip on the ball, it'll probably just slide out. So just get some dirt on there, rough it up a little bit.
Emma, I just saw you give Sam a little cue then. Is she a spinner?
She's the spinner of the team, yeah.
Right.
So she would know more than what I would.
Gardner round the wicket to Mooney. New South Wales have got a lot of confidence now in the field after that direct run out. That was Hayley Silver Holmes with a bit of an effort.
It's a lot of chatter now, and as well in the ring they seem to be a couple of steps in. They're not actually on the ring like they were the last couple of overs.
Mooney cuts into the wicket. It comes out to Stellenberg at point. And so she's had to stay put a couple of balls now. Sorry, Em.
Last over there was a single there, so Naomi's just in a couple more steps to prevent that quick single. So they're definitely putting a lot of pressure on Queensland here with the fall of wicket.
Gardner around the wicket to Mooney. Again, trying to cut through that point region, but Stellenberg's hovering there, not letting anything past at this stage.
Just taking her time here, Beth Mooney. New South Wales are on top, so she wants to get the control back by taking her time.
Gardner to Mooney. Blocks. Yeah, that's an interesting form of tactic, isn't it? Just to take a little second to take control back of the game.
I suppose too, it's probably because spinners get through their overs quite quickly, and before you know it, Ash could have finished her over within a couple of minutes.
Oh, whipped up over the top of the fielders. Mooney's just found the rope for 4. The Fire moved to 1 for 62. Nice work by Beth Mooney.
That was a little bit uppish as well, so tossed up nice by Ash Gardner, and potential chance in the future as well, just going over the top.
And taking that second to just take control back of the game, hey? Just reset your mind. What a difference it makes.
And just grabbing a drink as well, that's all part of just not letting New South Wales get on top and get through a number of overs without Queensland realising, because New South Wales are on top at the moment.
Laura Harris on strike, facing up to Hayley Silver Holmes. Bat in the air. Working hard through the leg side. She's built Lauren Smith. It's racing out towards the rope, slowing up as we expect, and Talia Wilson runs it down, and Queensland make 2.
Wasn't timed as well as she would have liked there by Laura Harris, but that seems to be why she's come in to rotate the strike and hit a couple of boundaries. So that was a good start there by Laura Harris to get off the mark.
Nice hard sound of bat on willow. As Hayley Silverholmes charges in again from the Ray Linwall end. This time Laura goes into the air. She builds Wilson at that mid-on region. Makes it back for 2. So off the mark with 4.
Someone just plugged in the ground a bit there. So although it was hit quite hard and it looked like it was going for 4 off the bat, just once it hit the ground, just slowed down a lot.
Talia Wilson have to be trying to get her breath back after those 2 runs.
Yeah, I think Laura Harris has just showed her intentions there, those last 2 balls. She's going to be going hard at them.
Oh, here we go again. This time Litchfield straight on the ball. Nice cut by Laura Harris though. Her timing's been impeccable so far. It's really what the power comes down to. So Silverholmes already got a wicket. Running in here again to Laura Harris. Again, lofted shot from Laura Harris through the leg side. This time just a single.
You got good coverage out there because they know that Laura Harris does hit well over the top to the cow position. But yeah, she's definitely come out with intent and putting the pressure back on New South Wales here.
The fire, 1 for 67. Hayley Silverholmes round the wicket to Mooney, just tucked off the hip. No run taken. One more to come in this over. Lisa Griffith giving it a good hard shine. Interesting that none of these fielders out at mid-off or mid-on have a towel ready to go. Worked off the hip again, and Mooney again has to stay put with a dot ball. So they finished the 14th over, 1 for 67. Mooney on 33 from 45. Laura Harris 5 from 5. A good strike rate at the moment, 100%.
Silverholmes is bowling really well. She's got nice plans to bowl very straight, and although Laura Harris was coming at her, she was able to get a few dots there from Beth Mooney as well. So that was good to keep Beth Mooney dotted up there.
It'll be interesting to see here if she goes after Ash in the off spinner. Obviously the ball's turning towards her leg side, so it'll be interesting to see if she tries to attack, even though they've got the field set for it.
Litchfield's just taking her time to get out to her position. And Rach Haynes has been sent back on the boundary just behind the square leg umpire. Who else have we got out there? We've got a deep mid wicket. A long on. That's it out on the rope as Harris cuts into the turf. No run taken. They've really done their research for her, you can tell.
They're just pushing Phoebe Litchfield back onto the circle as well, so it's going to be hitting hard.
Gardner to Harris, sweeping. There's 2 fielders out there, but they can't prevent the ball reaching the rope. I believe that's Rach Haynes. Should be disappointed with that effort.
Well, it's a good shot if you beat Rach Haynes.
Yeah, definitely. So 4 for Laura Harris. She moves to 9.
Just falling on the ball.
This time, over the top of mid-on, all the way out to the long-on fielder, and just rotating the strike and bringing Beth Mooney onto face. So Laura Harris is in a real hurry here, isn't she? But at the same time looks calm and composed. I'd say elevating her has been a good choice so far.
And by scoring these boundaries is taking the pressure off Beth Mooney as well. She can't score all the runs, so this is great work from Laura Harris.
Well, Mooney drives hard past Harris. Takes a single for the Queensland 5, moves to 34 herself, and the team 1 for 73. Everyone running around here between that left-hand, right-hand combination. Litchfield out on that square leg boundary. Harris straight to the fielder this time, but she's been dropped. Is that Renee Farrell or Lisa Griffith out there? Renee Farrell. It's an unfortunate one. I think that was a sitter. Ladies, would you agree?
Yeah, unfortunately that did just go straight to her.
I liked your hesitation there, like, oh yeah, it's what it is. So Harris could have been out for 10 in that situation. Instead, she's batting on, playing it safe down the ground this time to extra cover.
I feel the way she is batting, though, there might be more chances to come New South Wales' way. I mean, it is unfortunate to drop her this early on, but with our bowling attacks and the plans, fingers crossed that another opportunity comes.
Just looked like she wasn't quite balanced. She was falling in, and then the ball kind of got away from her. Just wasn't balanced at the time. The ball was coming to her, unfortunately.
Hayley Silver-Holmes having a good chat with Lisa Griffith about what she's going to do in this 16th over. Just allowing the Queensland batters to also have a little more of a chat. So round the wicket into Mooney. Blocks, defensive shot. Fire remain 1 for 73.
Good areas there from Silverholmes. Can't do anything with that. Just got to keep it out, and actually they're going to move square leg back onto the boundary. So Healy just giving Silverholmes a bit of protection here in case she drops it short.
Oh, and she's bowled her. Mooney has to depart for 34. And how about the breakthrough from Hayley Silverholmes? What a brilliant coup for the young bowler.
I wonder if putting that fielder back to square leg, she looked like she was trying to whip it through that gap there. That could have kind of come into her mind, and she was trying to kind of pick that gap where, and went straight through her. So that was great. Great delivery there by Silverholmes, picking up her second wicket.
What did you make of it, Sam?
Yeah, I think she bowled really well. I think that was all part of the setup, even from her last over. When Mooney was on strike, she had a few dots to her, and then again to start the over. And like Em said, putting that fielder back, it sort of plays with the batter's mind, like we've spoken about before, about how you start to think, okay, maybe it's going to be a short one, maybe it's going to be on my legs, and then just bowl full and straight. It's always going to get a wicket.
Well, Kirby Short out for 24 with a run out from Litchfield. Beth Mooney out for 34. Laura Harris on 10. So
looks like the doctor and physio just coming on maybe to see Renee Farrell. She did, after that drop catch, kind of shake her hand out now, talking to the umpires.
Yeah, I wonder what they're having a chat about here. Because they're not really looking at Renee Farrell, are they? Both chatting to the umpire instead. Looks like there's an official out there. They're all New South Wales people. And I'm just trying to work out if this is just Jonathan. It is, that's come in to have a bat with Laura Harris.
Left hand for left hand, so that's why Mooney's out. They're bringing in a left-hander in Jess Jonathan.
Well, both these teams have got that option, don't they? To just mix it up. And sorry, Sam, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, it's not a bad lineup when you get Beth Mooney out and then Jess Jonathan comes in after her, is it?
That's right. Although they are only, halfway through the 16th over, so Mooney going this early could be a little bit of a worry. I think someone's giving you a bit of stick. Emma? Is that Gilly? Telling you to check your phone?
He wants me to mention the chicken burgers here at Hurstville Oval and how amazing they are.
Do you reckon he's had a couple himself?
I would say so, yeah.
Maybe you should duck up the shops and get us all one.
Silver Holmes round the wicket into the new batter in Jonathan. That's a nice bit of support from the field. Hayley, you're
Yeah.
absolutely dreaming.
She's doing so well here. Just great areas as well. And the fielders are all in tight, trying to keep their new batter and Jonathan on strike.
Round the wicket, Jonathan facing up to Silver Holmes. Plays it to mid-off. Talia Wilson with a little giggle there.
And I wonder what Laura Harris's role will be now, having lost Beth Mooney, whether she'll still try to go hard at the ball or just kind of reel it in a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how she plays out the next couple of overs.
Jonathan to Gardner, an extra cover. Little bit of a threat with a look at the stumps, but instead hangs on to the ball. 2 dot balls to start.
It's a really good over from Silver Holmes here. Obviously, it's the big wicket of Beth Mooney as well, and plus it's going to be a wicket maiden if she can hold out here.
Yeah, I think that's 3 dot balls for Jonathan actually. So she waits on Silver Holmes now. Playing behind that point region this time, but can't find a run. So at the end of the over, the Queensland Fire are 2 for 73. Harris on 10 and Jonathan on none. Here's the replay of that wicket. A lot of swing there. In swing from
Coming
Silver
back in.
Holmes.
There's a couple of other games happening around with WA 6 for 271 off their 50 overs, and Victoria are already 4 out.
271, wow.
Looks like Elise Perry's already out, as well as Meg Lenning, Sophie Molyneux, and Elise Villani.
So Perry made 28. I think she got into the 20s or 30s on Tuesday as well. On her debut for Victoria. So just taking a little while to settle into that lineup. I think too, given it's been such a long summer, some of these players must be exhausted.
And they came straight off the tour win the Caribbean and then against Sri Lanka as well.
Harris goes big. She goes right over the rope here at Hurstville. That's a 6.
Well, looks like she's going to continue on her way and hit the boundary, even though there was a wicket last over.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for New South Wales. If she keeps playing as she does, like I said, and hopefully an opportunity will come.
How does Gardner respond? Well, Harris responds by batting her down the ground, taking a single. The Fire 2 for 80. Harris now 17 from her 14 balls so far that she's faced. And Jonathan still waiting to get off the mark. See Gilly with a cheeky little smile. Is he bothering you? Should we call security?
That's normally every day.
Round the wicket to Jonathan. Straight to Phoebe Litchfield. Just Jonathan departs for a duck. And we see Gardner with a breakthrough. The Queensland Fire 3 for 80 with the fall of that wicket.
She just sliced that. Didn't quite time it. Probably hit it a little bit too early. She going going after it too early in her innings and not seeing how the wicket is playing. Simple catch in the end by Litchfield.
I think too
Sorry.
I was just going to say some pressure was built obviously by Silver Holmes at the other end, so she faced 4-dot balls off her, didn't get off the mark, and then tried to obviously hit Ash through the covers, and it just didn't work out for her.
If you can see here on the camera, Phoebe Litchfield just did a little dance, happy with herself that she's taken that catch. High fives from Lauren Smith. We've spoken about Litchfield being put in spots she's not normally used to fielding at, so good to see that confidence is creeping into the field as well. So Jonathan out for a dark. Mooney's gone in the 30s. Should Queensland be worried, ladies?
I don't think so. They've got another left-hander in Georgia Redmayne. She's a class player who likes to build an innings. She's here for the long haul, and she at this stage she'll be the one that will see Queensland through. I believe she needs to be there till the end, and as we've been on the receiving end multiple times, she's always the one that bats deep and gets triple figures normally against us, but yeah, she'll be looking to just see how the pitch is playing and then hit her areas.
Gardner round the wicket to Redmayne. Call of a wide. Healy went for the stumping. I think what's been so pleasing for Georgia Redmayne too is that she was obviously, it was hard for her to break into the New South Wales team and also a Sixers or Thunder setup, given there's so many great players in New South Wales as Gardner continues. Just dabbing it backwards of point. So end of the over at the Fire, 3 for 81.
Yeah, she saw an opportunity down in Tassie, and she's been amazing since then. Been picked in Australia A sides on the back of performances for both Tasmania and the Hurricanes, and then obviously now being a doctor, she's back home, up near the border, and Queensland is much closer, so back home kind of thing for her.
It's interesting you talk about Georgia being such a good batter, because she is such a good wicketkeeper too, and we still haven't really seen much of that. Obviously she's done it for the Hobart Hurricanes and the Tasmania Raw in a previous life, but coming up here she doesn't get the opportunity behind people like Beth Mooney.
Silver Holmes round the wicket into Redmayne. No run. I think too, even it's nice to see Beth Mooney wicket keep in the state scenario, because obviously for Australia, Healy's been so strong with the gloves for such a long time that doesn't look like there's ever really going to be a changing of the guard there until maybe she retires. Yeah, so nice to see people get their opportunity where they can. Silver Holmes back into Redmayne. And again, we've got that left-hand, right-hand combination happening here. So we haven't seen Grace Harris come in yet. Do you think that's because they are trying to keep that left-hand, right-hand going, or just the way the innings has played out?
I think they probably went for Laura Harris as their hitter early on, and they probably don't want both of them in there at the same time. They do need someone that's going to build the innings. So that's probably why they haven't put Grace Harris in just yet. But I would say that she would be next in, potentially.
I find it quite interesting that both the Harris sisters play a similar style of game. It just makes me wonder what playing in their backyard would have been like as kids, whether they had any windows that weren't broken.
A few sixes and outs, I would imagine.
Really good work for Silver Holmes, as you can hear from her Breakers teammates in the field.
Yeah, she's bowling a really good line and length to left-handed batters, so it's an advantage having someone that can be able to do that and adjust their line and length when there is a left-hander, considering Queensland have a few of them.
Coming around the wicket again into Redmayne. Stabs at it. She has to stay put. Stuck on one for now.
Just seemed to pop up a little bit there. Georgia played it a little bit early and just getting the outside edge.
Silver Holmes around the wicket. Redmayne driving hard back to the bowler, and it's another dot ball. What a great over from Silver Holmes. Currently 1 from 12 for her 5 overs that she's bowled.
I could be wrong, but I think that's 2 maidens in a row.
I'm glad you're counting. Emma straight on to the stats. Just going to check it out for us. So I believe Lisa Griffith is going to have a little trundle from the Bill O'Reilly end.
Correct, you were.
Don't think she's taken a wicket so far in the WNCL. Yeah, no wickets yet. She's had a run out next to her name for Alex Price when they played the Scorpions. And I believe, as Emma said before, she might have captained the New South Wales side for the first 2 games they played back in September.
So she's bowled 10 overs so far in the WNCL for no wicket, going for 53 runs. So it's quite a good amount of runs that have been scored against her. So the teams are just, with the 4 fielders out, they just go for the singles and get the 6 off the over, which is all you need when you're chasing a runnable total.
That was a quite nice way of saying she's been a little bit expensive then. But yeah, it has been the case, so she may be able to get a breakthrough here today. She runs in hard to Harris. Just gets her off the toe of the bat out in front of the square leg umpire. Good fielding from Lauren Smith in the deep, and Queensland get 1. They're 3 for 83.
The way Laura Harris is batting, it does look like a chance is coming every time she faces a ball. But at the same time, it does look like there's a boundary pretty much every ball she faces.
She has come down to Georgia Redmayne there. What do you think your advice to Georgia is?
Yeah, I was just watching that exchange.
Maybe just how the ball was, how the ball was hit the wicket, and if there was any spin or anything.
Because Healy's in earshot there, so you wouldn't want to give too much away, would you? As Griffith runs in hard to Redmayne, just works it off her hip. It's enough for a single. The Queensland 5 move to 84.
That's all Queensland need to do at the moment. They have lost 3 quick wickets, so they just need to keep ticking over the runs, single by single, and hitting the boundary when they can.
Well, we saw New South Wales build some good partnerships that way in the middle of their innings and towards the back end, just by ticking over the strike and being consistent with that. As Griffith runs in hard to Harris again. Oh, plays it straight back at Griffith. I think she's been hit hard in the hands, and she looks like she could be in a fair bit of pain there.
That was hit very hard, and that did not sound good at all.
So all players have run in now to check on how Griffith is going.
Looked like it's hit her in the shin.
Oh, there we go. That's why she was down on her haunches.
Seems to be okay though, which is good.
She's going to walk it out.
A big bruise in the morning, I think.
Oh no, off the hand, I think. I don't know. Unless she's done something to her ankle as she's sort of come off the turf there. She's laughing now though, so hopefully just a bruise. I've got plenty of bruises on my shins and big lumps from being hit in the shins where my hands probably should have been. So cricket can do it to you. Oh, and she's dropped the ball. I think she realised Healy wasn't quite ready to. Strange things happen here at Hurstville. So 3 balls to come in this over if Griffith can get through it. So first of the day. Charging in hard to Harris now, who cuts early. It beats the fielder at extra cover, goes all the way to the rope, and I believe she's just beat Rachel Haynes in the field. So that's twice now. Rachel Haynes has got...
It's a really nice shot. Just on the back foot and hitting through the covers there. Just a back foot drive. Didn't need to overhit that. It just flew to the boundary in the gap there.
Just rocking back. Good timing of the ball. Oh, this time she tries to sweep. There's a big shout. The umpire is not moving. And I love that even if the umpire looks like it's no chance, they keep shouting just in case the longer you shout, it might become something. So here's the replay. Oh, I reckon that's a pretty good shout. It is going down leg, but...
She is down the wicket a bit as well, so that could have played in the umpire's mind whether she was just too far down the wicket.
3 for 88. Harris on 22, facing up to Griffiths. Sweeps behind the umpire. Nice fielding by Farrell. Prevents a 4. Queensland get 2 instead. They move to 90.
That's a really good fielding. Renee Farrell getting high five from Lauren Smith there and a bit of a laugh.
So Griffiths' first over going for 7. Do you think it was successful with all of the craziness going on?
A lot happened in that over. But in the end, she finished well. It looks like that over could have been due to Ash Garner swapping ends. I wonder if that may be the only over she's going to bowl. But interesting that they're already taking Silver Holmes off. I wonder if there's a over limit because she is so young.
There probably would be. I think it would be 6 overs.
Really?
So she can bowl 5. But given her age, they probably are just think that 5's her limit anyway. You don't want to over bowl the young kids just because they will get tired, and you don't want to give them that 1 extra just in case it is a bit expensive. So I think it's the right decision. And bringing Ash back on from this end, she bowled well in her first bowl from the other end, got the wicket. So I think it's a good idea.
So Gardner's going to bowl from the Ray Linwell end. She's going to come round the wicket to Redmayne. Off spin here. Oh, she mixed that up. Jammed herself. Couldn't quite get bat on ball. She's all twisted, like she was in a twister game, wasn't she?
Ash probably does bowl a little bit quicker than your conventional off spinner, darting it right in at your legs and then trying to spin it away from the left-hander.
Redmayne. Straight to mid-off, where Talia Wilson is lurking. So 3 dot balls to start this over. Redmayne still looks pretty cool, calm, collected though. She doesn't look too frustrated by the situation. Oh, I don't know if she got bat on that, but it's certainly been swept behind on the leg side. Bit of a mix-up, but Queensland run back. So happy with the single in the end, 3 for 91.
Looks like it was a leg bye, so still no runs off the bat for this over.
So Redmayne still frustratingly stuck on 1 from 12.
I don't think Georgia will mind that she's only on 1 because she is here for the long run, and just rotating the strike as well with Laura Harris is her job at the moment.
Gardner coming over the wicket now to Harris, who plays flat along the ground. Griffith picks her up at long off. And Queensland move to 92. 3 wickets down. Harris on 25, Redmayne on 1. They're sending Lauren Smith out to the boundary. And that offside for Redmayne.
I think, again, that's probably because it is the last ball of the over, and the way that George is going, they want to try and keep her on strike.
Might work in their favour with another dot ball there. Sam's been really good. I don't know if you heard her before, Emma, but predicting what's going to happen next. Reading the game really well. Been a couple of times that she said, I bet you this is why this has happened, and then it's played out.
Psychic.
She's got a future in expert comments, I reckon. So what do you reckon Healy's saying here to Griffith?
I think they're trying to work out their plans for the field at the moment. Just trying to work out how many people they want out and where. So Laura Harris is on the strike, and you've still got your deep cover Renee Farrell's at fine leg. Lauren Smith's out at a deep mid wicket, and it looks like Rachel Haynes has actually gone onto the long on boundary. Actually, no, that's Ash Gardner.
Griffith to Harris. French cut. Not sure what happened there. Might like a replay, but I think it did make contact with the bat. But then Harris lost where the ball went. Lucky it didn't ricochet onto the stumps, really. Here we go. Just flicked up behind her. Yeah, into the turf and then up behind.
Good work from Healy to prevent the single.
Griffith into Harris again, working out through the offside in front of point this time. 2 fielders after it. Hayley Silver-Holmes, what a rocket arm. Brilliant work. Queensland had to run hard there to get back. They make 2.
There was a bit of a mix-up there, and if she had been able to throw it to the bowlers, then there might have been enough chance to get her out.
It's always hard in that moment as a fielder to make the quick split decision, isn't it? Without taking up too much time and then delaying the throw. Griffith, hard into Harris. It's going to be enough for a single. Just work the ball to mid-on. It brings Redmayne back on strike. So the Queensland 5 almost reached 100. 20 or so overs in. Going at a good pace, aren't they?
That's what they need to do at the moment. The 4 fielders back means they can get, they should be able to get at least 6 singles and over, and the required run rate is only 4.98. So that's all they need to do in this middle stage of the innings is pick up those singles here and there.
Round the wicket to Redmayne is Griffith. She cuts low in front of the square leg umpire. Just rotates the strike. Queensland 5 move to 96. Just having a little look down at Matthew Mott sitting there watching the game. What do you think he thinks about it all?
He's got a tough decision. There's a lot of games coming up for the Australian side, so a few injuries around as well. So trying to work out which squad he wants into the Tri-Series and then into the World Cup as well.
I think what's difficult too is with the new standalone competition of the Women's Big Bash in October, the players have now had a little break, or some of them have gone and played in New Zealand or in their grade clubs and then come back. And now we're playing WNCL before he has to make T20 selections. It's a difficult position to be in. Harris comes down the track a little and pulls it hard into the leg side, but can't take a run. And at the end of the over, the Queensland Fire are 3 for 96. Harris on 28 and Redmayne on 2. So in that sense, with injuries floating around and now we're playing a different format, it could be very hard for him to really pick the side that genuinely should be playing the Tri-Series because obviously who's picked for the Tri-Series is probably going to play for the World Cup. They won't have that much time in between the series and the tournament to then make drastic changes. Yeah. Do you think we'll see a different Australian squad than we did all through last year? It didn't change a lot.
Yeah, I don't think so. They are so successful that there's really no need to make any changes unless there was someone who was, scoring loads of runs and getting a number of wickets. So in that sense, probably not. They did have the Australia A matches against India A, so they could have looked at that as well for the players that are just on the border then of making the Australian team.
I'm just laughing at Ash Gardner throwing a body on the line. 2 dot balls to start this 22nd over. In a sense too, with some of those players in the Big Bash not making as many runs as they would have liked. Little drop and run from Redmayne takes the Queensland Fire to 97. Direct hit. Redmayne was safe.
Yeah, there definitely are some people that in the WBBL might not have been happy with their performances leading into the World Cup. But like Emma said, the team that they have, that Australia has had for a number of years now, has just been so competitive and so well structured and well rounded that there shouldn't be a need for much change. There might be a couple of people close to knocking on the door, but you think all in all, it'd be pretty similar to what's been going around.
Harris yorked herself on that delivery. Still made a single. Queensland Fire edging towards that 100 mark pretty early on in the innings. We're almost, well, I guess we're almost at the halfway point, really. But in saying that, they've only got, 42 more runs to make. Oh, sorry, and 100. And 100. So, I mean, with that 25 overs still to come, they're in a pretty good position here to start going hard.
There's a nice tidy over there by Ash. Good start from this end as well.
And again, she got through the over quite quickly. And before I know it, if they can keep getting through that end very quickly, it'll creep up to around that 30 over mark. And if they still are only floating around 100 runs, that's when the pressure starts to really start building on them.
Just coming back to that discussion about the Australian team, I think when I think of the star performers of this Big Bash just gone, probably the only one that isn't already in the Australian team is Molly Strano with wickets. But I know that her debuts for Australia as Griffiths comes in to Harris. No run taken. I know that her games for Australia haven't really gone that well in the past, but I guess that doesn't mean she doesn't deserve enough opportunity. But then I guess who makes way for her? Isn't that the hard thing? And when everyone's getting along really well and the team camaraderie seems to be working, would you really want to upset that? It's hard to say. Griffith in over the wicket to Harris, into the air, over the rope, over the velodrome, in fact, at Hurstville Oval. Harris hits a massive 6. I believe that's her second of the day.
That was huge. Out of the ground, hitting the tree, nearly hitting the playground out there. Just in the zone there, just in her slot and picking the right ball to go after. That's well done by Laura Harris there. I suppose with Molly Strano, there are a lot of spinners already in the Australian setup. You've got Georgia Wareham, Sophie Molyneux, whether she'll come back in or not after taking some time out. And then you've got Jess Jonathan as well, Ash Gardner.
Harris, this time along the grounds through mid-wicket, takes the Queensland Fire to 105 with a single. Then you've also got Erin Burns, if she's fit back from the surgery she's just had on her knee. There's a lot up in the air, isn't it? I don't want to be Matthew Mott, that's for sure.
Another person that I would like to see in the Australian team would probably be Nick Carey. She was player of the match for Tasmania on Tuesday with 60 as well as 2 wickets. She hasn't had her opportunity just yet because there are so many amazing players in there, and all-rounders. Probably Kmintz is probably similar to her. So would like to hope she probably gets a run in the World Cup as well.
Griffiths round the wicket to Redmayne, who cuts back of square.
Nicola in World Cups is an interesting one because she's been an injury replacement for years in the World Cups, and I think she'd been to 3 World Cups before she even played a game for Australia.
And the other thing is she didn't do well in the Big Bash, moving down to Hobart. So not that she doesn't deserve to play for Australia then on, but it's just an interesting thing. Do you then go off what she's been able to do for the Australian team for the last 2 years, or when she's been called up, or do you go off her recent form? But then she's made, runs in the longer format as Griffiths bowls to Redmayne. Mix up there, but it ends with a dot ball. So at the end of the over, the Fire are 3 for 105. And then the other player I think of is Elise Villani, who really didn't get much of a go in England. She played an Australia A game. She ran the drinks a lot and then didn't really get an opportunity, but then fell out of the team. And then I thought it was difficult that she then had to present Heather Graham with her debut cap and give a little bit of a speech, given she just dropped out of the Australian team. And of course, if it's your good friend, you're very happy to do that. But it is a hard scenario to be put in mentally. And then she's just made runs. She made 99 for Victoria the other day. So there's a lot up in the air. There's a lot of good players out there. We're very lucky in Australia. I know, having been in England for the Ashes, they were all really panicking about the way that Australia just ran through them in that Ashes series in every format, and how they just don't have that depth or domestic pool of players to pull from like we do here in Oz. So Lauren Smith is going to bowl her first over of the day from the Raylene Wool end. Bit of off spin injected. Taking Ash Gardner's place, I suppose.
Yeah, and interesting that Ash only got the one over from this end. It was quite a good over as well. But it's good to see Lauren Smith getting the bowl. She doesn't get as much of a bowl as she would like for the sixes. She only got 12 overs in the WBBL 05, so hopefully she can get at least 5 under her belt today.
So a single off her second ball. It's interesting, we've seen both teams continue to bowl round the wicket to the left-handers today, so the pitch out there must be favouring that sort of decision. And then over the wicket to Harris, who tries to play the reverse sweep. I'm not sure if that came off her shoulder or bat. Is the umpire single buys? It's a single either way.
Leg by,
Yeah, there we go, leg by. There's a big crowd that's sort of come in behind us to watch the game. I don't know where they came from, but more spectators are better. Yeah, more the better. 3 for 108. Redmayne on strike with 4. Drives hard to mid-off. Good running there. Oh, Smith almost got hit in the head. She had her head down low next to the stumps. To be fair, I think the stumps might reach Lauren Smith's hip. She might be the perfect height for that, for a run out. Off spin over the wicket to Harris, who takes the aerial route. Up over the leg side. Fielded nicely by Ash Gardner. And Harris is going to have to start running. God, she was way too casual about that double there. Redmayne, on the other hand, with a big dive along the ground.
That was a really well run then as well. Georgia Redmayne calling Laura Harris through, and then having Lauren Smith field it and throw it into the keeper as well. So that was really good work.
Got cricket all round. Smith over the wicket to Harris. Through the offside. Straight to extra cover. No run taken. So at the end of the 24th over, Smith's first over going for 5. The Queensland Fire are 3 for 111. Almost halfway through the innings. How do you see it playing out?
I think it's pretty even at the moment. With these two going along nicely, I don't think either side's on top. It is only 3 wickets down. Although they're not, it is nearly halfway overs wise, and Queensland not being halfway in runs. It's still only 5 and over required. So they don't need to go hard just yet. And with the 4 fielders back, they should be able to just pile on the singles. And I think it's a pretty even contest right now.
I'm glad we've all got our sunnies on, because I just pulled mine off for a sec to check what the conditions are like, and the sun's really started to peek through the clouds now as Griffith comes into Redmayne. There's a big shout, a big jump in the air from Griffith, but the umpire doesn't give them anything. And so she's safe, Redmayne on 5.
There's been a lot of appealing, and I don't think one single
Way down
LBW.
low. Do you think that was way down low?
Yeah, that was a big appeal for something that I would say was missing the stumps and by a long way.
There's a fair bit of swing, wasn't there, once
Yeah.
it pitched? Griffith to Redmayne. This time straight through. Griffith with a huge wicket. Redmayne has to depart for 5, and the Queensland Fire lose their 4th for today. They're 4 for 111.
That seemed to stay quite low. Georgia Redmayne seemed to play over the top of it.
Just snuck past her pad.
Well bowled by Lisa Griffith.
So I wonder then whether that big shout for LB was more of a tactical thing. Sam, you're right in with the tactics. What do you think?
I just think that Lisa thought it was out.
There you go.
You know, as a bowler, whenever you hit the pad, you probably think it's out regardless of where the batter is. But no, very well bowled by Lisa there. Obviously just if that last one was going down leg, brought it back and hit top of off, which is a perfect delivery. Interesting now, we do have the sisters batting together.
So that's Griffith's first wicket for the WNCL so far in her fourth game. Sorry, third. I keep forgetting that New South Wales have played one less game than everyone else.
And I would say that New South Wales are now on top with that wicket. Queensland really needs someone here that's going to bat deep. Laura Harris has gone to 39, and she has reined it in a little bit. But whether she can keep that going the whole innings, we'll just have to wait and see. But hopefully the two sisters can build a partnership here and a big one too.
Yeah, New South Wales finally have two right-handers to bowl to as well, so I'm sure the fielders are quite happy with less running around.
I'm not sure how many left-handed options they could keep bringing out.
I think the only one left would be Gemma Barsby. Only left-hander left.
This is a really good over so far from LG, just considering that the last over she did get hit for that big six. She's brought it right back and bowling really good lines and lengths.
I love that you referred to her as LG. Could use Winks as well, couldn't we? Some great nicknames in women's cricket. Mitzi, of course, is not out there today. Although I find it funny that Mitzi insists that her hands are in proportion with her body and a normal size. She doesn't really like the Mitzi, the nickname, but it's stuck over the years, and I guess the harder you fight something, the more it sticks with you.
That's exactly right. And have you seen some of the catches that she takes? Like, she has mitts.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Sorry, Sarah. Now we're going to have to be careful here not to get these Harris sisters mixed up. Lucky they've got two different hair colours and I guess also two different numbers. So Grace Harris is on strike at the moment. Batted beautifully with her sister Laura in many of the Brisbane Heat matches throughout the summer so far. Griffith into Harris, goes out into the offside. What an over. I think that's perfectly summed up by the Breakers fielders. So the Queensland Fire are 4 for 111. Griffith 1 for 18 off her 4 overs so far. And it was a maiden, a wicket maiden in fact. So they're right, a great over from Lisa Griffith, LG, Winks, however you want to know her as. And that means we are at the halfway point of the innings now. New South Wales at this stage were 1 for 106. So it's a pretty even contest, and considering that New South Wales had only lost 1 wicket at that stage, maybe even there in... There we go, another 4. That helps things. Laura Harris just smacking the ball straight back into the air from Lauren Smith.
Even with the loss of another wicket there, you can see that Laura only has one way to play, and that's to go hard at the ball. So like we've said, she probably won't bat deep into the innings, but she'll do the damage now and set the platform for some of the other batters, because obviously we've still got Sammy Jo to come.
Well, how do you think these two sisters will play together in this scenario then? Because obviously one's going to have to play it a little bit safe, or does she? You know, can they both just go hell for leather at this stage of the innings?
I think one of them will have to be a bit more sensible, just given that they are 4 down. The last thing you want to do is lose 2 quick ones. So you'd think that the way that Laura's playing, Grace would think, okay, I'll be the one to just settle it down, rotate the strike, and get Laura hitting.
Laura currently on strike. Smith, off spin over the wicket. Lovely little sweep shot. Reverse sweep from Laura Harris. More guiding it rather than sweeping.
Nice use of a gap there. There's no third man, and just past Stella Campbell there.
2 runs as well, so they're happy to run together. Smith into Laura Harris again. Down along the ground at mid-on. Bit of mayonnaise maybe added to that fielding for Silver Holmes. I know they always give Rachel Haynes stick about adding mayonnaise to her catches to make them look more impressive than they are. Although that brilliant Superman catch she took in one of the Australian games in recent years made the Come On, Aussie Come On song, didn't it? The remake. Grace Harris this time. Down to long on, fielded by Phoebe Litchfield. Queensland get 1. That's a brilliant remake, by the way. Very catchy. Laura Harris on strike. Whipped up on the leg side, just behind the square leg umpire. And Queensland moved to 4 for 121, I want to say, at the end of that over. Lauren Smith now going for 15 runs off 2.
That was a really good over from Queensland. You know, Laura Harris did pick up the boundary early, and then they just worked the gaps and picked up single and a couple in the 2 there as well. So that was a really good over just to build some momentum for this new partnership.
So they are sitting at 120. The scoreboard was quicker, and Smith done for 14 from her 2 overs. So Laura Harris is only 3 runs off making her 50. That's been really quick. She's brought it up in, well, she's brought 47 up in 38 balls so far. Here, she waits on Lisa Griffith. Oh, head high, no ball. Like how Healy still takes the stumps off, just in case.
Does mean they get a free hit as well, so this could go anywhere.
So pressure on Lisa Griffith to produce a really full ball here. Something that Laura Harris can't do anything with. There we go, up into the air. It won't clear the rope, but certainly racing out towards the boundary. Nice fielding by Lauren Smith prevents a 4. And they've run 2 off that. 4 for 125.
So it's just 1 off her 50 now. She did make 51 earlier in the round 2 game against Tasmania, and she was batting at 3 as well that game. So not a different tactic this week, just going with the same as when she was successful last time.
Oh, not sure what happened there. I believe she connected with the ball, but I don't know if she just lost her footing or... Here we go.
Just an inside edge onto her pad there for nothing, no run.
Trying to cut. It's a wide though. So this over less successful so far from Lisa Griffith. The last was a maiden wicket. Wicket maiden, sorry, I should say.
They have changed the field, so they put cover out, which is probably why Lisa is trying to bowl near that wide line, but unfortunately just can't execute at the moment.
Griffith in hard over the wicket. Harris hard along the ground to mid-on. Footed up long on. And that's her half century brought up for Laura Harris. She's done it in 41 balls. Couple of 6s in there. A brilliant innings so far. And she gets to glove punch her sister out there. What a nice way to do it.
Now that she's got a start, she really needs to go on with it. If Queensland are to get this win today, she needs to bat deep into the innings and score a number of boundaries like she already has been.
Griffith into Grace Harris this time. Has to single to rotate the strike, and it looks like they're listening to you, Anne, because they're keen for Laura Harris to just keep hitting them out there. Laura Harris hits it hard through mid-on. Fielded all the way on the boundary at long on. Nice bit of fielding from the Breakers, but just not quick enough.
That was really good running. Like Grace Harris running to the bowlers and the danger end there. So just making sure that they got the 2 for her sister.
So 1 more to come. There's been a wide and a free hit from a no ball in this over for Lisa Griffith. And now to Laura Harris, plays it safe again through that mid-on region. Takes the Queensland Fire to 129. And that's where they remain 4 for 129 after 27 overs.
Laura Harris keeping the strike as well. So while she's out there, Queensland are definitely on top of this game right now. And they'll be looking to do much of the same with this over as they did in the last over from Lauren Smith, with getting that 1 boundary and then just working it around for the 1s and 2s.
I was going to say, at this point in New South Wales innings, they were 1 for 112, but they'd only lost 1 wicket compared to 4. So even though Laura Harris is doing really well out there, it is hard to say still who's sort of in front here. Pretty sure that might have come off the pad. So a single for Queensland with a leg bye.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even at the moment, just given the way that these two are rotating the strike and Laura's finding the boundary every now and again. You'd like to think that if they continue on their way, Queensland can get across the line, but in the same instance, all it takes is 1 wicket.
Flirting on the offside, Lauren Smith. Trying to entice Grace Harris to hit out that way, where they've got 4 fielders lined up, ready to go. Back past her sister Laura, finding a little piece of field on the leg side, and enables them to scramble through for a single. Fire 4 for 131. It's quite echoey out here, isn't it, when the fielders yell out? Smith to Laura Harris, working through square leg, mid-wicket, that sort of area. A single again.
This is really good from Lauren. You can see that Laura's trying to get after her, and she's just pitching it right up at her toes where she can't get under the ball and give it any height.
Smith over the wicket. Grace Harris plays it straight back to her. One ball to come. It's been a quick over. Spinners wasting no time. Smith over the wicket. Grace Harris finding LG out on the boundary on the offside. And with a single, they finish the over at 4 for 133. Smith none for 17 after her 3 overs so far.
Queenslanders just getting a drink here. A couple of 3s and 2s in there, so just reassessing and controlling the game, taking it at their pace at the moment.
I think this is a smart move by New South Wales here, bringing Renee Farrell back on with her different variations in slower balls and cutters and everything. I think that we could be in for a wicket.
Still trying to work out what's happening with the field. Farrell bringing long off up to mid off in Naomi Stellenberg. Got a deep cover. A Long on, but that's exactly where Grace Harris has hit the ball. And she's been caught for 4. A wonderful catch by the Breakers. Holding out in the deep, Grace Harris goes for 4, and the Queensland Fire now 5 for 133. The momentum is swinging back New South Wales way.
Didn't quite get it in the middle there, and a very comfortable catch for Ash Gardner on the boundary there. Not what Queensland are after, losing Grace Harris so cheaply, but Josie Dooley will be coming in and hoping to build a partnership here with Laura Harris.
Now, Em, what did I tell you before about Sam predicting things? Because I'm pretty sure she just predicted a wicket.
Every time.
Renee Farrell's good like that, though.
Deflect. So
It is probably why that they brought her back on into the attack. That they didn't want a partnership to form, so bring on your wicket taker and you hope that something would happen.
So Josie Dooley is going to replace Grace Harris out there in the middle. She's a player that's really come into her own the last 2 seasons as well. Took on more of a wicket-keeping role with the Renegades this summer in the Women's Big Bash, moving down there. And she had a bit of a breakout season with the Brisbane Heat last summer too. There was an innings she played up in Mackay that was brilliant. Really won them the game, the Brisbane Heat. So they'll be happy to keep her services for the WNCL at this stage. .52 was her high score last season, not out. And she's already made 45 as her high score for this series in just 3 games, I believe. 50 not out, her high score in the Women's Big Bash for the Renegades. So she knows how to score runs, and she's probably going to help Laura Harris here, given they've just lost their 5th wicket in Grace. Farrell into Laura Harris, plays it into the pitch and out on the offside. It's a single for Queensland. They're 5 for 134.
It looks like they're going to bring everyone in except Lauren Smith out at Cow, just to build that pressure and some dots here for the Josie Dooley, the new batter in for the Queensland Fire team.
Bat lofted, waiting on Farrell. Dooley plays it safe along the ground into the off side. Fielded by Rachel Haynes at extra cover. No run. A couple of people have gone home. Looks like others have filtered through. It's the beauty about Hurstville Oval. You can sort of come and go as you like. Farrell into Dooley again. This time played straight back to the bowler. Farrell flat on her tummy. What are you having a look at, Sam, over there on the hill?
Yeah, there's just a little game happening over there on the hill.
Oh, is it more interesting than this one?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I'm just trying to work out if the batter is left-handed or whether he's batting left-handed so he doesn't hit it onto the field.
Oh, okay. So Farrell's into Dooley. Just working it off her pads out on the leg side. No run taken. Fielded nicely by Lisa Griffith. That is skill if you're able to just switch it up so that you avoid the field. He looks like he's struggling a bit, so maybe he's not left-handed. But I think we've seen David Warner just switch it up, just for the sake of it, to mix things up before. Farrell to Dooley, along the ground out through, extra cover. Into the deep, and she's off the mark with 1. The Fire 5 for 135.
So that was a good plan by New South Wales then. She had a few dots. 3 dots to start her innings, and then they pushed mid on and mid off back to keep Josie Dooley on strike and get the single there.
I think that sort of play by New South Wales too will frustrate Laura Harris. If they can keep her off strike for as much as possible, when she does get back on strike, she's going to try and score quickly.
Smith with off spin over the wicket. Laura Harris shuts out no run. Can see members of the St George Cricket Club here, just ensuring everything's running smoothly. The canteen certainly smelt yummy before. Smith back in over the wicket to Dooley. Hit hard. Beats Haynes at cover, but backed up nicely by Wilson. And the fire move to 136, sorry.
Just a bit of a misfield there from Haynes. I don't think she would have been too happy there to make Dooley get off strike. That's probably not what they were after, but unfortunately Laura Harris is back on strike now.
So spin for Laura Harris, who sweeps back on the leg side, way down to fine leg. It's going to make it to the rope, and it's 4 for Laura Harris. She moves to 59. Killing it out there with the bat today.
Yeah, she's doing a really good job. She's actually building the innings a bit better than I thought she would. She's really holding it together, especially with the wickets falling around her.
It's just the wrong line by Lauren Smith there, especially with the field that she has no one at all behind the umpire.
Switch hit, reverse sweep from Harris again. It's going to be back-to-back 4s.
Really nice shot there by Laura Harris. Just picking the gaps, really nice view.
So without playing the blame game, that Haynes misfield doesn't happen. Harris isn't on strike. Yeah. 2 4s are not hit.
Very nice. That was middle stump, and she pulled out the reverse sweep.
Smith back into Harris. This time playing straight down the ground. Fielded at long on by Litchfield. And this time they've got her off strike. So we've got Dooley back on strike here. He's currently on 2 from 6 deliveries. Some fielding changes too. Dooley, there's a big shout. Nothing given. Might need another look at that one. Down leg again.
Everyone bar Lauren Smith was actually appealing then. Not even close. She didn't even appeal. Normally she's one that gets down on one knee and appeals, but not interested at all then.
The appeal's got to be convincing, doesn't it? Because if you sort of half-heart it, it's nowhere near the same. The umpire's not convinced, sort of has a second guess. So the down on one knee from Smith is definitely a giveaway that she's into it. So Hayley Silver-Holmes to bowl from the Bill O'Reilly in this time. What do you make of this bowling change, Sam?
I think it's a smart move. Her first 5 only went for 12 runs, so to go at just over 2 and over is incredible, and it's exactly what New South Wales need right now. They really need to start building some dots, building that pressure, and hopefully a wicket comes out of that.
Running in hard now to Harris, who plays it down through mid-on.
I don't think they'll mind that. Now hopefully Hayley gets 5 balls at the new batter, and if she can bowl off 5 in the right areas, fingers crossed it's 5 dots.
Sounds like the wind's picked up slightly out there. You can just hear it coming through on the mics. It did sound like we were in a blizzard at one point during the New South Wales Breakers innings. That died off. Dooley facing up to Silver-Holmes, cuts in front of point. It's enough for Queensland to move to 147.
It's a smart shot there by Josie Julie. That's all she needs to do. Rotate the strike because Laura Harris is going so well, and just picking those gaps out to the people that are on the boundary.
Harris picks out Rachel Haynes at extra cover this time. So Queensland remain 5 for 148. I know we spoke a little bit about extras before, and New South Wales are at 5 early on, and now they're at 12, which is more than Queensland gave away all of their innings. There's still just under 20 overs to come. Silver Haynes runs into
There we see another
Harris.
one.
There's a wide, yeah. So that takes it to 13. So that's a little bit high, isn't it?
Quite a few of them have been leg buys as well, but we have seen the 2 no balls and then free hits after that. And there's just been quite a few wides, probably the younger ones, inexperience. That's probably what it comes down to, but overall, it's probably a little bit higher than what they...
A big shout, and Laura Harris is given. She's out for 65. It's a huge wicket for Silver Holmes, our second of the day. And the Queensland Fire fall to 6 for 148. What a big coup.
I think Healy's just caught that between her legs.
Yes, she has. Great pick up, Sam Devlin. A little inside edge. Harris lost her footing, and it's straight through to the keeper, so she's caught. Harris just trudging off very slowly off the field. Oh, it's a bit devastating, isn't it? Just a tiny little edge on the ball. And what are the odds of Healy making a catch in her legs like that? Well, pretty high, given it's Healy, but still.
I think I have seen it a couple of times playing for Australia as well.
Dooley and Kimmins together. Must be hard too with Laura Harris leaving the field. It gives her fiance Delissa Kimmins a go with the bat. Always an interesting dynamic.
We've got 2 new batters in at the crease at the moment, so New South Wales is definitely going to push for another one here. It is under 100 runs to get, 94 Queensland need off 117 balls, so it is still doable. And they do bat very deep as well. Sammy Jo Johnson she got 40 runs in the last game against ACT, so she hasn't even come in yet, so they still have a lot of batting to come.
It'll be interesting to see what New South Wales do from the other end now. Now that they do have 2 new batters in, and Smith has been a little bit expensive, but that was all Laura Harris. Now that she's out, it'll be interesting to see if they give her another go, or whether they do go back to a Renee Farrell, who's a known wicket taker.
I'm just having a little look. So for at least 3 of Silver Holmes' overs, they've taken a wicket, whether it's been a run out or quarter bowl.
It's interesting that she wasn't even in the squad originally named for Monday's game, but then Sarah Alley didn't make it through her warm-up and training before the game and pulled up with the sore calf. So I believe Silver Holmes did have an injury at the end of the WBBL. So I've been told, so she has come back well after that. But yeah, she is doing quite well today, and showing that age doesn't really matter because she is bowling very well with 2 for 15 off 6 overs.
I was just watching Naomi Stellenberg have a little dance out there in the field. Just keeping her mind alert, hips moving.
She hasn't fielded many bowlers, so that's probably her way to keep entertained.
Well, I know, having spoken to Claire Polisak, who umpires, that she said to keep her mind alert, she likes to count trees in the field. Although I must say, you must see the same trees at every over.
Yeah.
So that could get a little boring over time, but that's how she keeps her mind active.
change in the field. Stella Campbell was in front of square. Now she's going more to a 45, and Naomi pushing around.
Big wicket for Gardner. It's her second of the day. Josie Dooley out for 3, and the Queensland Fire lose another wicket in quick succession. The 7 for 148.
Just unlucky there with her inside edge going on to hit the stumps. Probably a little bit quicker from Ash Gardner. She doesn't spin it as much. Just unlucky there for it to hit the stumps.
So now we've got Barsby heading in. Kimmett's still waiting to get off the mark, having faced 2 balls. We've got 2 batters out there. Easing into the tail end, you'd have to say, although Kimmett's is an all-rounder. But we've got 2 batters out there yet to score. What sort of position does this put Queensland in?
New South Wales are on top here.
Okay.
They do still have batters. I mean, Barsby's quite handy, and like we said, we haven't seen Sammy Joe yet. So New South Wales can't get too complacent, but with their bowling lineup and the way that Silver Holmes is bowling from the other end, and even Gardner from this end, I think New South Wales are on top.
So at the end of the 32nd over, which we're sort of midway through with Gardner right now, New South Wales were 3 for 127 and Queensland are 7 for 148. So they're a little in front on that run chase, but if they lose all the wickets, none of that matters, does it?
Yeah, that's exactly right, and especially given that I think at that stage it was Litchfield and Gardner. They were batting and they were building that partnership that ended up being 60-odd runs. So that's what Queensland need right now, because there still is 20 overs to go, and if they can bat out the 20, they'll get the runs, but it's just wickets that are hurting them.
So I wonder why Sammy Jo Johnson is coming in so low. She bats at about 3 for the heat. Although that changed a lot during this season, so that might not have been guaranteed. But she hit, I believe it was 3 sixes in a row up onto the roof at Allen Border Field at one stage in the competition, so she can certainly hit big.
Barsby did get 63 in the round 1 game against WA, which Queensland lost. So she can stick around, and I know from junior day she is a very good batter as well, so I'm not writing Queensland off just yet.
I think she's come away with lucky runs there to get off the mark. Did she make contact with it?
Similar shot to how Josie Dooley just got out.
Yes.
On the other side of luck, Barsby is there and just misses the stump and able to get a single.
So we're back to a left-hand, right-hand combination, and Barsby did get bat on ball there, so she's off the mark, 1 from 1. The Queensland Fire, 7 for 149. Delissa Kimmett's on strike. Just watches Ash Gardner's delivery go straight through to the keeper. There's no harm in that, is there? Just watching what the ball's doing, as long as you're protecting the stumps.
Just seeing if there's any spin. Cummins, that was her first ball that she's faced from.
Oh, there's the wicket. This game that you've been watching, Sam, looks like it's gathering more players at the minute. More
it's
fielders getting
and growing,
involved.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Soon enough, some of the New South Wales and Queensland players might join in.
Once theirs is done, maybe, hey? Hayley Silver-Holmes round the wicket to Barsby. Dot ball. Good start to the over. So Silver-Holmes sits at 2 for 15 from her 6 overs so far. That's pretty good figures, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good figures, especially for someone that would be considered inexperienced at this level of cricket. But she's playing, well beyond her years here. To be going at a rate of, roughly 2 and a little bit and over when they need 5. It's really well done.
Do you think sometimes that unexpected player adds an element of surprise to Queensland though, given they would have studied the New South Wales lineup and played against some of the more experienced players a lot of time over the years.
Yeah, definitely. To think that this is Silver Holmes is only her second year in sort of first-class cricket, so they wouldn't have seen a lot of her. So it would definitely be playing in New South Wales' favour.
And as a young player too, you'd be working so much on your variation, whereas probably once you're a bit more experienced, it's just probably about finessing it a little bit, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think so too. And as a young fast bowler, with people like Renee Farrell in the team, I'm sure that Hayley talks to her a lot and tries to get as much knowledge and experience out of her and try and mirror some of the things that she does in her variations. So I think she's doing really well here.
Queensland reached the 150 mark with that single from Barsby. 7 for 150. Kimmett's still yet to get off the mark, but facing up to Silver Holmes here now. Barsby on 2. Coming over the wicket, Kimmett's playing out through that offside. Straight to Rachel Haynes at extra cover. Dot ball. Has Gilly just come to tell us about the burgers again? Is that what this is about?
Just annoying us over our shoulders at the moment.
Maybe he's getting some commentary tips from you guys. Silver Holmes into Kimmett's. Again, through the offside, but straight to Rachel Haynes. No run, the fire 150. Barsby on 2 and Kimmett's on 0. So you're assuming they'll continue with off spin from this end?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's working well at the moment. And they've got a couple of off spinners in the team that they can chop and change as well. It'll be interesting to see how Barsby goes about building her innings now that they are 7 down and there's only 17 overs to go. So they're going to have to try and score runs from either end. And if Silver Holmes is bowling the way that she is, that'll be challenging. So you'd think that they might need to start to rotate the strike against Ash here.
So there are a lot of off spinners in this side, but I believe maybe Litchfield's the only leg spinner. Yeah, so that's quite interesting given that leg spin's become such a big part of the women's game as time's gone on.
I remember seeing her as a fast bowler. I didn't know she bowled leg spin. Back when
Gilly's giving me a little nod, so I feel like it's...
She used to bowl off the wrong leg. I don't know if she still does.
Catch! Rachel Haynes dismisses Gemma Barsby. She's out for 2. And New South Wales just keep rolling with the wickets here. The Queensland Fire falling 8 for 150. Kimmett's still yet to get off the mark. They've given her no chance.
Nice catch there. Quite low, so she timed it well and was able to take that catch. Similar to Renee Farrell's, which she dropped earlier. Another wicket for Ash Gardner. Oh, no, we swapped in. It's Lauren Smith's first wicket.
It did look like Ash Gardner was going to have a bowl, and then they swapped. Yeah, they just swapped last minute.
It's Lauren's first wicket of the WNCL this season.
Good work by the little off spinner. So I would be interested to see Litchfield actually have a bowl at leg spin if you've not seen her do that before. But then we know with some young players that sometimes injury forces them to change their tactic in the way that they bowl. However, she is listed online as a leg spinner, but sometimes with the young players they get it wrong too. So could be off the mark. You could be right, Em. Guess we'll have to wait and see as time progresses and she gets more of an opportunity with the ball.
It's great to see New South Wales bowling Lauren Smith. This is her 5th over and she'd only bowled 8 before. And like I said earlier, she didn't bowl much for the Sixers, so we know how good she is from a grade point of view and juniors, so it's really good to see that she's getting a good opportunity here today.
I think too with a couple of players out, it just gives her that window where someone else might be bowling. Obviously Sarah Ailey's missing and we know that Silver Holmes is in there too, but you've got to think that Erin Burns would have bowled a couple of overs with her off spin if she'd been available to play. And so maybe that, limits how many Smith can make or take, sorry.
I suppose it just goes to show the depth of the New South Wales team that when those bowls are out, that these are the bowlers that we have coming through as well.
And bowlers that can offer you the same level of quality with the same sort of expertise. So Silver Holmes in for Ailey, Smith able to pick up Burns' overs and off spin. Queensland still at 150. Johnson sweeps off the mark with one, something Kimmins is still waiting to do. One ball to come in this 34th over. And at this point, New South Wales were 3 for 131. So they're 20 runs ahead, Queensland. But as we've spoken before, it's just about whether these last few batters can hang on here for them. Who comes in after Johnson if one of them gets out? Georgia Prestwich.
It's the last batter, yeah.
There's that low catch from Rachel Haynes. Had a couple of fumbles in the field today, so that's nice to see her get some positive back from the field.
So it's getting closer to 6 and over now. They currently need 91 off 96 balls. And Georgia Prestwich has got runs in the W1CL this season. She has got a 37 in one of the games, so she can score runs if they comes to that. But hopefully these two can build an innings and take it deep in over 200.
15 overs to come in this Queensland innings. Silver Holmes over the wicket to Joe Johnson. Hits it straight to extra cover, still trying to pierce the field at this stage. But it has to be said, it's almost unfair for these players too, because they've got such a big expectation ahead of them and they're still trying to get used to the wicket. Some of the openers up top had a bit more of an opportunity to see what the wicket was doing and what spin and pace were doing to it. Nice fielding by Farrell. Coming from point to cover to pick up that ball and limit Queensland to 1. They're 8 for 152.
So just with that field change there, with third man going back and same as square leg, you should expect this to be a bit shorter.
Kimmins plays it straight back to Silver Holmes. Midway through the 35th over. The Queensland Fire need 90 runs. Played straight back, this time in the air. A catch for Hayley Silver Holmes, a return catch, her third wicket today. And Kimmins departs for a duck. The Queensland Fire in a real spot of trouble here. 9 for 152 after the fall of that wicket.
She just couldn't get off the mark there and tried to go after a straight ball and unfortunately hit it straight back to Silver Holmes. Such a great return catch there. She's bowled fantastic today and really showed Captain Healy that she should be keep bowling, and she's into her 8th and 3 for 17. It's very good.
So the final batter for the Fire comes out now. What are you rating Queensland's chances at this point, ladies?
Slim to none, I would suggest.
It's funny because we were speaking how far back they deep, how deep they bat. My words are lost at this point of the game, but you understand what I mean. And we've spoken about how Prestwich can still make 30 odd, but is that enough to win the game here? They need, 90 just under runs. And with all this expectation comes pressure. And a couple of wickets in quick succession. Adds to that, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the run rate's still up around that 6 and over mark, so you don't really have time to get your eye. You need to be scoring off every ball. So you'd like to think that this has played really well into New South Wales' hands here.
Silver Holmes into Presswidge. A little bit of a warning from Elisa Healy, collecting the ball and just taking aim at the stumps. So Queensland have won their last 2 games heading into this. They beat the ACT comprehensively. Silver Holmes into Presswidge, off the mark with a single. Johnson back on strike, or actually Presswidge will retain the strike for the next over. Hayley Silver Holmes finishes her 8 overs there, 3 for 18, great figures. And the Queensland fire 9 for 153. So what does that mean in the scheme of things? The fact that they lost their first game against WA, and that was pretty tight from memory. There was a really big total put on by both teams in that first game, and then they won their last 2 pretty comprehensively. And then heading into this game, they were right in it for a good period of this match, and then all of a sudden these quick wickets have kept falling, and New South Wales have basically punished them for that.
It is also the batting power play now, so you'll see some pressure put on to the batters, but it also relieves a little bit of pressure in the sense that we can only have 3 out. So if they can manage to get the ball over, you'd hope that it'll run away for a boundary.
Catch it. There's no one around there. They're excited, the Breakers. They know they're on the brink of a victory here. Gardner into Presswidge. Uppage. Hayley Silver Holmes was after it. Thought she had a chance of a catch.
If anyone was going to catch it after the day she's had, it would be her.
Yes. So Joe Johnson on strike. Gardner in. Oh, straight to Hayley Silver Holmes. If she didn't take the catch with Georgia Presswidge, she's certainly taken Sammy Joe Johnson. She's out for 2. That's the end of the Fire's innings. They're all out for 154. Presswidge at the other end on 2. And unfortunately, that means the Queensland Fire have really, given this win back to New South Wales in a way, given it was so close for much of the competition.
Yeah, definitely. They had a good partnership when Laura Harris was still there, but after her wicket, they've really fallen away and lost wickets in consecutive wickets. And yeah, it looks like when Laura Harris got out, that was 148, so they've lost 5 wickets.
So
for 6 runs.
An 88-run win for the New South Wales Breakers. They've got a match coming up against the ACT Meteors next Tuesday. How do you think they'll fare after this win?
This will give them some confidence going into next week. Obviously, they were 1 and 1 coming into this game, so now they're 2 and 1. So that'll definitely give the team some confidence going into next week.
I think too, given the fact that New South Wales won their opening game against Victoria by 18 runs, then lost to Adelaide. Oh, sorry, that's not right. I was looking at the wrong stats. But they lost one of their games and won the other. Having had their Aussie stars come back into this match, it just shows that it's been like a bit seamless for them to come back really, and they'll probably carry that into the next game that's also going to be played here at Hurstville Oval.
There's a lot of good signs coming out of the game as well with Silver Holmes. The pick of the bowlers today, that was probably unexpected coming into this game, that she would be the pick of the bowlers. But Ash Gardner has also backed it up with 3 wickets as well. So good performance all around from the New South Wales Breakers.
So the Breakers 2 from 3 and the Queensland Fire 2 from 4 matches they've played so far. And just looking back at the New South Wales innings, Elisa Healy and Rachel Haynes both top scoring with 53 in the Breakers innings anyway. And then top score today was Laura Harris with 65, but there were 2 ducks inside that Queensland innings and a massive collapse towards the back end, which really cost them a game. And Hayley Silver-Holmes and Ash Gardner, as you already mentioned, picking up 3 wickets each. So there's a lot of contenders there for player of the match here today. Who would you give it to, New South Wales-wise?
I'd probably go Silver-Holmes. I think she got the big wicket of Beth Mooney. She got the wicket of Laura Harris. So she really changed the game with her bowling spell. But in saying that, you've got to have runs to defend. And yeah, the platform that both Rach Haynes and Elisa Healy started with was really good. But yeah, I'd give it to Hayley Silver-Holmes today.
And how about you, Em?
I would be the same. Yeah, she did bowl very well, kept it tight, and got wickets that probably weren't expecting her to get. But overall, yeah, she was definitely my player of the match today.
So the New South Wales Breakers have beaten the Queensland Fire, who were in top spot but may have given that away now. They probably move out of that 6th spot into at least 4th place, New South Wales. And as we mentioned, they've got an upcoming game against the ACT Medias next Tuesday. We hope you can come down to Hurstville and watch that if you can't tune into the stream. But in wrapping up, a huge 88-run win in this grand final rematch of last season for the New South Wales Breakers over the Queensland Fire. Sam, thanks for joining us on the coverage today. I know this was your first time in commentary, but you did a great job.
Not a problem, thank you. Maybe I'll be back.
Yeah, I hope so. And Am, you're a seasoned professional now, so we're going to see lots more of you. I hope so. It's goodbye from me, Brittany Carter, and thanks for tuning in to the Cricket New South Wales stream.